respectful of time and try to make sure we are moving right along. A couple things before we get started. I thought yesterday was a really, really great day with information, so I want to thank staff and all our presenters again. I want to thank my colleagues for a great discussion.
That's yours.
Before we get started today, and I go into the other items that I want to cover, I would like for us, we all know about the tragedy that happened in D.C. yesterday, just horrific news. I know it was devastating to everyone. And I would like to offer our condolences to everyone that was impacted and the communities that were impacted. In addition, on behalf of Mecklenburg County and the board, so I'd like to take a couple of seconds, a moment of silence to think about those that were impacted. Thank you. Today we got another excellent day planned. One of the things I'm going to ask from all presenters to please, I think you've all been given the time for presentations. To the extent that it's possible to stick to those time frames, it would be very, very helpful. Board members, I'm going to ask, as I'm monitoring time, we're going to stick to our 3-minute limits. I know that there will be follow-up questions. What I'm going to ask is that you all allow me to navigate if you have follow-ups, and we'll figure out how to work those in a timely manner and make sure everyone's questions are addressed and we have the discussions that we need to have. So I'm just going to ask everyone to be respectful of the time limits and be mindful of other colleagues that will want to participate as well. And with that being said, I will turn it over to the manager and Adrian to tee up and get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are going to start with a presentation by Dr. Leslie Johnson and LaShawn Carter about our equity action plan, as well as our MWSBE policy. That was a request from the board to have some information around that. And so that's how we will kick off this morning. And good morning, Sean. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for this time today. Thank you, County Manager and Adrian, for allowing us to present our equity action work today. So the Equity Action Plan 2.0 was shared with you 2 weeks ago, and so we're not going to go into a tremendous amount of detail regarding that. But as we stated at the public policy meeting, we recognize that Goal 5 was most germane to our budgeting process. And so today, we're going to really dig into Goal 5. And Goal 5 is really all about economic opportunity. And so there's two specific approaches to economic opportunity that we're going to cover today. One is our strategy relative to MWSBEs, and then also our strategy as it relates to equity investments. And so today, what you'll hear from Dr. Johnson is our overall approach to our MWSBE strategy, framework, and understandings. And then you'll hear from me following that a presentation on where we are with our equity investment pilots, our generational wealth strategy, and overall where we're going from an investment standpoint as it relates to equity. What I will also say is that there will be opportunity to discuss and have conversation relative to both strategies, and also talk a little bit about kind of our current state and where we are as a country, where we are as a local community, and how that informs what we're doing in our process. So again, the topics for today is MWSBE participation, small business access to capital, primarily our MEC lending strategy, and then ultimately economic mobility and our equity investments. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Johnson, and she's going to take it from there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you, Sean. As he's noted, today we will provide highlights on Mecklenburg County's MWSB efforts, our small business access to capital program, and our economic mobility equity investments to date. Before you are the topics that will be covered in the first section of the presentation. In June 2005, the Board of County Commissioners adopted an MWSBE policy statement The introduction reads that it shall be the policy of Mecklenburg County government to provide minority-owned, women-owned, and small business enterprises, collectively MWSBE, as well as other responsible vendors with fair and reasonable opportunity to participate in Mecklenburg County's business opportunities. It further notes that the county is committed to support the economic development of small business enterprises and the minority community. The program is to encourage contractors to actively and aggressively seek MWSB participation, and the intent of the program is to widen opportunities for participation, increase competition, and ensure the proper and diligent use of public funds. The last paragraph notes that, 1, the county manager is to implement MWSB program that includes aspirational goals in proportion to the availability of vendors in the area, and report annually to the Board of County Commissioners on MWSB utilization. 2, the county manager is authorized to change procedures consistent with policy and applicable laws. And then 3, the board, based on annual reported information, can determine if the aspirational goals should be modified, eliminated, or remain in effect. Lastly, I will note that the basis for the aspirational goals were the findings from the 2003 disparity study. Based on literature, it is best practice to annually track and to regularly conduct disparity studies either within a 3 to 7 year range or no later than every 10 years, depending on organizational performance and market trends. As such, in 2019, that would be fiscal year 2020, the county contracted with a consultant to conduct a disparity study. The findings from the study infer there is opportunity for the county to improve MWSB utilization, and the report included 11 recommendations, of which the Board of County Commissioners supported via an adopted resolution in October 2020. The county has implemented 8 of the 11 recommendations, recognizing several of the actions are not one and done, but ongoing. 2 are in the planning phase, that is, encouraging joint ventures and a small business reserve program, with the latter requiring state authority. For data maintenance reform, we have made some progress to include acquiring a software system for tracking subcontracting data. However, there's work that still needs to be done, and I will expound on that later when I highlight the current realities and opportunities. Lastly, I will note that details on each recommendation and accomplishments to date are provided in Appendix B of this presentation. After the BOCC adoption of the 2020 resolution, staff immediately went into the planning phase and rolled out the updated provisions that were effective of July 2022. That included, but were not limited to, separate goals for minority and women-owned businesses and establishing 2 new goal types. The first goal type is contract by contract, which is used for construction contracts greater than or equal to $300,000. For these contracts, the MBE and WBE goals are set based on the scope of work, the subcontracting opportunities, and the availability in the market. The second goal type is special projects. These include architecture and engineering services, as we always know as A&E, with estimated budgets greater than or equal to $50,000. Construction manager at risk, also known as CMARS. Public-private partnerships, P3s. Design, build, and other alternative build methods. For these contracts, the targets are set at 15% MBE and 8% WBE. The last category is our achievement goals, is what was previously known as aspirational goals, and the targets are set as referenced above. To assist with us understanding the county's business diversity and inclusion requirements, there are 2 guides. The first is a provision guide, which provides detailed information for contractors, and you can see the types of topics that are covered in this guide. The second is a companion guide, which is a supplementary document for internal use that is used within the organization. So how are we tracking? This slide highlights the FY24 paid-to-date expenditures for competitively solicited bid contractors. As you can see, there was $74.67 million expended in FY24 through the competitively solicited process. This represented 274 firms. $51.25 million went to non-certified businesses, and $23.43 went to MWBE, representing 31% of the paid to date. As you move to the right, you will see that there's $11.72 million and $11.71 million respectively that went to MWBE primes and MWBE subcontractors. The table on the far right side of the slide shows the payables or the payouts by designation. That is Asian American, American Indian, Hispanic American, Black, African American, Caucasian women, and those who are non-certified. I will now provide some more detail as it relates to the MBE prime and the MWBE subcontractors, which is highlighted in that red box. If you go to the top left side of the graph, you'll see the blue. This is the MWBE paid to date, which was 50-50 between prime and subcontractors. The second graph illustrates that 93.73% of MWE prime expenditures were to certified women-owned businesses, and 6.27% were to certified Black-owned businesses. The last graphic at the bottom right shows the expenditures to subcontractors, with 55.1% to certified women-owned businesses, and the remaining 44.9% going to certified Asian American, American Indian, Hispanic American, and Black-owned businesses. What I will note is that we believe the diversity of the MBE subcontractors is in part the result of the county's economic developments team continuous efforts to work with prime contractors and county department representatives. However, there is still work that needs to be done. In sum, there is opportunity to diversify contracting with minority-owned businesses, MBEs, as primes, and assisting prime contractors with finding MBE subcontractors. Now, I recognize the font in this is really small. This is a graphic that came from a publication, and so it was kind of hard to get to the essence of it, and I know that y'all have a smaller size view than I do. But what I will highlight is as follows. This graphic is an attempt to try to show the expenditures paid to date by industry. What you'll see with that red dot, it indicates that 57.19 million of the 74.67 that I had already referenced was for construction, representing 30.21% that was paid to WBEs, and 8.34% that was allocated or paid out to MBEs. While I will note this is for construction, we not only achieved the diversity of expenditures for WBEs, because you can see by 30% it was a significant amount, a proportion, we actually were within the range with regards to expenditures for MBEs. That range would be between 8 and 15%. Now, I note that our performance is within the range because the total paid to date is for 23 active projects, at least that was in FY24. And only 4 of those projects were construction manager at risk. It is the construction manager at risk where we have the greatest opportunity to subcontract because they represent the largest project size and scopes. And so it's in those instances where we have the opportunities to get more diversity of spend at the subcontracting level. As for architecture and engineering services, as well as goods, we are below the targets. But I will note these services often have limited subcontracting opportunities, so it becomes important to have diverse strategies primarily focused on primes. Lastly, with regards to other services, 27.7% of the paid to date was to MBEs. However, expenditures in this category are much lower when compared to construction and A&E. Again, this is a snapshot for one fiscal year. Many of these projects that you'll hear later also roll over into multiple fiscal years. So when you're looking at one fiscal year at a time, it's sometimes difficult to understand the true progress that we're making. So what are our current realities? One thing that I need to highlight is the certification verification challenges. The first thing that's noted here is the manual verification process. So what we do is we used to receive a data dump or be able to have a data pull from the North Carolina hub. However, that data pull is no longer accessible. So what we have to do is on an individual basis, each time we have a subcontractor or a prime contractor, we have to proceed and look up manually on their website to find out if this particular business is certified or not. Also, with regards to veterans, there's no universal database that one can access to get veteran information. So because of that, it becomes a little bit more challenging to understand the proportion of our contracting opportunities are with veterans. There are multiple databases and limited data access. So again, there's no way that we currently can just access one system or a couple systems and just get a data feed. We have to look at multiple sites if we so go down that route beyond the North Carolina hub, look up them individually, and try to determine if they were certified or not. The last thing within this certification verification challenge is that there's no formal annual verification. So what I mean by that is when a prime contractor comes into our organization, our finance department proceeds and does a verification. They're in our database. They are in our database, and unless they notify us otherwise or alike, there are no changes to that profile of that vendor. And so a vendor can come in, they could be a minority vendor, they could eventually get sold, their vendor and ownership could change, and that data may still reside in the system, or it could go in the other way. The next big real current reality is undercounting. As you can know, in society, a lot of things have changed. And one of the things is a higher use of P cards or credit cards and the like. The organization uses a lot of P cards, even like when we come to establish like this, and we use P cards. And there's a lot of online purchasing. When you do that, you do not have the vendor database information associated. It is just a bank transaction. And so we are not able to have those data feeds for those types of transactions and purchases that we have. State contracts are similar. When we buy fleet and cars, we could be getting, and other types of major purchase from the state contract. We do not necessarily have that information because we're buying from the state's list. Interlocal agreements, as you're aware, we also put standards or requirements in interlocal agreements. We have that information, we're getting information reported, but it doesn't automatically feed into what we're showing and reporting. And that is a separate secondary piece of information that we can show that says, based on funding that we provided, X% for this project went to an MWSBE, but we're not able to incorporate that within the data that you see before us. I mentioned that earlier that we have made an investment in a system for helping us manage the subcontracting opportunities. It's called PRISM. But the front-end system where the prime comes in is managed in a different system by finance. It's called CGI Advantage. What we need to do is find a way or a solution to bridge the two, because you need to have the connection to understand who the prime is and then the supporting subcontractors. The minority prime requirements, one of the things that I'd highlight there is we have a strategic focus on growing small businesses and eventually to become primes. So what we do is in that process is if an MWSBE becomes a prime, they've been fortunate enough that we've had instances where an MWSBE has been a subprime, they understood our system, they've gotten more credence and opportunities, and then they become a prime in a given project. Even though they are an MWSBE, we still require that entity to, reach as you climb, go and ensure that their subcontracting opportunities include MWSBEs. The other thing that's noted here is called business affiliations. What I will note here is there's some instances where an organization has multiple subsidiaries or affiliates. And so you have a parent organization and then you have subs. Sometimes when you have that organizational structure, what occurs is the business affiliates are still owned in some regard by the prime. In those instances, by law, we are required in the subcontracting opportunity to have them reach out to subcontractors that are not owned by that business. So in that instance, they cannot take from their organizational umbrella of businesses or affiliates. They're required to identify subcontractors that are outside. There are instances where those affiliates are not majority owned by that original prime in ownership. those things can be considered. But in many instances, that is not the case. Annual reporting, as I shared with you, they're only snapshots of active projects. Many years, like when you do disparities and stuff, they typically do multi-year project reportings. And what we have here is that, as I noted, as you are aware, construction projects go over fiscal cycles, but even some other projects go over fiscal cycles. So the funding and expenditures go through the life of the project. And so they carry over sometimes in multiple years, and you're not able to see it in just a snapshot. And the last thing that I'll say with regards to annual reporting is that we rolled this out again in July 1st of 2022. So you have things that are still could be potentially active and rolling from when we started with these new provisions and guides. The last thing that I'll say about current realities is that with regards to benchmarking, sometimes people compare our data to other organizations' data, other things that they may hear. One of the things that I would say is some people that we know do self-certification, so there's no verification process. They take the vendor's profile, they allow the vendor to do their own self-profile information, and that's all that remains in the database. The other thing that I would note is that utilization of multiple certification databases. We right now use the North Carolina Hub database, and one of the things that we're going to explore, which you'll see in the next slide, is should we start getting access to other databases, because not every business is in that North Carolina Hub certification. Aggregate reporting, sometimes people report out with the whole of MWSBE and not necessarily segregate or separate the MBE versus the WBE. And last, sometimes you see people provide report outs on what is committed versus what's paid to date. So the committed is the front end, where the contract and agreement has been established. They indicate what they're hoping to receive, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're actually reporting on actual results. What are the opportunities? One, we recognize that our policy has opportunity to be modernized, and as such, you'll see in Appendix A what would be a staff recommendation of how that could be modernized. The second thing is to gain access to other certification databases, which I've mentioned already, which would help us cast a wider net. The third thing is to update the provisions and companion guides. There's always a continuous improvement organization, time to opportunity to refine and determine if there are other things that we need to be conscious of in how we roll out, how we operationalize our program. The thing that I will also note is in your binder behind all of the presentations in this section, you'll see a crosswalk document. That document is an opportunity for us where staff, some of you may know that Commissioner Griffin has suggested that we have an opportunity to enhance our MWSE policy. He provided a draft of things for consideration. Many of the things that he considered are fortunately included, but they're noted in our provisions guide, which we think are more of the operational tactics of how you proceed. And you can see where some of those references are. That does not negate that some of the things that he has referenced, if the board so chooses, we could also be positioned to incorporate those types of things within the guide. That is the staff recommendation at this time. And then number 4, invest in a solution to bridge the finance system with the subcontracting. And then the last thing would be, we think that it's important that we do multi-year reporting. When you get the disparity study, it looks at multiple years of data. So if you're only looking at 1 year at a time, again, because projects go over multiple cycles, you have to have that holistic view, and eventually you'll get some of the closed projects as well. The next section of this presentation, and I'm going to move really quickly because I'm being cognizant of time, and I wanted to make sure that I spent the heavier lift in the first part. That was a lot of information that I shared, and as it relates to the policies, the procedures, the FY24 results, and the current realities and opportunities. I will now transition to the next section, and I will, again, be very conscious of the time. These will be the topics that I will highlight in this section. In 2017, the county contracted with a consultant to assess the small business ecosystem and identify any gaps in programs and resources in our community. One of the findings was the microloan offerings within our community were very limited, which validated Commissioner Dunlap's interest to establish a small business loan program. So in October 2019, the county launched a revolving loan program that lends up to $75,000 with accommodating terms. Shortly after we launched the revolving loan program, we faced the 2020 COVID pandemic, and we pivoted with a BOCC-approved appropriation of $5 million of what was marketed as the Stabilization Loan Program, which ultimately supported 223 businesses. We then relaunched the MEC Lending Program in April 2021, and to date, there have been 53 loans that have been approved, and anecdotal comments have been very favorable, as you can see is one quote that's there from Tim Glass. At a glance, as previously noted, the loan amount is up to $75,000. Applicants must have a minimum credit score of 580 points. The interest rate is at 7% and amortized over 7 years, with the first 6 months being interest-only payments. Loans have been provided to businesses of residents throughout the county, as you can see depicted in the map. The average loan amount is $59,323, and 79% of the recipients are minority-owned businesses, 43% women-owned businesses, and 9% veteran-owned businesses. The individuals who are not approved for the by the economic development team's protocols receive free and one-on-one coaching assistance. Lastly, in Appendix 6, you will find a few other details about the program and loan requirements. I will now turn the mic to Sean Carter, who will walk you through the part of the presentation that will highlight the equity investments today.
Thank you, Leslie. What we noticed in our original equity action plan was that support for MWSBEs was more fully and robustly fleshed out. Today, I want to share what actions we have taken to invest in strategies and enhance the support individual people have that has been historically left out on the margins of the economic prosperity of our community. Given the current state of circumstances, it is important that we talk about the context that brought us to these investments, the role these investments play in supporting vulnerable communities, and the outcomes we hope to achieve by offering these levels of support. We're going to talk about it in two specific ways. A review on the context that inspired our work, which is our equity investment overview, and then secondly, the pilots that have been launched and provide you an additional update on our strategies and our outcomes. And this is what our generational wealth investment pilots are all about. In 2020, Commissioners Durrell and Meyer commissioned a study by the Robinson Spangler Carolina Room to study the systemic history of racism in Mecklenburg County. These findings of this study was important because it gave texture beyond the anecdotal to the lived experience that we all inherited. And here's the thing about inherited history. It does not indict us as beneficiaries of a sordid and complicated past, but it does contextualize many of the disparities and disproportionalities that we live with today. It gives us the language to understand what has happened here, and it gives us the insight to understand how the burden of past choices require intentional actions from us today. In addition to that, we research national best practices that inform what actions we can take to invest responsibly in the communities that was most negatively impacted by past choices. And we engage with the community to seek their feedback and understand where they'd like to see future investments made. In today's climate, where the notion of DEI is under imminent threat, we endeavor to ensure that our approach to generational wealth creation was disciplined and aligned to the needs of our community. From our point of view, an understanding of the national discourse, there exist two approaches to DEI that are under the most scrutiny. The researcher and constitutional scholar Kenji Yoshino noted that DEI will be debated in two forms: lifting DEI versus leveling DEI, with lifting DEI under the most imminent risk. The difference between lifting DEI and leveling DEI is that lifting DEI targets specific historically oppressed groups. This could be by race, gender, sexuality, religion, or any other known historical identifier. It is the type of DEI that says this group has been historically harmed, and we are going to only invest public resources into them. The reasons why one might want to do that are obvious, or it may be obvious to some. But the question of the legality of that form of investment is where many of the future challenges live. Leveling DEI, by contrast, seeks to eliminate disparities from a system entirely. This approach says we have identified a gap and we are trying to create a level playing field for everyone that falls into this category. Research and analysis is showing that the leveling kind of DEI will always exist in some form. And it is one of the approaches we have taken with our generational wealth work from the very beginning. Our generational wealth investment pilots was a massive undertaking considering that we were building from the bottom up. It didn't exist previously, and we had to do a lot of research to organize our thoughts and collect what resources would be necessary to do this work. And I want to thank the board for allocating these resources and giving and demonstrating the patience as we were building this process. So the generational wealth investment process, it was a two-pronged approach. First, it was 2 supplemental income strategies that support formerly incarcerated individuals and youth who aged out of foster care. We identified that individuals that were in form of transition in our community were the most vulnerable. And one of the 2 primary forms of transition was the coming home from incarceration and aging out of foster care. Secondly, ongoing research and development to launch pre-K investment was something that we spent a lot of time on, and you'll note that we made some additional investments in that as well. What we noticed is that when you make a high-quality pre-K investment, oftentimes those young kiddos are prepared for kindergarten, ready to go, and by 3rd grade, they are excelling to match their peers. But in many cases, by the time they graduate from high school, the resources necessary to inspire upward mobility. These programs were designed to revolutionize how people in transition are provided resources to support the movement into the next phase of their lives as they prepare for a life of self and economic prosperity. What we noted was that the study that Raj Chetty provided was that economic and upward mobility was something that, unless intentional and less observational, there's no movement. And so we wanted to be very clear and intentional about how we supported very specific communities into these experiences. So we got to work in understanding our legal authority to do so. So according to state statute, our local governments are authorized to engage in community development programs and activities as long as they are programs concerned with employment, economic development, crime prevention, child care, health, drug abuse education, and welfare needs of persons of low and moderate income. We believe our programs do that. So the Ramp Up program, which is our reentry assistance mobility program, this program is designed for our reentry population. You'll notice the naming convention of all of our programs kind of emphasize the up because we're trying to emphasize the notion of upward mobility. So the Ramp Up program's authority is a little bit different than our general authority. And this is 143B of Article 16. It says, establish the Division of Community Supervision and Reentry. It further noted that the division's transition services section funds and provides oversight for local reentry councils, and the division has designated criminal justice services as the local reentry intermediary agency for Mecklenburg County. So this is the prism through which we do this work. So what's the eligibility criteria for Ramp Up program? At least 18 years old as of January 1st, 2024, released from incarceration for Class G, H, or I felony conviction between January 2023 and May 2024. This excludes violent crimes, discharging of firearms, and sexual offenses. And also, monthly income does not exceed federal poverty guidelines. And then ultimately, they must be a resident of Mecklenburg County. Our pilot is a 12-month structure. It extends, for those exited of state or federal correctional facilities for a quality of life offense, and random assignment for 120 participants total, so we could understand the treatment group or the group that receives the benefit and our control group who are participants in our CGS services but are not recipients of the benefit. The benefit is a $600 monthly supplement that can be applied towards purchases and expenditures related to child care, health, drug abuse treatment and substance use disorders, education, and general welfare. Some data from the participant group and our control group, you can see that it's reflective of each. The treatment group consists of 3 women and 57 men with an average age of 44.8 years old. The control group consists of 8 women and 52 men with an average age of 42.4 years old. However, participants of both groups experienced their first arrest between the age of 16 and 20 years old. So again, this notion of experience at the earliest, most formative years of your life stay with you for the rest of your life. And in many cases, you never overcome that, right? So we've listed out some of the resources that we've identified in some of our initial findings. These resources are in rank order according to participant responses. And most of the treatment and control group members are currently receiving transitional housing services as well. So as you notice, housing being the top of the list is because both groups receive some form of that service, but then you start to see variation as it relates to resources made available to them, right? So what's the breakdown of those resources? During the first 6 months of our pilot, 93.8% of the treatment group expenditures were applied to the general welfare category. The pie chart shows a breakdown of expenditures with the general welfare category, and what you can see is the largest distribution of that is clothing. I want to just quickly, and this is not scripted, but I want to just share the importance of clothing and the pride and dignity of looking good and feeling good and coming out of a system where everyone had to dress the same, no individuality and representation of who you were and how you represent yourself. It's no surprise that clothing is one of the highest expenditures for the reentry population, considering the fact that you were in a uniform for a significant period of your life. It would be my first purchase. And so it's no surprise that it's theirs. To compare how the treatment group applied their supplemental income to potentially address their needs, the control group individuals were surveyed to learn more about their potential challenges as they reintegrate into the community post-incarceration. A control group survey of 15 questions focused on 5 categories. The main takeaways from the control group survey were that the individuals had stable housing, which, given the housing data, would indicate that control group individuals consider transitional housing stable enough to feel comfortable. Only 29.7% of individuals reported being worried about paying their bills. Next, the majority of the control group individuals either have a job to report to or are feeling good about their ability to search for work within 21%, with 21.6% being unable to go find a job. And then lastly, third, close to half of the individuals felt anxious and or worried recently, and close to a third of those individuals had some food insecurity. Regarding these needs, 45.9% of the individuals reported needing transportation, and about a third needing clothes and government documentation. We're going to move into our next program. Our next program is our Gear Up program. This is Getting Every Adolescent Ready, a program designed for youth aging out of foster care. All young adults who are emancipated from DSS-YFS custody at the age of 18 and are between the ages of 18 and 21 are eligible. Young adults who have achieved one of the following 5 eligibility criteria are also eligible. We're enrolled in high school or GED program, enrolled in post-secondary or vocational institution, in a program or activity that promotes or removes barriers to employment, or employed for at least 80 hours per month, or lastly, incapable of completing educational or employment requirements due to medical conditions or some disability. And lastly, and this one is probably the most important, young adults must enter into a voluntary placement agreement with the county's DSS-YFS agency, and they must be willing to reside in an approved residential arrangement. Differently from the other pilot, because this one started a little bit behind it, the monthly stipend is $723 a month. But as you can see, the approved expenditures are the same: childcare, health, drug abuse treatment, substance use disorders, educational expenses, and general welfare. This program started on December 4th. It was a little bit behind our CJS program for a variety of reasons. One is that we wanted to ensure that the eligible group met the criteria, and also we had enough people in the control group so that we can study the outcomes to make a strong recommendation. Eligibility to participate requires time too, because we needed to get everyone signed into those voluntary placement agreements. And then lastly, our control group is of considerable size in comparison to our ramp-up program, which is 97 participants, 53 of which are participating based on their VPA eligibility, and then a 44-person control group. Lastly, we wanted to share progress on our AIM Up strategy. This is Assets Inspire Mobility. And you'll remember that about this time last year, we received the news that our CDA, our Child Development Account program, needed to halt, or we needed to go back to the drawing board on some of our strategies. And so I'm happy to report some of the outcomes of that ongoing work. We sought the Attorney General's opinion on our approach to child development accounts as it was originally conceived. And what it was determined was that our original plans were not authorized due to the inability to control unqualified or early withdrawals. Meaning, how are these funds transferred to potentially other children, or how are they used for non-educational purposes? Thus, due to the features of the North Carolina 529 plan, the funds deposited could be used for non-educational expenses, so we had to go back to the drawing board. So what does that mean for us from a resuming our work standpoint? The initial program required adjustments, and so we looked at all of the legal constraints and emerged during our original design process, and we took into account the Attorney General's feedback to ensure that our new approach was taking those things into consideration, and we sought the intentional partnerships that would allow for these programs to move forward. So what does that mean? We've had conversations and are exploring partnerships with the North Carolina State Education Assistance Authority and the subsidiary College Foundation of North Carolina. The College Foundation of North Carolina is a free service of the state of North Carolina provided by the North Carolina State Education Assistance Authority, and it provides its Pathways program, which is the statewide initiative to increase college going for all North Carolinians. And the College Foundation, Inc. is the service provider for that endeavor. The College Foundation of North Carolina promotes access to North Carolina higher education and assists students with education planning, career planning, and applying and paying for college. Because this is working as a de facto operation of the state, it holds a pseudo-government status, meaning that it gives us the opportunity to partner with them in a way that makes sure that all public resources stay inside of a public system for the public purpose, right? And so what were our design need areas? Completion of a county-supported pre-K program, restrictions on personally held 529 plans, no public dollars directly given to participants, and having to determine whether or not these dollars could go to public versus private institutions. And so in response, our design imperative is to ensure that all participants must complete MEC pre-K for at least the pilot phase. All funds only released for and to qualified post-secondary opportunities, no early withdrawals for unqualified use, and only public post-secondary or workforce opportunities. This ensures that we're within the constraints of the eligibility criteria, and so we're moving forward with our design of our Child Development Accounts pilot, our AIM Up strategy. So where are we currently? We have informed the subcommittee on this same presentation or a similar version of this on the status of our redesign. We're currently in the process of working with our partners internally and externally on the program definitions, eligibility criteria, and the withdrawal criteria so that we are staying within the boundaries of our guidance. We're also working with our MEC pre-K partners to begin the process of educating and informing our families for future participation. And then ultimately, this spring, we'll begin the process of transferring the funds to the North Carolina State Education Authority and launching our pilot for the kiddos who start pre-K in the fall of 2025. With that being said, Dr. Johnson, are you going to stay over there or are you going to come up? You're going to stay there? Okay. With that being said, we wanted to invite you into some conversation. We know you might have a lot of questions about all that was presented today, but I want to share just one quick thing about modernization of our policy. One of the reasons why it's so important that we have this conversation about modernization of our policy is because Mecklenburg County has a very long history in doing work relative to our MWSBEs. It is not new to us. It is not a result of the pandemic. It's not a result of the tragic murder and death of George Floyd. It has been something that has existed in our community for a very long time. Modernizing our language is good best practice. And so when you look at our policy, as Dr. Johnson shared with you, it was originally crafted and adopted by the board of 2005. And we are looking to update the language to ensure that it meets today's criteria. It is aligned with the focus and purposes of you all as our current board. And it's written in such a way that as future boards interact with that policy, they understand what their mandates are and how they can change it as well. And so with that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to our chair to facilitate this conversation and answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sean, and thank you, Dr. Johnson. Great presentations. Before we go to my colleagues, I do want to frame this discussion because it is a really, really important one. But before I do that, when I think about this MWBE discussion, I'm going to give extra bandwidth and leeway to Commissioner Griffin because he has painstakingly gone through this, has been the champion for this. And so I'm just putting my colleagues on notice that the time will deviate because I am going to give him extra time because he has painstakingly has a specific positions. The second thing I definitely want to lift up, and I want the community to be aware, when we talk about that AIM Up program, Commissioner Dunlap revived and resuscitated that. And George wants you to know how important that was and how appreciative we are, and the potential impact to generations is important. And appreciate you doing that, and I think it's important to lift you up on that.
Absolutely.
So, colleagues, you know, this conversation, the presentations that we heard, particularly around MWSBE, small business access that our great Commissioner Powell constantly lifts up, and you think about this access to capital, we know these conversations are all relevant, and it's really essential for us to consider these presentations to inform this discussion. We do have a lot of runway in this segment, and I plan to use it with 2 rounds, but it's an opportunity for us to reflect where we stand right now and where we need to grow and how do we best serve our residents. So I'd like the conversation to be framed around 3 key areas. We need to really give staff direction on this MWSBE policy and procedures. They need to walk away with a clear understanding of what we want, what we think, so that it can be shaped properly. The role of equity investments in our economic opportunity. How do we as a board see the future of equity investments in the face of changing federal priorities and shifting societal attitudes, i.e. DEI that you referenced? How do we ensure that our future investments align with the needs of the community? And of course, always accountability and transparency is really important. And it's about impact, for sure. And I just appreciate the commitment to this board. You saw that Commissioner Meyer had commissioned the report on the systemic racism piece here in Mecklenburg County. That was one of her first actions when she got on the board, and it was a courageous leap of faith there for that, and so I want to shout her out as well.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, this is the order that we're going to go in for this first round. We're going to start with Commissioner Griffin. You're going to get 5 minutes, sir.
Whoa.
We're going to go, yes, sir. We're going to go with Commissioner Dunlap. You're going to get 4. We'll go with Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell and Commissioner Powell. They will both start with 3. At this point, Commissioner Griffin, and I hope you got that, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly an important topic, something that's near and dear to all of our hearts, because the Gini Index indicates that Mecklenburg County is moving further and further towards income inequality and wealth inequality. So I'm going to ask a series of questions so I can use my time right, so
Sure.
just run down. Mr. Carter, what's the relationship between disproportionality and equity? The second question would be, the manager was directed in August or sometime to update the 2005 policy. You've indicated that that work is continuing. Is there a forecast as to when we can see the updated draft so that we can have more specific input into that new updated BOCC policy that was last dated in 2005? I can nickel and dime you by saying the MBE should be improved from 15% and the WBE should be improved to 8%. I don't think that's going to get us very far if you don't have the framework in terms of the policy in front of me to see what the rest of those efforts are going to be or look like. So some indication as to when we can see a draft policy so that we don't have to nickel and dime back and forth today. But I can tell you from my draft, I've shared with you my draft in terms of increasing those percentages because hopefully in your response to the difference between disproportionality and equity, it will become quite evident as to why perhaps some of those numbers should change. The second question, Griffin and Strong, both disparity studies highlighted the importance of data maintenance is the only way to get visibility in terms of what we do as a body. And we are still trying to deal with data maintenance. I talked with the manager doing the first evaluation, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you indicated that you had purchased something called Prism to keep up with data maintenance and that it took time to implement that. So where are we in terms of implementation of the software called Prism? The next piece is on P-card. Chiquetta Lloyd, who does the work for CMS. Chiquita Lloyd, that does the equity work for CMS, indicated that their P-card system is set up with the vendor bank to capture information. Now, that may be accurate, that may be false, but I'm putting everybody on blast so somebody can answer that question. How can they get data regarding purchases other than contractual stuff and we can't get that data? So either that information is not accurate or there's something that we can do better. But I think we have no visibility, and Dr. Johnson, perhaps you can speak to this. You said because of the way P cards are set up, we don't have access to that information right now. Do we have a total? For example, you gave a total figure of 74 million for construction. Do we have a total for other purchases, consultants, pens and paper, et cetera? Do we have that total number, even if we don't have a breakout? Do we have the total amount of spend? Because the disparity study speaks to business opportunities for the enterprise, and that's all of Mecklenburg County and not just construction. And the last piece, back in August when I visited Chair Rodriguez McDowell's Economic Development Committee, and you gave a report, and you indicated that $74 million in construction was had when there was a distribution as to what companies participated in those opportunities. My calculation during that meeting, and I said it then, and you guys can probably correct me today, 4.67 cents less. Is my 5 minutes already?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, 4.67 cents went to African-American construction companies, and 91 cents of a dollar went to white construction companies. So if that's still accurate, help me better understand how what we've done so far is consistent with equity. Thank you. My 5 minutes up. That was quick 5 minutes. Dina, you had something to do with that clock, I know.
Okay. So I'm going to try to respond to some of the questions that you had specifically around MWSB, and then Sean is going to bring it back up with regards to your question with regards to disproportionality and equity. Okay. So the first one was around the updated policy. If you go to Appendix A within your binder, there is a draft strike-through version of the 2005 policy with the recommendations of how we would, how staff recommend for the revisions. It's the first draft, it's for you to react to and the like, so that's that. The second thing that you have that's in the back part of your, of this section, it is a document that looks like this. As Commissioner Griffin referenced, he provided us a recommendation of a draft policy. What we did is take every section that he identified as possibilities of writing, and we basically have a lot of that information. It's just not in the quote-unquote policy. What we believe as staff is that those are procedural things to do, and so we have these things outlined in our either provisions guide, in our provisions guide. So it either is the provisions guide or the companion guide. So we have the external facing one that helps the contractors know all the deets, things that they need to do from a requirement forms and everything like that, coupled with the companion guide, which is the internal resource that we use as staff to work with our departments and make sure everyone knows roles, responsibilities, and all the deets that we're supposed to do in the day-to-day in order to ensure the compliance of the program. So that's where that information is. So that's what this document does. It shows that a lot of the stuff is there. It's just in a different document. It's not in the policy. And again, it's the staff's perspective because a lot of those things that are identified are more procedural than policy oriented. It doesn't mean that there may not be, because one of the things, this opportunity was that we should be updating our provisions guide and our companion guide. And so we're in the process of doing that. And there may be things that are phrased differently alike that we can incorporate in the document as well. But that's the way that we're seeing it there. The other thing that was noted about PRISM, I highlighted today that we have implemented PRISM. PRISM got implemented in fiscal year 2024. Well, it got implemented towards the end of FY23, and we started using it in FY24, which is why the data that I was able to share with you today is the snapshot in time. Up before the implementation of PRISM, we had no system to track all of the subcontracting information that happened. So you think about from a construction contract, what we currently have, what we previously had is solely just the information that came into the front-end system, which was from finance. It allowed us to say we contracted with this vendor. We've got the information so we can make payment to that vendor. But that vendor then makes a whole bunch of other payments to all the different primes. And we had to have a mechanism to track that because that mechanism cannot be done in that front-end system. So we have deployed that, we have used that, and we are starting, the team has started putting information in there. So we're tracking in that manner for all of those contractors that are competitively bid. Now, there may be other entities, things that are in a larger scope, but right now, the economic development team looks at solely those that are competitively bid. That is their band and resources with regards, and they have larger contract and dollar amounts. So that's that there. And then the last thing with regards to the P card is with the P card, that's something that we'll have to, the finance director is here present, and he can explore that and try to understand if there are other opportunities with regards to getting additional vendor data from P card transaction. That is, so that's where I think we can go from there.
And as it relates to the relationship between disproportionality and equity, The easiest way to answer that question is to say that disproportionalities are a result of systemic inequities. The things that we understand in our data to be disproportionate or based on disparity is often rooted in systemic inequities that either we inherited or live inside of our procedures, policies, and practices. And the only way to eradicate those things is to measure, is to have the data available and understand where those disproportionalities and disparities are and deploy the appropriate resources in response to that. And so the relationship is sequential because most disproportionalities manifest as a result of. And so, interrogating that thoughtfully is really what the whole body of work is about, is saying, we recognize these disproportionalities exist. We recognize also the only way that we can solve those disproportionalities is rooting out these inequities that created them.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunlap, you have 4 minutes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to try not to use the 4 minutes.
I mean, thank you, but you know what I mean.
Well, I'm going to start by thanking Sean and his team for the work that they've done. Many of you will recall that a few years ago, I formed the Equity Committee, ad hoc committee with Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Susan Rodriguez-McDowell, Commissioner Jarrell, and myself. And this is really the first time that the full board is hearing about the work that we've been doing for the last couple of years. And I think they did an outstanding job of kind of bringing you up to where we are and the kinds of things that we've been working on and have been trying to implement. As has been stated, we've run into a number of challenges, but I think that the staff has done an outstanding job in trying to work around or work through the challenges that we've talked about. So you will also recall that we have allocated resources in our budget to address equity issues. And I think we're approaching a time where we can actually spend some of those resources on some of the things that you've heard today. As it relates to the issue that was revived, you remember we were trying to put $1,000 in a program for our 4-year-old kids that we ran into challenges with, but hopefully we're going to be able to work through that as well. So I am thankful for all that has been done. The one thing that I would hope that we would do with expediency is to update the language. I think that's essential because as we get challenges from the federal government about what we do with D&I think the language needs to reflect what has actually happened, and it needs to be updated. I think that will help us tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go with Commissioner Susan Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm questioning a little bit, Sean, you talked about the lifting DEI and the leveling DEI. Mm-hmm. And so I get the lifting DEI, but the leveling, is that the sort of equality versus equity? Is that what you're talking about there?
The fundamentals of it is rooted in equality versus equity, but it's not exactly one-to-one because inside of a leveling infrastructure, you still have some privilege of choice relative to your allocation. So, for example, let's use our generational wealth strategies as an example, right? So the pilot says we want to make sure that all youth aging out of foster care have access to these resources. Leveling is saying that is available for all of them. What happens now is we start to understand who are the youth aging out of foster care and how do we ensure that those youth are eligible for the resources that they get on a monthly basis. And so that's when you get to really have some choice, but none of that is based on their identity. right? So I think that's the biggest distinction. It's not based on their race, it's not based on their gender, age, or religion. It's based on their eligibility inside of the system. So it's
Okay.
level from that standpoint.
Okay, so that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing. Okay, gotcha. So as far as, so the only thing in our current United States of America, the only thing that is in jeopardy as far as DEI is concerned is anything that's from the federal government. So we're free to speak about DEI, to have people like you employed in a DEI sort of role, and we can do with our local funds what we deem appropriate without meddling from the federal government. Is that true or false?
So it's too early to say, to be very honest with you. And I don't want to project any confidence that may not be true. But
So
what
we could be shut down. This whole thing could be, that we're talking about right now, has the potential to be shut down.
There's potential for that. I think that the way that the current executive guidance from the federal level has been is mostly at the federal level. There's some questions in terms of, any of our programs that touch federal reimbursement, will that somehow be impacted? We don't know. It's still too early to determine. But I think to Commissioner Dunlap's point, it requires us to do some internal evaluation for what is it that we are truly doing, and do we prioritize and focus on our practices in service to our community rather than wrangling in a fight around words. And I think that's something that we'll need to grapple with, because I think fundamentally, and I've said this to this board before, all work that is in service to others is equity work, because you are responding to the unique needs of your constituency. And that constituency is not homogeneous. And so you have to interrogate specifically what they need and provide them specifically what they need, right? And so, getting into the debates around diversity, equity, inclusion, and what that means from a political standpoint is very different than what we're saying from a practical standpoint. And so I think us thinking about strategically what we do in service to our community keeps us safe, while those that are debating the virtues of DEI are separate from that. And so, we'll need to have some more conversation on that, but I know the bell rang and I know we have time, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're going to try to work our way to a quick rapid-fire second round once we get through this first one. But next, Commissioner, before I go to that person, I'm going to go to Commissioner Leek, but before you speak, Commissioner Leek, I want the community to be aware that I know this discussion is vitally important to you, and you've been a champion as it relates to diversity and equity before it was a buzzword, before anybody called it that. And you're the founder and champion of the Small Business Consortium, where you brought minority business owners to get contracts, government contracts. And you have really worked hard in that space with our justice-involved folks, and they have tremendous amount of respect for you. And this board has a tremendous amount of respect for your work. And with that being said, I want to go to you, and Christine, 4 minutes.
Let me first say thank you. I was sitting here as I was listening to the presentation and wondered what had happened to the Small Business Consortium that was founded by me and the people of my district. Worked through the staff. And the question that came to me that caused me to become very, very involved was that black people were not getting contracts with the county. And we had several meetings in the community of young men and young women who were business-oriented and wanted to know why they could not be a part of this process of taxpayers' money. So I became busy starting with 4 women, not 1, not 2, but 4, and I still have those 4 women. And I have the records, and I'm gonna keep those records, because people have a way of discarding you when they want to project themselves. So I'm glad I had an opportunity to serve in this capacity and still doing it. outside of the realm of the county. We sent 9 women to Africa for contracts, and everybody thought that was wonderful outside of the county board. My thing was to afford anybody who had the wherewithal to make it happen and happen in a way that would generate the economic growth that we needed. And that's where I stood. Several people that I knew across the country who were in Africa, I talked with at meetings before we even went to Ghana or Nigeria. And in that process, I said, now, the church cannot be involved. It's strictly government. Any letters, anything you do. I have one young lady who still is building a residence right now in Nigeria that started with the 9 women that we sent to Nigeria. And I thought, you know, things were great. Didn't hear it said here this morning, but I'm still pushing it. And when you see me wear flowers that look like from Africa, they sent those to me because I could not travel at that time. So I'm still working in the community about economic growth. Without economics, we can't do anything. And we know that, and I know that. And I'm hoping and praying that things will change. We have a new board, yes, but we're supposed to work with everybody on the board, not with just who you think is best to work with. And I thought I should have been a part of that committee, but I was never approached, never talked to about. We even had people out of New York asking to come to speak to our body. We had 400 and 500 attendees to our meetings, well received. So I'm grateful for having the constituents to have that kind of confidence in me and supported me in my efforts before it got here and before it was taken away from the process. But I'm going to still work. Can't stop me for working because I ain't no ways tired. But I appreciate what you're doing and and you and I have had a conference, and I'm still working on that end.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's one thing you cannot take. My parents taught me. What you do, make sure it's in writing. Because if you don't, somebody will steal it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. I can't read the small print for the modernization of the policy, but I look forward to going over that. I wish we could have a whole day with you. I ask for that, but we'll just have this short amount of time. On some of the slides you were going over, Dr. Johnson, and I'm just going to get all my questions out. You were talking about diverse strategies, how we need to really think about that. And on slide 235, you said there were certification verification challenges. And so I've heard some of this, from small businesses who struggle with the paperwork process. And I guess from another perspective, people are having difficulty with the certification verification challenges, but the small businesses are having difficulty with the paperwork. And so they're small. They don't have the staff resources to do the paperwork or even an understanding. So they don't have dedicated staff for that because they're just trying to get by. So in another slide, you were talking about coaching assistants. And I'm thinking that because we do want to serve the community, is there some kind of assistance available to help small businesses with the applications, or can we simplify the paperwork? Is that a possibility? There's also, and maybe I'm not saying this the right way, but I'm going to try, there's confusion that companies have with respect to being certified as a minority business. And so not only is there confusion, but the process costs money and at different organizations, depending on what they're filling out for. And again, that's time consuming, and each entity that they apply to has different paperwork. So it's not streamlined. And I want to say a couple more things. I love what you said about let's not wrangle on words. I think that's really important right now, to really focus on staying in service to others, because that is equity work. And it's just really, I'm having a hard time sleeping with all the things that are happening.
You and me both.
Yeah, like it's really troubling. And so how do we try to move forward in a healthy way? And I think that's part of it. And then as I was sitting here, a lot of places in my district, and so I've heard so much community input. But I was at a meeting where Dina gave like one of my favorite speeches she ever gave. And it was so authentic. And, I don't know if you want to speak to this later on, Dina, but you were talking about how important it's important for everybody. I mean, we all have different life experiences. And so she was sharing that she's traveled the country to learn about history, to make sure that when we do let a place, that we do it right. And so
30 seconds.
she was saying that, she said, it was so sweet. Like she said, I'm embarrassed that I didn't know all of this, but I've learned so much, and I really want to be part of the work that makes things right. And I had the same feeling. Like there's so many things we don't know, but as we learn them, like the commitment to that. And so this board has that, and I don't know if you want to speak to that, Dina, when they're finished, but it meant a lot to me and everyone that was at the meeting. Thank you.
Sure. I will speak to the couple things that you approached. One is with regards to, yes, we hear, like you have heard, the complexities or the difficulties for going through the certification process and the like. One of the things that was in the implementation study recommendations, the disparity study recommendations, which we were already starting to do, it was a recommendation about having broad small business supportive services. And so the Economic Development Department provides a host of services to small businesses, and those services are all free. So if they come to us, we assist to the best of our ability to navigate them through processes, help them understand how to go through it. And I know that they give assistance to people to try to make sure they streamline or help them. The certification processes are outside of our realm. They're the states. Right now, we focus on North Carolina's certification process, but our team has become very expert knowledge with regards to what they need to do, and they assist people in going through and navigating that process. So yes, we do that. The cost and everything, again, that's outside of our realm, so it's harder for us to control. It's not like we give money to supplement those costs. But we do our best to work with people. We try to help them access anything that they could be eligible for. We try to be a one-stop shop to ensure the successes of businesses wherever they are on the continuum.
Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've always stated that I'm really surprised at all of the, how intricately we are involved with the programs to assist. But in between the policy creation and the execution of the policy, I think is the downfall, especially with navigating the policy and communicating the policy to the laypersons to get it done. So there's a gap there. Love seeing it, the work that is being done towards that, and I know we're all holding our breath to determine how we move forward, even with the prospect of it all being like kind of the rug pulled from under us. But I would like to see an actual communication strategy to people, because ultimately I think that success would mean seeing a wait list of minority small businesses that are waiting to get into these wonderful programs that we have of foster children. Are we connecting with all of the colleges and universities that have phasing out of foster care programs? What are we doing to communicate the opportunities that are there? Where are we going to find those opportunities? And how can we better, other than just putting them on the website and saying it's there, you got to look for it? What can we do to impact that a little bit more?
I'll speak a little bit about our communication strategy. We've been working with public information to develop a a stronger relationship in regard to getting the stories out there and being more intentional about storytelling relative to the work that we're all doing. And I think one of the things that, one of the most recent accomplishments relative to that is that we did 2 public releases last week on our Gear Up and our Ramp Up program, including a short vignette by Suzette that was produced by Suzette around our Ramp Up program that told the story of 3 gentlemen and their participation in the program. But to the secondary point is making sure more people are aware that not only are these things happening, but also how they are eligible for them. And so that is something that we'll continue to work on and lock in on to make sure that we're telling that side of the story as well. But we are working with our public information partners to be better about working together to put those stories out there.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you so much for your team and what you're doing. I also just want to make a point to the chair that we both commissioned that report, and thank you for your leadership on that. On slides 267 and 268, I have a couple of questions. Are the funds only, it says to qualified post-secondary opportunities, so the funds are only going to be for college?
Workforce development opportunities.
Is MEC Pre-K already aware?
We are working with MEC Pre-K on developing the program parameters, and Mary Margaret is part of our design team.
Okay. And what is NCSEAA CFNC?
That's the North Carolina State Education Assistance Authority.
Okay.
They are the entity that operates all state contract or scholarships on behalf of the state of North Carolina. And so, the College Foundation of North Carolina is the executor of that work. And so they're kind of a subsidiary of the Pathways program.
And once this money is in there, once this all begins and the money's there for each child, if they move out of state, if they're not around, where does that money go?
It remains in the North Carolina 529 system. It remains there for their funds. If those funds go unused, they go back to the maturity pot of Mecklenburg County's investment.
Okay.
And then it gets reallocated to a new child that's eligible.
Okay, that was my question. And I know Commissioner Rodriguez-Medall addressed the federal government and DEI. Would MWBE also be part of that? Is that in danger, our policies around that?
It's in the conversation. It's in the language. So yeah, it's on the table for conversation.
Okay, and I just want to say Ramp Up and Gear Up, amazing programs. Thank you for your work on that. And I was also going to ask about communication. And I know there's a campaign to educate the public right now, and I hope those are really highlighted because they're incredible programs. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you to the committee. Thank you to the board for the support network, for sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Altman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you addressing the issue around PRISM, but what I've heard is that it's still not working well. There's not a seamless upload and communication, and it's sort of mission critical to doing the work. So I would like for you to address if you believe there are still problems with the functionality of PRISM. That's number one. Number two, I would like to ask a question without expecting you to say specifics in this forum. Have you ever been concerned that a county department was not trying to hire an MWSB firm in connection with a construction project? In other words, have you ever had a concern that a county department wasn't on board with the policy of trying to maximize access to opportunity? And if your answer to that question is yes, or you believe one of your employees could have that concern, has shared that concern with you, I would like to know what is the protocol for people sharing those concerns in an anonymous way, so that the information can get out there, because obviously that would be something of a fraught conversation, and I want to be sure that there's a process in place to air that concern in a way without retribution, because this is the policy of the board, And, you know, we deal with systemic racism outside the community, and we might deal with systemic racism inside the organization. So it's a fair problem. I mean, it's certainly, you know, quite foreseeable this could be a problem. So I'd like to know what the structure exists to address that. If you can confirm that that's occurred, and even if you cannot, if it might. Thank you.
Okay, you want me to do both of them? Okay, all right. All right, so,
I'll chime in.
okay,
Yes.
awesome. With regards to PRISM, PRISM as a system independently is functional.
Speak in the mic, please.
PRISM, the system independently is functional. Where the gap is the interface between PRISM and our front-end system, which is CDI Advantage, okay? The reason why they have to be able to talk is they're two uniquely different systems. The first one, which is the front-end system, is really for contract management. That system is designed, or has been designed, and that is a system that's used throughout the nation, where it's maintaining information about that vendor profile, and then it's getting information so you can make those payments. The piece that becomes why they have to interface is because, say it's prime vendor ABC. We need that system, that front-end system doesn't have the capacity, it's not designed, it was never developed because it's a national product that's out there to have all the subsidiary subcontracts that go to that prime. This other tool does making payment to people, the other one is for tracking data. You have to have them talk together. Right now, they do not talk together. So what we have is what we reported is the universe of what is managed at the subcontracting level, which is those that are competitively bidded. So the bigger piece is that we have to find a way to make those two systems talk. So that's that. So we're not where we optimally would want to be. It's not optimally how we've envisioned it to be. We have a ways to go, and that's one of the things that I said as an opportunity.
I hear you, and I understand. I think just because it's far more technical than I can really understand, what I'm primarily wanting to know is how quickly are y'all going to be able to get to a solution so they talk? Because the system doesn't work until the information flows like that.
The system partially works, but yes, I know that we've had conversations. We've had our IT, our information technology team review both systems, understand what else is in the marketplace, as well as to understand what it would take to make those two systems work. We don't have a project timeline for that. That's something that I'm working with my counterpart, Deputy County Manager Michael Bryant. We hope that we'll have more clarity as we get past this point with regards to what it is and the timeline to make that happen. But I will tell you that the commitment by both teams, independently in finance and economic development, they're tracking them both separately. It's just that we have to informally create that bridge in order to make a presentation to you. And I also think the most important thing is we've got to get to multi-year, because all we have right now in the subcontracting database is 1 year's worth of data, and that doesn't tell the story. With regards to our process, I would say more generically, anytime there's any type of issue, be it fraud or concerns, there are different pipelines or pathways that an employee can engage with us. They can go through the fraud hotline, they can tell their supervisor and manager, they can have a conversation directly with DI. They can have different pathways to do that. And however that pathway is, those get immediately presented to the executive leadership in some form, and they are addressed accordingly. And that's what I would just say there. So there is a protocol not specifically for MWSBE, it's a protocol for any issues that exist within the organization. I don't know if you have anything else additional.
And I'll just add really quickly that recognizing in this work that not everyone has bought in or is on board with it is a reality of equity work. But one of the things that we've been very intentional about is ensuring that we make the compelling case and also identify where people can see how their work naturally occurs inside of the equity work. And when it doesn't make sense, they do have a pathway to come to us for advocacy, outreach, or even telling us that things aren't happening as they should, right? And so we do engage with departments who might be struggling with finding their connection into this work. And, you know, we do a lot of coaching on the individual and team level in terms of what does it look like for them to do this work. Formal mechanisms for that don't necessarily exist. That's something that we're still figuring out, but we do have a lot of conversations in regard to people's experience and perspectives relative to this work and how it gets executed in each department. And so it happens. I think it's natural that it happens, but we do support people as they continue to understand how they contribute to the work.
Thank you. Other than Commissioner Griffin, before I come back to him, who else required a round two, colleagues? You need a round two as well?
Well, just a follow-up, yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to do 90 seconds for Commissioner Griffin and Commissioner Dunlap. Commissioner Griffin?
Me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Less than 5 cents on the dollar went to African-American contractors, and 91 cents on the dollar went to white contractors. And I'm saying this for my colleagues, because I understand how the process works. The manager kind of counts votes. If it is important to you, colleagues, that we have a system that can better receive and analyze the data, then share that with the manager so she can put that in the budget. And then at least we'll have a system to at least collect the data and make decisions from. Because otherwise, we're going to stay right where we are.
That's right.
And not move forward. So I just say to my colleagues, if it concerns you that we need to do better, rather than just competitively bid things, consultants, everything, we need a better technology system, then say that to the manager so she can put that in her budget so that years down the road, we can get better data to make better decisions with. That is just for my colleagues, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunlap.
Well, I thought I heard Leslie say that they were still trying to develop the system, and I agree we do need a system. But one of the things that the system will not do is to help on the front end when it comes to determining who makes the cut of those companies that bid. Some of you have been in the interviews with me where we've talked to people who are bidding and we're interviewing them, and they talk about who's not in the interview room, and they were saying that only certain people made the cut. I can't say one way or the other how that cut was made, but I hope, if nothing else, we will track how they made the cut, because the people who don't make the cut, and it has nothing to do with race, gender, company, or what have you. The people who don't make the cut feel like the people who made the cut were pre-selected, so that when we're making a selection for a contractor, it is already pre-decided, because the people who make the cut are the only ones who have the opportunity at that point. So I wish there was a way we could kind of validate that the people who made the cut made the cut.
So, George, I think are you referring to like the RFQ process? Because don't we do the RFQ, then the RFP? No, I'm sorry. There's a request for qualifications, I thought. So the RFP is first or the RFQ is first?
The RFQ is
RFQ,
first.
right. That's what I
And that's a
thought.
qualification-based selection. It's not based on price. So you interview the people who meet the qualifications.
Right.
You make a recommendation, and then they negotiate the price and the contract after that.
And that's what, I wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that, because I thought it was the RFQ first. In what, I want to make sure that I'm clear on what you're saying, George, because I think I'm hearing people are saying that they're getting screened out at the RFQ process, and they believe that they should be screened in. So one of the things that, I don't know how we put controls in place to, I mean, I don't know where that mechanism is to say, if somebody, if a vendor comes and they say, look, we feel like we're completely qualified, we didn't even get up to bat, and we should have been in the game. Because I've heard that, and I don't know what controls, and I don't want an answer now, but I wanted to make sure we were clear on the feedback that we're hearing from the community, and that's what I get a lot. And George, I think, there's several folks that, have said that to us. that was the first thing. The other thing that I'd like, and Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to document this because, again, based on time, I don't want to try to have an answer, but this is something that I would, like my colleagues, hopefully they will support it and staff can help us address it. I love the MEC lending program. I love it. I think it's unique. My concern is that the level of participation is not reflective of the effort that is going into it. The participation is not it's not because we're not trying. There's something that our small businesses are missing with respect to even applying, because we have stripped down the parameters so much that there should be more businesses trying to get access to this capital. So I would say this, and Mr. Attorney, this is kind of for you to turn in your head as well, because I know we cannot do grants to small businesses. I did learn something in these 6 years. So I've heard you loud and clear. One caveat that I would look at, I remember the city of Charlotte, there was a Beyond Open grant process that the city participated in through the banks, and there were grants to not only nonprofits, but small businesses. Now, I don't know if there's a caveat between what county government can do and, particular municipalities. But I'm thinking maybe there's a mechanism for us to even have a portion that's forgivable because there's a benefit back to the community. This ties into economic development, so to speak. There's a benefit back to the community. I don't know how all these things could potentially tie in, but I would like to really explore how do we make it more of a benefit to businesses beyond just the loan? Is there any portion, do we have an ability to forgive? Can we participate in a grant program through a third party to spur economic development and support for small businesses? So I know I convoluted a lot in that, but I do think we have to explore and be a little bit more creative on how we disperse funds to those businesses in the community that can't get a TIG or any level of business investment grant.
Welcome the opportunity. The one thing I will just make sure that you have a clarity on is with regards to.
Speak up, honey.
Sure thing. Welcome the opportunity. I think we always can do better and do more, right, for our community. From the small business lending program, just have this in your head. The number that we shared with you, 53, is what was approved. There's
Yes.
probably as many that did not get approved, and those are still getting service from us, because when they're not approved, that's when we provide that coaching system to try to get them better positioned so they can. So we have probably over 100 some other people that may have had an interest, but even though we've had the accommodating requirements, they're not able to make it. So we've got to figure out how do we deal with that front end to better position them so they can be better able to access those types of things.
And I appreciate that, and I think that is excellent context. One thing that I would offer up in the Beyond Open program that I did reference, the applications received were so overwhelming that they had to shut it down. It was a community response that was literally overwhelming. I don't want to even put a number. I think I know the number, but I don't want to put it. It was an overwhelming number. So what that speaks to me is we know that there is a need in the small business community beyond our nonprofits that deserve and want support. We know that there's a need. Small businesses, I think, need capital, want capital, are scared to take on that burden of capital. And if there is a mechanism that we can lessen that burden and find a mechanism to support, I just think it would be beneficial. But I appreciate and respect the context there. And thank you for the openness. We are over time. Okay. One of the things that I will say is this, is that the feedback that we receive, we do need to take breaks a little more frequently. So I get that. We are going to do a break, but we're going to make up for this time on the back end. So just remember, we're tracking the time that we're going to make up. Well, let's do 10 because you know, you need time. We're gonna do 10, listen, let's be back in the seats, 10:50. I'm hitting the gavel. Thank you.
Thank you.
This next portion of the agenda will be handled by the vice chair, so I'm going to turn the gavel over to the vice chair at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we now have up Abby Wyatt of Livable Meck. Thank you, Abby.
And this is...
Make sure this is, okay. Good morning, Chair Jarrell, County Commissioners, County Manager Diorio, Mecklenburg County colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Let me get the slides going in the right direction before I... Sorry about that. We're going through there we go. Great, okay. So now that we're caught up, the purpose of my presentation today is to provide an update on Livable Meck, our progress, the direction we're heading in, and the current activities. So today I'll provide an introduction to the Livable Meck team. I will talk on some of the language that I'll use throughout the presentation so that we're all on the same page. We'll talk about what Livable Meck is as a program, the history of the program, where we are today, and where we are headed. So before I dive in, I do want to take a second to introduce the team. I know not everybody may be familiar. So I am Abby Wyatt. I am the Livable Meck manager. I've been with Mecklenburg County for about 6 years. About 4 of those years were in public health before coming into the county manager's office in this role. I report to Robert Nesbitt, who many of you know is the Chief of Staff for Health and Human Services Agency. So when I refer to we throughout the presentation, that's who I'm referencing. In addition to who we are, I want to take a minute to go over a couple of terms that I will use throughout the presentation. We often refer to community partners throughout this presentation. The word community partner is used throughout county departments, often with different meanings depending on their interactions with the organization. So for the sake of Livable Meck, this is how we approach partners. We created this graphic just as kind of a quick overview. So looking at the bottom, we have stakeholders. These are organizations that have a direct stake in seeing the work move forward, but they're not necessarily involved in the day-to-day activities of the other organizations and community partners. Above our stakeholders, we have our direct service providers. So these are organizations that provide direct services and resources to the community. So think clinics, food pantries, things along those lines. Above that, we have our policy partners. So these are the organizations who craft the policies that guide and direct the work that's done in the community. And then at the top of the pyramid, we have our strategic funders. These are the organizations who provide resources to these organizations that allow them to do the work that they do. In addition to the partners, I will reference Livable Meck as a collective impact model throughout this presentation. So collective impact refers to a collaborative approach where multiple organizations from different sectors come together with a shared agenda and coordinate efforts to address complex social issues. The triangles across the bottom represent agreed upon focus areas for a successful collective impact structure. I'll touch on how Livable Meck addresses each of these issues throughout the presentation. Last, before I start to dive in, I want to touch on the social determinants of health. Livable Meck focuses on the social determinants of health throughout our work. The social determinants of health are the non-medical factors that impact a person's health and well-being. We established these 8 social determinants of health for Livable Meck based on the services and focus areas of the county in collaboration with what the CDC deems as the social determinants of health. So now that I've covered that, I'd like to dive into what Livable Meck is. I know not everyone may be familiar with the program or may be new to the county, so I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Since its inception, Livable Meck has focused on understanding community needs, fostering partnerships, and aligning priorities to address some of the county's most pressing challenges. It has done this through focusing on 3 areas: serving as a connector and a convener by bringing together organizations, county departments, and stakeholders to foster collaboration. Ooh, sorry about that. Also by functioning as a resource hub. through the sharing of information and helping partners learn and grow in ways to best serve their community. And then last, by leaning into the role of communicator and highlighting partners' successes and progress. So now that we have more of an understanding about what Livable MEC is, I want to talk about why it was created and how we've evolved to where we are today. In 2012, Mecklenburg Livable Communities was formed through a partnership with the City of Charlotte, Foundation for the Carolinas, and Mecklenburg County. This partnership was created as a response to the rapid population growth projections for the county. From 2012 to 2014, this partnership assessed the plans that existed within the city, the county, and community partners with the goal of creating a North Star plan for all of those other plans to work towards to ensure a collective approach was being taken to protect quality of life for residents during this time of growth. From 2014 to 2015, as it happens, staffing and funding changes at the city and the foundation took place, and they were no longer able to co-lead the project. So at that time, Mecklenburg County continued with their commitment and absorbed Mecklenburg Livable Communities as a county program. In 2015, the program was rebranded from Mecklenburg Livable Communities to Livable MEC. From 2015 to 2017, Livable MEC reestablished a steering committee, expanded its partner network, and conducted the Voices of the Community Partner Research Project. The Voices of the Community Project consisted of conversations with over 700 residents and 120 community organizations, nonprofits, and businesses to expand on the original conversations that took place and provide Livable MEC with a clear understanding of what the residents viewed for a positive quality of life at that time. From 2017 to 2020, Livable MEC functioned as a connector and a convener of community organizations, nonprofits, local governments, and businesses. In 2020, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, Livable MEC shifted and adapted to the new landscape. Community organizations were focused on serving their community and keeping their capacity to do so. This left Livable MEC as an available resource for partners, but unfortunately, it was put on the back burner for many due to what they were focusing on within the community. So from 2020 to 2022, Livable MEC served the community online. During that time, there were internal changes, and in 2022, leadership made the decision to move Livable MEC from Louisa, where it had traditionally been housed, to the county manager's office, with the goal of increasing its visibility and broadening its reach. In 2023, Livable MEC was moved to its current home on the Consolidated Health and Human Services Agency team within the county manager's office. Since that time, we have been evaluating the program through partner conversations, internal department discussions, and general ongoing feedback to reshape the program to its current state, which honors where Livable MEC has been, while continuing to look forward and evolve to best serve our community. That brings us to where we are today. Now that we're up to date, I'd like to talk about what Livable MEC currently looks like. As of today, Livable MEC continues to serve as a connector and a convener by expanding our scope and focusing on the 3 areas listed here. We continue to serve as a engagement infrastructure to connect and convene organizations. We bring them together. We bring community partners together that typically operate in silos, allowing for facilitated discussions relating to areas of focus. We organize conversations that share ideas, encourage partners to strategize around best practices and opportunities while sharing successes and how to replicate them. We also facilitate communication. We are actively creating an online engagement hub specifically for Livable MEC partners called HiveBright. This hub hosts a searchable, comprehensive partner directory, the opportunity for partners to promote trainings and events, a resource library consisting of capacity building toolkits, lists of available funding sources, and general information around best practices for collective impact programs. It also allows for facilitated conversation prompts from the Livable MEC team in addition to providing partners with an opportunity to connect between in-person convenings. In addition to our online engagement platform, I meet with partners one-on-one to talk about their work in detail, provide updates, and build a general rapport with the community. This also allows us to identify areas of overlap and gaps and encourage collaboration among organizations that serve our community. Collectively, these efforts allow us to increase awareness and education through our online hub and by promoting the work that's being done through the community. As I talk about the current state, I'd like to highlight what this looks like in action. Last spring, Mecklenburg County began distributing funding to local organizations who were working to decrease overdose deaths due to opioid usage. We saw this as an opportunity to leverage Livable Mech and bring these organizations together, as they are all working on similar issues within the similar space. In April of '24, we gathered 12 organizations and 26 attendees together for our first opioid settlement partners meeting. From April through November, Livable Mech hosted 5 convenings at various partner locations. Each meeting focused on a different topic that was relevant to their work and provided the group with an opportunity to learn, share their experiences, and have an open dialogue. Also, by hosting at various locations, partners were able to gain a deeper understanding not only of the work being done by the other organizations, but of the facilities themselves. After each convening, we hosted a tour of that building. This gave the partners the ability to get a feel for the building, to understand the layout, and see firsthand what their clients will see when they enter these facilities. This allows them to provide warmer handoffs to their clients. So moving forward, as they refer to and from each other, they can also provide clear details to their clients. To ensure the county was included in this process, I hosted our second convening at the Ella B. Scarborough Community Resource Center, in which we hosted a tour afterwards. This allowed the partners to understand the county's vision for the CRCs and also to be able to refer their clients with confidence into those buildings. Before I move on, there's one more thing I want to highlight about those meetings. At the end of the first convening, keep in mind there were 12 organizations and 26 people represented between those. I asked the group how many people had learned about an organization that they were unaware of prior to coming to the meeting. And there were about 4 or 5 hands that went up. So this demonstrates the need for a program serving these organizations and making these connections. These organizations are now providing warmer handoffs for their clients. Some are referring clients to and from each other for job training and job opportunities, and these are connections that were created as a direct result of this convening. Beginning this month, the opioid settlement group will fold into the Substance Use Disorder Task Force. This task force consists of organizations across the community working in this space, not just those receiving county funding. In the spirit of Livable Mech, we thought this was the best approach moving forward. We brought these organizations together in a smaller setting, which allowed them to build and foster relationships, but knowing that there's another group hosting a similar meeting, we did not want to duplicate efforts. Livable Mech has continued to engage with the opioid settlement partners and still currently is engaging with the Substance Use Disorder Task Force. Continuing the conversation on partners, I would like to talk about the current partner landscape. We are currently rebuilding Livable Mech's partner network. To date, we have 35 partners who are committed to engaging with Livable Mech as we reestablish our partner network. This will no doubt increase and will continue to be a key area of the program. In addition to re-expanding and engaging with our partner network, we are working internally with county departments and have established liaisons within the departments you see here. Liaisons act as the main point of contact between their department and Livable Mech. And we connect to provide updates on program progress, the partner landscapes, and share any information that's helpful for partner program and for programs and partners. Livable Mech will include liaisons in our planning strategies and share information gathered at partner convenings. This allows Livable Mech to expand its reach within the county and serves to assist county departments with their work through partner collaborations. I'd now like to move on to the future state of Livable Mech and where we're headed. The future is being approached in phases. We have a really exciting opportunity to build and shape this program based on the needs of our community and our partners. I acknowledge that this is a large project and that we need to take our time and build upon the accomplishments of each phase. So when we look at phase 1, where we currently are, we are expanding our partner network and strengthening those relationships. This will always be a foundational element of Livable MEC as we continue to move forward and host additional partner convenings. This will allow us to listen and learn from partners and guide our future conversations based on their needs, their goals, and their challenges. Through partner engagement and by collaborating with the Office of Strategy and Innovation, we will work to develop metrics that measure the impact of these efforts. By collaborating with OSI, we can ensure that we continue to align with the board priorities and address emerging community needs. By expanding our partner network and establishing appropriate measurements, we move into phase 3, which is to establish Livable MEC as a backbone support program for the county. As a backbone support program, Livable MEC will serve as a dedicated program with the mission to drive cross-sector collaboration and leverage the shared expertise within our partner network to drive systems-level changes. So taking that into account, let's talk about how this ultimately impacts the community. Aligning with the phases from the previous slide, phase 1 will positively impact the community by fostering a collaborative network of community partners who will have a common shared agenda to work towards, leading to more collaborative efforts to address community needs. In addition, by establishing measurements and understanding the successes and challenges, we can make more informed decisions around programming and funding. And last, by tapping into our network of partners, we can leverage shared experiences and expertise to work towards creating that systems level change. As we talk about the future direction, I do want to take a minute to give a tangible example. I'm really excited to be planning our next convening for this spring, which will be comprised of the leaders of all of these internal county initiatives. The goal of this convening is to bring internal county programs together and provide the teams with an opportunity to connect. As I understand it, a convening like this has never been organized within the county. So this is a new opportunity for our teams to come together and have an open dialogue around their initiatives. This will allow them to provide the group with an overview of what their initiative is, to discuss how it's progressing, what some of their challenges may be, to understand where there are areas to establish and increase collaboration, understanding what each other's partner landscapes look like, and continuing on past that. We're really gonna let that conversation kind of go and see. So gathering feedback and listening to the discussions will inform the next direction of Livable MEC and how we will convene and engage with community partners. Before I wrap up, this was a quick one, so we can get a little bit of time back. I am really excited with the shift of the program that's happened over the past couple of years. We decided that we were going to update our logo and tagline. So this has never been seen. You guys are the first people to see it. It just happened last week. But we have our new Livable MEC logo. So again, I understand that a lot of the work that we're talking about today is aspirational. But for more than a decade, Livable MEC has served as a catalyst for change by bringing organizations together and individuals to improve quality of life for Mecklenburg County residents. By listening to the needs of the community and engaging with partners, we are taking our time to build connections that matter. By amplifying efforts and enabling partners, we transform challenges into opportunities, creating a greater impact than any organization could achieve on their own. So thank you for your time today. I will turn it over for questions. I do want to thank County Manager Diorio and Deputy County Managers Trotman and Dr. Johnson for their support with this program since it moved to the County Manager's office, and also Robert Nesbitt. They've all been very supportive in watching this program grow and giving us the runway to work towards where we are today. My contact information can be found on this slide, so thank you again, and turn it over to discussion.
funny. Okay, so thank you, Abby. Really appreciate the presentation and all your hard work. I'm going to generally set it 2 minutes per person, just because we have another presentation that was queued up for 5 minutes from now. We're not going to make that, and that's okay. And I'm going to return my time back to the group or Commissioner Powell, as it may be. But we will begin with Commissioner Townsend Ingram, and then Commissioner Leek, and then Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
I'm going to defer my time.
Okay.
Thank you. Interesting, because as I peruse the information, it's still bodies coming together to come up with a response to some of the critical needs of the community. And what you have done is pull these together. And they're already, for me, in most communities, are already together. How does that enhance the services that is needed in these respective areas that you've listed? How will we meet those needs? And where would the money come from?
Well, I'll address the money piece first. That is a work in progress, which is part of why we are here today. So I will say Livable Mech does not fund any programs in the community. So that is not the goal of this program.
But they're already funded.
Yes. So what we're talking about when we talk about a backbone organization or a collective impact structure is that Livable Mech is making the connections at a broader level with those community organizations. So if there is a group, there are organizations that have an internal collective impact structure. They're coming together and they're working towards problems to solve those problems. And people tend to work very hard and put their head down and address the problems that they're trying to solve. So where we come in is being a supplement to that and looking at the work that's happening across the community where we might be able to make a connection for them. We might be able to bring in additional partners that will ultimately help them solve at a wider reach, at a greater expansion. So that is the goal of this program as a collective impact structure.
And that's what I see already happening with Trotman and other department heads in the county. Thank you so much.
You're absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Leek. Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Thank you. My very simple question is on slide 304. Do you have a timeline associated with these steps or phases?
Sorry, I'm not.
That one, yeah.
Okay. So it's slightly in the works. We have a rough outline, but right now, for the remainder of fiscal year 25, where we are now, we are working on establishing and expanding that partner network. We have several convenings that we have coming up between now and the end of the fiscal year. And then through those convenings are the conversations that we're going to have with OSI as far as how we work towards the metrics piece. We know that's the biggest challenge with this. We know that's the biggest challenge across the board. So we are focusing on getting that feedback from partners, bringing people together to understand what that landscape looks like, and then moving forward. So again, kind of going back to, we really want to take our time to make sure we do this right, because there's an opportunity to build it in a really, in a solid way, versus doing it too fast and just not having it reach the goals that we're trying to reach. So we do have phase 1 set for the remainder of the fiscal year, and then working forward from there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up, Commissioner Dunlap, then Commissioner Meyer, and then Commissioner Griffin.
So I realize that Livable Mech has been in existence for some time now. Since that time, board members have changed. The boards have come up with their priorities. How does this program inform the work that the commission is doing today?
That the commissioners are doing today? Is that what you?
Yeah, because we're focusing on our priorities. I want to know how this fits into what we're doing.
So there is a slide that I have that is not presented today that I would love to have a conversation with in more detail, but we have, as part of our strategy, the board priorities are a part of that. So we are aligning the focus areas with the social determinants of health, which will be a standard across the board, but understanding the 4 focus areas of the board. Well, there's 5, but we took one out because it wasn't relevant. So the 4 focus areas, and are incorporating that into the work that we're doing as we convene with partners.
So in a nutshell, tell me how Livable Meck would help foster what the county's goals are.
So it's focusing on those as we bring partners together and as we're having conversations, understanding what the goals of the board are and what the goals of the county are, and having that in mind as we're having conversations with community partners, that we can bring people together who are working in that space and foster and facilitate conversations on how we can bring their efforts, their resources, and their energy together to address those, in addition or in coordination with groups that already exist. So it's really, again, serving as a supplement to the work that's being done to look at it big picture and be able to make those connections.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunlap, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Abby. This was interesting. I didn't know much about Livable Meck, and I did not know that the opioid settlement organization between organizations, I didn't know that fell under you, so learned something new. And I'm curious, is it just the 2 of you, you and Robert, when you said we?
It is.
That's
So
your
we're
team.
about 1.25 person
Okay.
actively working on this.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you. And I kept hearing things like data-driven, metric to evaluate impact. Is this something that what Commissioner Griffin is asking about, data-driven results, could flow through Livable Meck? Is this something that would happen?
We would love for that to be the case. I mean, again, as we've talked about, we are in a rebuilding, reevaluating part of this, and that's where it's been for the past 1.5 years. And so when we look at this and we look at best practices that other collective impact structures are doing and across the country, that is an opportunity here. So when I say we have an opportunity to craft a program that can really fit our needs, that is an opportunity. It's understanding how we can do it in a way that, one, isn't duplicating any information that's already being collected. That's part of what this phase 1 of understanding is. We need to understand what people are already collecting, what the county already has, and how we can tie that together. How can we create uniform data that's helpful? Because if we're working with partners across these scopes, information is different. So again, it is a very nuanced, tricky area to get hard data, but that's not to say that it's not possible. And that's why we're having conversations and working towards that and understanding the landscape. That's a big part of it.
So on slide 306, Mecklenburg County Enterprise-wide Initiatives, that's your next convening, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, looking at all of these, it hits on so many of, the data that we're looking for.
It does, yes.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. And when is that?
The date is not 100% set yet, but it will be in March. We're looking at mid-March. Almost everybody is available, so it will be in March.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin, Commissioner Powell has something she really wants to get out for the conversation. Do you mind if she goes in front?
I do not mind.
All right, and I'm going to give her my 2 minutes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And I'm glad all the questions are being asked. In 2010, so that's 15 years ago, there was no environmental stewardship committee in the county. And so I attended all of the environment committee meetings at the city of Charlotte with staff from Louisa. And so when we petitioned, there were 13 of us that petitioned to the city through John Autry and Rob Focus to have a environmental stewardship, sustainability, and resilience plan. That was the birth of it. Like, that's what we were asking for. And people there said, oh, this can't happen without a relationship between the county, the towns, and the city. And so it took 2 years to make that come true, with even resistance there was resistance from the county commission at that time, a little bit, and one of my towns, there was resistance. And I think this is important to talk about because this is how all these shifts kept happening. And so while the intention was to protect, and I have all the documentation because I've been to hundreds of meetings about this, to have resilience, to protect the environment, but also with respect to the importance of that, the relationship of that to community health and wellness. And so Health and Human Services is directly connected to that. And through the resistance, like all the community meetings and stakeholders who showed up who did not want anything like that, we came up with all these connections of why it's important. And so you found consensus through this. And at one time, I think we had more than 8 categories, but now it's down to 8. So it's interesting to learn about the multiple shifts, and hopefully, like, as it shifts forward, it becomes stronger. But it's also worrisome sometimes, like, I was really happy to see farmland preservation in there and environmental justice, but you don't want any of these to get diluted. And so I'm really thankful for some of the questions that have come forth. But that's why it was housed in Louisa for so long before it came to the county manager's office, because there was such an environmental focus. And I wanted to go before Commissioner Griffin because you're Chair of Health and Human Services, and it's so connected, but also to make sure it doesn't get diluted and lost. Because, when you see all the other things on there, I feel like our intention in 2010, it was strong. I think it still is. Don't let the environment resilience part get diluted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin, Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm struggling, Ms. White. Thank you for your presentation first. It seems like another clearinghouse. And that's a concern for me because on one of your slides, it talks about sharing data and metrics. It's tough for us to share Medicaid data with food stamp people. So it's just hard for me to see the outcome of the evaluation. Can you just share what difference are you planning to have if this is 100% up and running? What are you looking for to happen that's not happening now with all the other agencies that are out there, internal and external?
That's a great question. So, to be honest, I think we're still working through what the end piece looks like. That's not to say that we have a pretty solid resource library of what people are doing across the country. And the challenge that we have here is that with the collective impact model, we are covering all the social determinants of health, which is kind of everything. So when we're looking at the data piece of it, we understand that we are not monitoring the programs that are out there. We are not the program oversight. So what we are doing is trying to serve as potentially a landing page that houses a lot of information. We have also looked at how can we create 2, 3, 4 livable MEC metrics that communicate progress across the board when we're looking at that. It's not going to be right away drilled down into very specific data because we don't, again, it's a person in a quarter that's working on this. So that is why we're working on it in phases and we're taking our time to build it out, and we want to continue to have these conversations and really assess what will work and what won't so that we can take our time and build it out the right way. I know some conversations that we've had with Mike and his team, we're looking at a structure that might be able to work, and I'm happy to have those conversations offline in a little bit more detail to kind of let you know the direction of what we're envisioning, but it's very freshly, like barely ingredients put together. So I'm not ready to have a in-depth conversation around that as we're starting to understand these conversations as we're reestablishing this network. But a lot of it is really understanding what's happening and being able to bring that information back together to a central place that can serve the county across health and human services and potentially beyond.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Abby, thank you for the presentation. I'm disconnected to a degree. I think convening is important. I think bringing all the stakeholders together is really important. Where I'm probably a little more disconnected and I need to get a better handle on is understanding the accountability of our partners. So we're convening without, my words, not yours, a level of accountability. Somebody to monitor and measure, particularly if we're going to talk about impact. Because when, you know, a lot of these are internal departments or folks that we're funding. So, I mean, when I look at Livable MEC as a backbone, I'm looking at it more as, you know, somebody to help with the level of accountability. I think, you know, I say all that to say, I guess I'm really disconnected. I want to make sure that there's enough teeth there to yield results. And so maybe, Madam Manager, maybe we just need to take maybe a little deeper dive in a budget policy setting where, you know, there's just more runway where you can present all of your slides, because obviously it's condensed here. We can, and you know, maybe some board members can get a better lay of the landscape where you can drill down a little bit more. But that's just a suggestion for me.
Yeah, I want to, Abby, go back to your slide that has the collective impact model on it. So I think this is the crux of what we're doing. So it's a collective impact model. We don't have accountability over other agencies and organizations unless we fund them to a certain degree. We have some, you know, some oversight. But this is around those, what are those 5 boxes on the bottom, which allows us to bring everybody together that's working on all of these issues, to share information, to share data, to see, to Commissioner Griffin's point, what's the impact we're having community-wide? We're always looking about, you know, what are we doing in the county and how are we impacting the community? And we always say, well, we can only impact the things we control. So the way that we get our arms around that is to look at a collective impact model so that every organization that's working on these issues can come together and we can get a better sense from a community-wide perspective, the impact that we're having. It's not about accountability. We don't have any oversight over these organizations. It's all about influence and bringing people together and communicating out what we're doing across these different things and impacting the social determinants of health.
So when I'm looking at on the enterprise-wide initiatives where it, like a Home for All, for instance, on that list here, or, you know, age-friendly Mecklenburg, the CHIP, sort of some of our internal.
But those are our programs.
Right.
So we have accountability over our programs, but the organizations that are doing in this community, we don't have oversight or accountability over them. So like the opioid group, to some extent, we do because we're funding some of them. So we have some oversight there, but for the vast majority of them, we don't. But we're meeting and trying to understand collectively what is the impact we're having on the community. And that's a really good example because everybody's working on the same thing. We don't have oversight, but we're all working towards the same goal, which is to reduce overdose deaths. So how do we come together, have those conversations, share information, and then look at the community-wide impact of the work that everybody's doing collectively?
Okay.
Does that help?
It does. I'm
Commissioner
still not there, and it's just one of those moments for me. So let me figure out a better way to formulate what I'm driving to, and then we could just circle up offline.
Yeah,
But I
and
definitely appreciate the presentation.
I will say, too, we do have a partnership agreement that we have, organizations have signed and committed to, that outlines kind of what our expectations are, what we are asking of them, so what they are committing to as a Livable MEC partner. I'm happy to send that to you in addition to some of the other slides, or if we decide to, you know, set some time aside at another meeting to do a deeper dive, I'm happy to do any of that as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you, sir.
All right.
Thanks, Abby.
Well, thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
Okay, Dina, what's next?
Next is our presentation on services for seniors. We've had a lot of conversations around we had presentations
Yep.
yesterday around the graying of our county and services for seniors. So we wanted to bring Kim Henderson here to talk about what she's doing in her department and some future strategies around helping our aging population.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me get my timer going. I was instructed by my DCM to keep the pace moving, so I will do that.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. One second.
He's hungry.
So, good morning, Chairman Jarrell, Vice Chairwoman Altman, Commissioners, County Manager Diorio, and my county colleagues. I'm Kim Henderson,
morning.
CFAS Director, and I'm standing between you and lunch, and I realize that. I thank you for the opportunity to discuss a topic of great importance to our community, the well-being and quality of life of our senior population. Our county is home to a vibrant and growing senior community, and our county departments provide a broad range of services to support their needs. These programs reflect our commitment to ensuring that seniors can age with dignity, independence, and purpose. As we look ahead to the next 20 years, we know that we are facing the silver tsunami, a great shift in the size of our senior population that will require us to adapt the scope and nature of the services that we provide. Today, I'll present key data regarding our local senior population, outline how we are addressing their needs through existing programs, and share key areas of focus for the future as we prepare for growth and work to ensure that our county remains a leader in supporting our senior community. I also want to draw your attention to the appendix to this presentation, which contains a good amount of additional data related to our discussion. I want to start by sharing our overall vision for seniors in Mecklenburg County that underpins the work we do every day. Our vision, as you see here, is to ensure that seniors in Mecklenburg County experience ease of access, support, and self-sufficiency through innovative strategies and community collaboration. With this vision in mind, let's start by taking a closer look at the current senior population in Mecklenburg County and their unique characteristics. The data I'll share across the next few slides is based upon a really robust dashboard that the North Carolina Division of Health and Human Services has around aging. It provides county analyses of age demographics with a particular focus on aging populations. So you can see here, based upon our calendar year 2022 data, seniors 65 plus made up 13% of our total population, with over 144,000 residents aged 65 and older. Notable groups included 2,700 plus grandparents who were caring for grandchildren at that time, and 5,700 seniors who had relocated here. As we examine this population more closely, it's important to recognize the diversity among our seniors and what that means for equitable service delivery. Here you can see our senior population is clearly diverse. In 2022, based upon the state data, the population was roughly 64% white, 28% African American, and reported 5% Hispanic Latino ethnicity. A majority of seniors had at least a high school education, and 75% of the population was above 199% of the federal poverty level. As we look at projected growth, the first data set from the state dashboard provides an estimate of the 2022 population across various age groups and projects the population for these groups in 2042 based off of trends. The second data set illustrates the percentage increase in population within these age groups from 2022 to 2042. By 2042, the 85-plus age group will increase by 207%, and the 65-plus group will grow by 85%. Yesterday, you heard Brandon Simmons share that the overall growth for those age 65-plus from now until 2050 would be 112%, which would mean going from 150,000 seniors who are 65-plus today to to nearly 320,000 seniors. Proactive planning for this growth is crucial to meet future needs. Based upon our statewide data, we also know that major service gaps and challenge areas include healthcare access, mobility, social isolation, and financial independence. As we work with the county to tackle these challenges, we are guided by an evidence-based global framework that focuses on creating livable communities for older adults, and that is the World Health Organization's 8 domains of livability. This framework is used by many of the towns, cities, and counties and states enrolled in the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities to improve quality of life for older adults. The county started the process of becoming an age-friendly community in 2016 and received formal designation in 2021. The balance of this presentation is organized around this 8-domain framework and outlines the specific programs and services the county provides to support seniors and meet their evolving needs across these 8 major areas. As you can imagine, our largest service scope rests within Domain 8. And so I'm going to begin there and then move back around the wheel across 1 through 7 to highlight key senior programs. Domain 8 is Community and Health Services. Since I have the podium, I have to start by commending my own team and say that I'm very proud of the 169 employees within the SFA division under the leadership of Division Director Gregory Tanner. The division offers many critical programs for seniors, all supported by an approximately $30 million budget comprised of federal, state, and local funding. The 8 programs and services you see here are just the major ones, but there are many more. And today I will walk you through 6 of those, in addition to other programs that are hosted and led by other departments throughout the county. First, I want to highlight the adult daycare program, which I know you've heard a good deal about over the past few months. The county contracts with 8 centers that provide supervised care for seniors with cognitive or physical impairments, promoting their social and emotional well-being. The centers are serving 140 clients with 160 clients on the inquiry list. Just a point of clarification here, an inquiry list is distinguished from a wait list. According to policy and procedure requirements, we do not maintain a wait list because maintaining a wait list would require full assessments for all 160 clients and then quarterly updates of those clients. And so for the past 10 years, 10 plus years, we have maintained an inquiry list for those who are interested in joining the adult daycare program and in-home aid program. And we do some preliminary assessments of eligibility, but do not go much deeply further into pursuing the assessments. Most clients within our adult daycare program are over 70 years old, and the average cost of care for each client is $21,000 per year. That is the base cost for the adult daycare service. It does not include transportation costs and other costs that may be related to their attendance at the adult daycare facility. Many clients receive services an average of 5 days per week, and eligibility is based upon a dementia diagnosis necessitating 24/7 supervision, or at least 2 activities of daily living needs, an inability to private pay, and the factor of not having other services that can cover the payment, including the Community Alternatives Program for disabled adults, funding from the Veterans Administration, or long-term care assistance. Another vital service we offer is in-home aid services, which helps seniors maintain their independence in their own homes. This program currently serves 225 clients with 380 on the inquiry list. Services include household chores, personal care, and extensive personal care. A majority of clients in FY24 received the personal care level of service, and 209 received an average of 14 hours of care in that category per week. The average age in FY24 of our clients that receive in-home aid services was 74. Eligibility is similar to that of adult daycare, in that participants must have at least 2 activities of daily living needs, an inability to private pay, and not receiving other services from the programs that I mentioned previously. Alongside these services, we know that nutrition is also a cornerstone of senior health and well-being. Our senior nutrition programs within the county are extensive. The county's nutrition program actually has 3 core components: congregate or hot meals, mobile markets, and homebound meal delivery. These services combine to address food insecurity and support healthy living for seniors. Our hot meal program serves seniors at 16 community locations, including our recreation centers. In FY24, the team served an average of 1,400 participants monthly, and over 156,000 meals were distributed. For seniors who cannot attend congregate meal sites for hot meals, we offer mobile markets to bring fresh food closer to their homes. Our mobile markets operate at 20 locations, and nearly 100,000 pounds of food were distributed last year to over 1,400 participants. We partner with local organizations like Carolina Farm Trust, Nourish Up, and Fresh List to provide fresh produce and non-perishable food items to seniors. Additionally, our Homebound Meals program helps ensure that seniors who are unable to shop or cook still have access to nutritious food. Oh, hold on. Skip something. As you can see here, our Homebound Meals service is supported by our committed drivers who deliver frozen meals weekly to seniors who are homebound due to physical and/or cognitive impairments, and they don't have reliable support for meal prep. 1,200 residents are enrolled in the program. The team served 284,000 meals in FY24 to an average of 1,100 weekly participants. Beyond nutritional needs, the county also focuses on the safety of our seniors through our adult protective services and guardianship programs. APS works to protect vulnerable adults from abuse, neglect, and exploitation through timely evaluations and comprehensive support services. APS services include investigating reports, providing protective services, coordinating with other agencies, educating the community, and supporting self-determination. In FY24, APS conducted over 1,000 evaluations and achieved a 99.4% timely initiation rate. This helps ensure swift intervention for those who are in need. For seniors requiring long-term oversight, our guardianship program offers essential support. Our guardianship program team provides care and oversight for individuals with disabilities who require court-appointed guardians because no one else is able to care for them. This work includes managing their day-to-day resources and ensuring their safety. Of the 336 wards we cared for last year, 208 of them were located within Mecklenburg County, and 127 were located outside of the county. We have 3 contractors that manage 130 wards, and our team, however, works very closely with those contracted vendors, and we maintain deep oversight over those cases, even though we have them contracted out, to ensure the proper standards of care. Last year, 21 wards were transitioned to successors, meaning away from the county and to other individuals in the community, and or were restored to independence, meaning they regained their ability to manage their own affairs and lifestyle. Again, I can't speak highly enough about the team that supports this work. They know our seniors by name and genuinely care for their well-being. Now I want to transition back up the wheel and start with Domain 1, which is our first domain focusing on outdoor spaces and buildings. In Mecklenburg, our Park and Rec team contributes significantly in this area, and I will review just a few of the highlights of their work. Many thanks here due to Dr. Leslie Johnson and members of the Park and Rec team for sharing this information related to their work in this domain. The Park and Rec team offers recreation sessions tailored for seniors, including fitness classes, arts programs, social activities, and wellness checks conducted in partnership with UNC Charlotte. At our senior center sites, which are Tyvola, Eastway Regional, and Northern Regional, there are 17 staff dedicated to providing senior programming. There are about 50 employees across all of the other community rec centers and aquatic facilities that provide programming for all ages, including seniors. The FY24 data you see here reflects the deep impact of their work. Last year, Park and Rec offered over 3,000 recreation sessions, and 375 seniors participated in our senior games, engaging in over 30 events promoting physical activity and social connection. These activities are not just fun and games, they are absolutely critical to our overall infrastructure of support for seniors. Next, I want to move to our work in Domain 2, which pertains to transportation. In Mecklenburg, our transportation services play a vital role in maintaining seniors' independence and mobility, allowing them to access health care, groceries, and social activities. I want to commend again my team of dedicated MTS drivers who are on the road 364 days a year and are rolling from 5 a.m. till 7 p.m. at night on each of those days. Our internal team and 8 contracted vendors provide non-emergency Medicaid and non-Medicaid transportation for residents 60 and older or individuals with disabilities. On the county side, we have 25 light transit vehicles and 3 passenger vans that provide the trip support. The data on the scope of the impact within the county certainly speaks for itself here. MTS provided 391,243 trips last year, covering over 3 million miles. Most trips support medical visits and daily errands, ensuring independence for seniors. The top 3 destinations you see here were to medical appointments, over 172,000 trips to medical appointments. To dialysis, over 122,000 trips to dialysis, and to our nutrition sites, nearly 25,000 trips. Adult daycare and education and employment are also frequent trip destinations. It's clear that MTS is providing a lifeline of livability for our seniors that helps them maintain their health, social engagement, and independence. Next, I want to move to our work in the third domain, which is housing. Affordable housing and supportive services remain top priorities in Mecklenburg as we address gaps in housing for our seniors and work to assist them with aging in place comfortably and maintaining their independence. Access to safe and affordable housing is a critical factor for seniors, and we're making strides in this area. Here, I want to offer my thanks to LaShonda Hart, whom we all know, our Affordable Housing Program Manager, and Karen Pelletier, our Division Director of Housing, Innovation, and Stabilization Services, for sharing this information on the efforts in this domain. The county has supported and is supporting 4 affordable senior housing initiatives through either construction funding or rent subsidies. We have Harmony Place at Greer Heights with 72 units completed in 2020, Eastway Crossings with 132 units created in 2023, Rockwell Seniors, 140 units completed in 2024, and Mount Moriah Seniors, 72 units are expected in fall 2025. Forest Point Place is another innovative housing initiative that provides supportive housing for seniors 55 and older experiencing homelessness. It currently houses 40 residents and will expand to serve 90 residents total. Supportive services and nursing case management are on site for this property and provided by Roof Above. Residents first began moving into Forest Point Place in July of 2023, and our final renovations were completed in late last year. Plans are underway to identify and move in the next group of tenants over the next few months. Before turning to our next domain, there are 2 additional housing programs I want to highlight. First, under the leadership of Criminal Justice Services Department Director Sonia Harper, the county has contracts for houses within the community as a way to provide re-entry housing for seniors served by Criminal Justice Services. The department has a set per bed rate of $600 per month with the property owners. Upon move-in, Criminal Justice Services provides a subsidy for the client, which gradually decreases with the intent of the client ultimately paying the full bed rate. On average, most of our seniors stay in that type of housing for a year and then transition into housing with family members or into longer-term care facilities that are more equipped to address their physical needs. Additionally, the board has made a $2.5 million investment this fiscal year in our critical home repair program. It is very successful with the assistance of our partners, which are Habitat for Humanity and Rebuilding Together. I've grouped domains 4, 5, and 7 because they are closely related, and I want to share the work of the library in this space and lift up their incredible work. Social participation opportunities are essential for reducing isolation for seniors and improving their mental health. Respect and inclusion in our communities ensure seniors feel valued and integrated. And it is important to provide clear, accessible, and timely information about services, events, and resources to seniors available in formats that can meet their diverse needs. Many thanks here are due to the Charlotte Mecklenburg Library CEO, Marcellus Turner, and his team for sharing this information about their work in this domain. In these 3 domains. In FY24, the library team served over 18,000 seniors, focusing on digital literacy, creative arts, and health education through in-person and outreach programs. A good percentage of those programs were outreach that brought services directly to the seniors. Programs like digital literacy reached 1,700 participants. 1,800 attended a book club. 1,300 attended an art program, while other programs that focused on health, financial literacy, foreign languages, and genealogy also attracted very strong engagement. We are excited that in March 2025, the mobile internet lab, MILA, will begin rolling and provide hands-on technology learning support opportunities for seniors, helping to close the digital divide. I'm looking forward to deepening partnerships between our Services for Adults Division, the library, and Park and Rec in the future. Now moving on to Domain 6, which pertains to civic participation and employment. In addition to social activities and learning programs, we also support seniors' civic participation and employment opportunities to help them stay active and engaged. The county has solid partnerships with Centralina and Charlotte Works to advance the work in this area. I'm thanking here for this information Centralina Program Director Chelsea Gilreath for sharing her information about Centralina's Senior Community Service Employment Program. Currently, our Services for Adults Division employs 15 senior participants through Centralina's employment program, 1 in our MTS unit and 14 with our senior nutrition program. More broadly, you may know that Centralina Area Agency on Aging supports and enhances the quality of life for older adults and disabled individuals in the 9-county region around Charlotte. They offer a variety of services, including advocating for residents in long-term care facilities, assisting with benefits, health insurance, counseling, and family caregiver support. Charlotte Works President and CEO Anna London provided this information around Charlotte Works and NC Works work in this domain, and the opportunity to keep expanding partnerships is definitely a key area of focus here. Last year, Charlotte Works served 19,057 seniors aged 55 plus. Within the Charlotte Works infrastructure, seniors can participate in all services that they provide free of charge, including resume and interview workshops, career development workshops, essential skills training, and coaching. Before moving to future strategies, I want to wrap up the program and service discussion of this presentation by highlighting our age-friendly Mecklenburg work, which promotes overall optimal health and well-being for seniors. Our Age-Friendly Mecklenburg initiative has grown broadly since our initial work began in 2019, and our formal designation was received in 2021. At the time of our designation, we were required to submit a 3-year plan, and now it is in order to obtain the designation, and now our updated 3-year action plan is due this year. There are currently 5 primary focus areas and activities within our age-friendly work: dementia-friendly transportation training, digital connectivity, scam and fraud prevention, aging in place, and ageism awareness. Initiatives like dementia-friendly transportation and telehealth workshops enhance access to health care for seniors. Age-friendly programs include MyChart navigation, telehealth workshops, and scam prevention to promote safety and independence. Ensuring seniors can confidently navigate the digital world is another priority, and our workshops focus on essential digital skills like smartphone use, social media, and online safety, ensuring that seniors can stay well connected. We also offer aging in place and ageism awareness programs. We're addressing mobility challenges through fall prevention programs like Matter of Balance. We also promote ageism awareness through social media campaigns in partnership with the Public Information Office. As you can see, the landscape of our services across the 8 domains is extensive and varied, and we know that with the growing senior population, we will need to continue to be strategic and innovative in this area as we lay out our updated 3-year action plan for the age-friendly Mecklenburg community. The timing of this conversation is very good as we prepare for plan updates and examine future strategies. Based upon the statewide data presented earlier on challenges and gap areas, we know that there are 4 primary areas of focus: increasing health care, access and mobility, supporting financial independence, advancing understanding of technology, and promoting social engagement and recreation. Success will require full community collaboration, and we know the county cannot do this alone. There are many opportunities and issues to consider, and the board's new senior committee, chaired by Commissioner Leek, will bring good visibility to this work and help support a strategic path forward. Through the balance of FY25 and moving into FY26, our goals will be to assess innovative strategies, engage system partners and stakeholders, visit age-friendly jurisdictions, and then be prepared to launch the next generation of our Age-Friendly Mecklenburg initiative. Our 2.0 initiative will focus on expanding partnerships and implementing innovative solutions for aging populations. As we consider the future of our senior population, it's clear that the challenges ahead are significant, but so are the opportunities. The path forward requires a commitment to modernizing our approach, and it also means listening to the voices of our seniors and future seniors like me, I don't have much farther to go, to ensure our strategies align with their needs and aspirations. We have the chance today to build a future that truly honors the contributions of older adults, and our county leadership team is excited to be a part of this important work. Thank you for your time and dedication to this vital issue, and we look forward to your partnership as we move forward. Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, this is really important to the board. So here's the lineup, team. Commissioner Meyer, you're up first, then Commissioner Leek, followed by Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yep.
I took lots of notes, but so on slide 319 about adult daycare, we've heard so much from the community regarding adult daycare. And
Okay.
I'm just curious what you have here on 319.
One second.
That's fine.
I can't see those page numbers from here.
I know.
I'm an emergency senior.
Is that county-run services? And and do we also help fund services outside of county-run services, or all of these not county-run?
So across the domains, our county-run services, meaning totally administered and run by us, I would say that would be MTS work, our work in the senior nutrition space, our park and rec work. With the adult daycares and also with APS guardianship, we do have vendor contractors that support this. So with adult daycare, we have partners that are operating independently, but we fund certain categories of clients based upon these eligibility requirements. So the adult daycare providers are freestanding, and then we help offset the cost for those who have inability to pay. They meet all the criteria, no other resources to pay there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In the appendix there, it's my slide 49, but I don't know.
Okay.
But we have the 9 locations, but those are freestanding. We do not operate those.
Okay. And so I guess I know we don't have a waiting list. You have an inquiry list. How many are on that
So
list?
right now, for adult daycare, we have 160 on the inquiry list. And for in-home aid, and I mention in-home aid because they are really co-related programs when you think about the population and what they serve. There are 380 on that inquiry list.
So there's obviously a need. We need more, and that is budget. Correct.
There's absolutely a budget connection to being able to increase the number of individuals that we fund. Yes.
Including, and not just adult daycare, but including senior nutrition. Is there a wait list for that? Is there a wait list for the warm meals, the hot meals,
We do not. For senior nutrition, there's always opportunity to expand mobile market, et cetera, but we have a very robust program with the homebound meal program, the hot meal program throughout the county, and keep close eye on individuals who are seeking to come on and those who come off.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you to your staff and to this board and to this community for looking out for those who cannot look out for themselves. And as I sat here, I thought about something that was said to me years ago. You start out on all fours when you're born. Life has its way of dealing with you. And you have 2. You move with 2. And then as age creeps upon you, you go back to all fours. So I'm saying to us, with that as a part of our agenda, we can make life just a little bit better for those who cannot do for themselves. I talk to many, many seniors weekly on the telephone, or either visit them in residence. And one of the things I enjoy is their history. Ever get a senior to start talking about themselves and comparing them with today? Today is better than what it was years ago. So I'm anxious to be a part of this movement to help and to make life worth living. Age is nothing but a number, and your mind is still functioning. I stay up sometimes and I'm thinking, and I think about as a child, and I think about as an adult when my husband pastored. All of those experiences have made me who I am today. Education, my parents. So we value the community. We own the community. If you wanted to know any information, just call a senior citizen. You might not get it all right then, but you get pretty much all of it. So again, young lady, thank you for your help, your research, your staff, and Dina, I thank you for pushing this as a part of our agenda. Because if you look at all of us, some of us got some gray hair. And don't resent the fact that you do have, that means you got good hair, okay? But anyway, we're going to work through this and make it happen. And I remember the young days with our Board of Education, those who participated and worked very hard. And you see their grandchildren today who greet you and meet you as you walk around about in Mecklenburg County. So thank you for the job. Well done. And I'm happy to work with you, darling.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunlap.
All right, thank you. I want to join Commissioner Meyer in calling for an increase in the services that we provide for adult daycare. I think we've heard that now for 2 years, and it seems to be a growing concern even after we've heard about it for 2 years. I understand that if to provide services $21,000 a person, you know, I don't know how many we can expand, but I thought, well, we could do 100. That's $2 million. So somewhere in between there, we need to figure out how to expand services. And I also realize that they only provide service for 5 days. And when you hear about people missing, are they missing on that 6th or 7th day when they have less services provided? But we need to look into that. The other thing is that we've talked a long time about allowing seniors to age in place. And we've spent a good amount of money on critical home repairs. But as I listen to the community, it still does not seem to be enough. And even in that service, and I've attended a lot of homes where they've done work before and after, there are things that come up with a senior that is not included in that money. I remember a couple of years ago, Commissioner Jarrell talking about a lady whose biggest concern was that there was a tree where the roots of the tree would affect the foundation of the home. If that's their concern, we need to figure out how to do that, especially if they don't have the resources to do it. And then the last concern is, as we continue to expand on the number of seniors who move into our community, as we continue to feed seniors, I don't know how many of you have been over to Nourish Up. That's a massive place. We need to figure out how to have increase our relationship with them so that we don't have to continue to expand our services. And so that might be a way to accomplish what we want to achieve as it relates to expanding the services for seniors.
Thank you.
Can I,
Please.
Commissioner, point of privilege there. Thank you, Commissioner Dunlap. We do have very close relationships with Nourish Up, and the work they do. They provide, for those who may not know, the traditional Meals on Wheels program that you may have heard of, and we provide what we call the homebound meals. A distinguishing factor there is that they do charge for their services where we do not. And so they do have a financial sliding scale formula between $1 to $5 per person per meal. And so since we know most of our seniors are on a fixed income, they could face some financial hardship meeting the Nourish Up contribution requirements, but that is something we continue to discuss with the Nourish Up team. They are absolutely rolling with this a somewhat similar type of program, but there's the financial factor attached to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, this is the order. It's going to be Commissioner Powell, Townsend Ingram, and Rodriguez McDowell. But prior to Commissioner Powell, Director Henderson, I don't know if you want to maybe give a quick snippet of the meeting that was held with the adult daycare folks, to Commissioner Dunlap's point, so that the board is aware that it's being addressed.
Certainly. Commissioners, we met earlier in this week, I think, with one of the operators, Mrs. Allgood from Gracious Living. Actually, she has multiple sites. And she, again, of course, advocated for increasing the amount of funding that can go to supporting more participants into adult daycare. She talked about some of the challenges that we know around the inquiry list and how to bring individuals off. We did share what the cost per participant was, the base cost of $21,000 per, and then you multiply that by all 160 on the wait list, and you end up with a total close to about $3.3 million. That's not including whatever our transportation costs would be. And so we did commit to continuing to stay close and made her aware that we were having this conversation today. She expressed concern, which we share, around ensuring that seniors aren't isolated, emphasizing the tremendous impact that the socialization has for individuals that are participating in the adult daycare program, and we wholeheartedly agree with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. So a week ago today, I had my town hall in North Mecklenburg, and I wonder if I have a disproportionate number of seniors in North Mecklenburg, but nothing surprised me that came, I got lots of feedback, and it was open-ended, and I was just looking over all the written comments. Nothing surprised me except the number of people that brought up senior services. I get phone calls all the time about needing more senior classes at the North Region Rec Center and at Waymer. So I'm really glad that you had it in Domain 1 because it's significant how much work is done, but also how big the need is. And if we can keep, I know Commissioner Griffin talks about this, if we can keep people healthy through our park and rec programs, that it's much less expensive on the county to meet their needs at that level than the next level. And then also transportation for seniors was in there, and I'll show you all of the comments. But that was the only surprise, was the number, because that hasn't come up before to be so urgent. I wanted to really just thank all the people that do this work, because Greg Tanner and Peter Cook and Stephanie Frisbee are just so outstanding with the senior population. And I love what Commissioner Leek said about seniors with all their historic knowledge. One of my favorite things on the Park and Rec Commission was I got to get a lot of community feedback and hear what was important to the citizens of Mecklenburg County. And when I would go to Marion Deal to get input from the seniors, it was just like, I could do that every day of my life. I love to hear their input and then their love for children, like what they want for the future. So not only do they want, what they need,
Exactly.
but they'd much rather have us thinking, when you're talking to them, they're like, make sure you do what's right for the children. So I love their hearts. And I love what Commissioner Leek said about the seniors. And thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your work. I'm excited about the fact that we have the new ad hoc committee for seniors, and I look forward to developing that further. And my understanding as the new tadpole is that we're here to listen to how extremely important it is to expand whatever services that we have. And thank you for providing all of the detailed services that we have to protect seniors, to care for seniors. But I still want to know what percentage of seniors that are eligible do we care for, and what percentage are we missing, so that we'll know what additional we need. And obviously there's a need, but I want to know what are the needs. It's like all of these things are beautiful, they're here, and there's no issue, we just need more. But I want to know, what are the obstacles, what are the roadblocks? How much money do we need to fix issue A? We don't have enough adult daycare. Well, how much more do we need? How much money is required? What do we need in the budget in order to fix these issues? And so I want to know what the issues are. It's great that we have all these things, but if we don't know where the gaps are, we can't inform how to put that into the budget. So talk to me about where the gaps are, where the needs are, both now and because we are increasingly getting more seniors. Talk to me about that, projections.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that. It really is a dual challenge. So beyond the funding constraints, which we know exist when you're talking about bringing 380 individuals off of the in-home aid inquiry list, for example, at $21,500 per person. We know there's funding constraints when you're talking about 160 individuals on the inquiry list times 21,000 per person base. So beyond those funding considerations and then transportation and all of that, there's also the capacity constraints around administering the program. So we know we have a good number of adult daycare centers right now that we are working to understand even capacity to absorb, how many more they could even absorb into their current service models and be able to deliver. That's on the other hand. In-home aid services, those are provided by contracted providers out in the community. And so what's their capacity to be able to serve an increased number and at the hourly allocations that we have designated. We know regrettably that those who provide in-home aid services are often not highly compensated. So we did fairly recently increase those reimbursement rates to those providers. But as a whole, that industry is not as highly compensated as they likely could be. And so you have challenges on the workforce side in terms of the number of individuals who are actually available to deliver the work. And then even internally, the capacity to manage the expansion. Certainly, we would do what we would need to do internally, but that is a factor as well when you're talking about administering a program that could increase by 380 participants, for example, for in-home aid or another 164 adult daycare. So it's a combination, I would say, of our budget considerations to be mindful of, external factors like workforce and in workforce behavior, and then personnel capacity.
Yeah, I want to see like us just, you know, as we progress, I want to say Mecklenburg County does this really well by our seniors. But we need to see where the gaps are so that we can know what we do really well and really put down, set a pattern, set the standard, and then move up and improve. But we don't know that yet because, you know, and I know CNAs, teachers, they always seem to get the short end of the stick. But thank you very much for that work.
Thank you. Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you. My question is on slide 329. Can you help me understand what does it mean to be a ward? So like, I see it's 21,000 for adult daycare, and obviously that's a small amount, 21, compared, I don't, what's the price tag on being considered a ward? So there's 336 average under guardianship, and then I see down under contracted vendors managing 130 wards. Like those numbers don't match. Like what, can you explain a little bit more about this?
Yes, I don't have, and I will get that for you, I apologize. I don't have the per ward number, I don't think, if you give me a second. I don't think I have that here. I have information around our total funding for the APS and guardianship programs, but I can get you the per ward amount for that. The funding streams for the two programs are combined, and so in FY25, our total funding was about $6.3 million for APS and guardianship programs combined. The county contribution of that 6.3 was 4.7 million. So and then you have
So the other
state
part-
contribution.
oh, state,
So the county is certainly bearing the lion's share there of the funding. So 4.7 million, 39,000 from the state, give or take, and 1.5 federal. So the county is funding it to the tune of almost $5 million, but 4.7.
So on that middle part where it says guardianship data, what does 127 out-of-county wards mean?
So that is just where they are placed. They are all Mecklenburg residents who have been determined to be in need of guardianship. It's just where they
Okay.
currently are residing, whether it's
So
in
we
a
pay for
in a
them,
facility. Correct.
but the
But it's
facility
for
could
the
be out.
care
Okay.
of the guardian, the care of the ward. They could be at a home that just
Right.
happens to be out of Mecklenburg, but their matter originated because they are Mecklenburg County residents.
Right, okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
will get that per person data unless someone from the team listening texts it to me quickly.
Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be real quick. Excellent presentation. As Chair of the Health and Human Services, I often get to see and hear this data. But I want to be bold today and say that the $3.3 million it takes to clear off the inquiry list is a cost that I think all of us should be willing to absorb. And I think when you start looking at arts and science and all these other things that we fund, that we don't have to necessarily do Solomon in terms of splitting the baby, but certainly in these critical situations where you're talking about these seniors. I almost cried to see that old lady in our chamber that was asleep.
Yes.
That's just horrible. And we ought to be able to find, and I don't know if all 60, because you have to qualify them. So it may be 150, maybe 100. But we ought to at least say for this fiscal year, 2026, at least that list was cleared off. I have a young lady who's working with me in a different situation. She's 3 years younger than me. She's 74 and was just diagnosed with Alzheimer's. So it is critical. And having a parent that was completely disabled, needed help before he passed, I certainly understand the strain on families who are trying to work, and particularly those with families. So in terms of adult daycare, I'm going on a limb here and say we ought to do it all, but there are 8 other commissioners and the manager, when she puts her budget together, will have to make that determination. Transportation, you had a block down there of the top areas. When I did the math, 295,000 was the number, but 80% of those, 80% was medical, okay? And the number up top had 391,000 total. But even if it included everybody, 75% was medical. And so I think that's important. I think we ought to, the Intergovernmental Committee should talk to the city. I don't know if we have geography about seniors, since we have a census on them, to have sidewalks in neighborhoods so that seniors can go for a walk. Right now, if the sidewalks aren't up to snuff, you could fall. And so a lot of seniors just won't walk, on a block because they're scared of falling. But if the sidewalks were even and level, that would be certainly accessible, as well as the contribution from the parks. And the last piece, it's really cheap in terms of affordable housing when you build a one-bedroom apartment. And for seniors who need quality housing throughout efforts, when we deal with developers, maybe, you got 2 problems there. You got some folk with multiple children, but you also have seniors, and I think we ought to keep an eye on the number of senior apartments. I have more, Mr. Chairman, but thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chair Altman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So quick, just confirming on the, sort of the silver tsunami. I hear the large numbers coming, but our population's supposed to double, or increase by 50%. I forgot the date that recently came out. Thank you. So I'm just wondering, not today, but can you follow up with us relative to our population increasing by 50%? How does that tsunami look like? Is our senior population projected to increase, statistically or percentage-wise? Because I know it's going to increase in real numbers, but is it going to increase relative to the share, and if so, by how much? That's a question to follow up on. But I would be remiss if I didn't, share that I appreciate Mr. Cox was able to tell me that the MTS budget, the transportation budget that we're looking at right now is $7.8 million, which is, I think, somewhere between the equivalent of a half cent to 3/4 of a cent of our tax. Okay? That's a whole lot. So, many of the people who are being transported probably need that higher level of sensitivity and care, but there are probably some non-zero number who just need a ride. And, it's 391,000 trips that the county is providing a year. It's an enormous number. I think would surprise a lot of people. The county's providing transportation. So obviously, if we can be successful through all the hoops we have to jump through to pass the, the 1 cent sales tax for transit and transportation, that's slated to bring an extra 250,000 people within a 1/4 mile access to a bus stop. And it's going to add another 2,000 shelters and benches and Commissioner Griffin, sidewalks. That's a part of what would be funded out of the roads portion of the 1 cent sales tax. So all of our work is interrelated, and I know that we have a long way to go with transportation, but I did want to point out that I would be hopeful that it would alleviate pressure on the county MTS transportation system if we could materially improve our primary transportation system. And that's, I think, another reason to give it a real good, hard look. So, I too am very interested in hearing how we could improve our services, the price tag for that. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So here's what we're going to do. I know Commissioner Dunlap had a follow-up. Commissioner Meyer, I believe you had more questions on there, and I think Commissioner Griffin had more. In my mind, I had us at a hard stop at 12:30, so I'm going to ask if everyone could make it, get your stuff together. You're going to get 60 seconds to go through the other ones, and Madam Director, I'm going to ask you just a whole comment,
Okay.
so they can get those out, and then we'll figure it out.
All right.
But Commissioner
That
Dunlap.
works.
All right, Commissioner Leak, I'll come to you at the end. Yes, ma'am.
So mine is a safety concern that I failed to mention, specifically around Eastway Recreation Center. When you consider the fact that that's located on the street with the CRC and Atrium Health, we've had a traffic study done. The traffic study basically said that they didn't need a light at that intersection. But the thing that the seniors tell me that wasn't taken into consideration is the fact that their response time is much slower than the average person. And so with people making the turn into the drive for Eastway Recreation Center, they still need a light. And so if staff could help us in trying to make the case for why we need to do a light at that intersection in particular, but just take a look at all of these senior location, understanding that seniors need more time to react to traffic and stuff.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson has a quick response.
Sure. This light has been approved from MC's DOT. Don't know what the timeline of. I'll try.
Ask and you shall receive. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. That's quick. Knock that off the list. We're working here. Commissioner Meyer.
Awesome.
Okay, really quick. The only thing I have is that slide, and it's about transportation because about a year ago I attended, and I think, Mark, you were there, at Marion Deal Center, the senior.
Oh, yeah.
And that was that's we heard about troubles with transportation and what they needed. And so I'm just lending my support that, if there's a wait list or anything that needs for this and it's a budget thing, then I hope it does reflect in your request. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Griffin, let me go to Commissioner Leak first, and then I'm coming to you. Commissioner Leak.
I just want to say to you that I stopped going to therapy so that I would not miss budget meetings. And it hasn't helped me. It has hindered my progress in getting better. Because you cannot vote if you're not here for the budget in person. So I sacrificed going for therapy to come to vote for my people in my district and across this county. And you look at me as if I'm out of sight or not a part of what we're doing, when I've sacrificed myself to make sure that I'm here at all these meetings and go to therapy after the budget hearing is over. I needed to say that. And my pastor told me, tell the board why your walking is not as strong as it was. So stop criticizing me.
Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have one mobile unit because I took a picture with it, mobile food unit.
Yes.
So how many do we have now? 2?
Three.
Three?
Now. Yes, and we are excited. waiting on some final repairs to get the additional 2 onto the road.
That is, when I would go around to the senior towers, that was a big request, is that we can't go to the grocery store or to the farmer's market or all that stuff. So that is phenomenal. So however we can continue to be supportive of that, that would be phenomenal for those seniors that live in different apartment complexes. Thank you.
We hope, Commissioner, to be able to bring the newly outfitted mobile unit to a meeting one day and give you an opportunity to see it.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
So I had a quick comment. So I know we have heard, to Commissioner Dunlap's point, we've heard from the last couple of years from the adult daycare folks, and I appreciate the meeting with Ms. Allgood the other day. I think the board certainly values our seniors. We do want to address, I'm comfortable knowing everybody that's sitting up here that we certainly want to address this waiting list. What do we call it? The inquiry list. Excuse me. The inquiry list. And I say that to say, though, again, it's not going to happen in a vacuum. I mean, there are budget implications to it, and it is beyond the $3.3 million. There are other aspects to it that we need to understand. Like we're saying that that's just for the daycare piece, but you reference the transportation, and there are other items that we're not aware of that we should be aware of. And then if you can come back with a comprehensive number for the support so that we understand the exact ask that we're making, and then, colleagues, we should be in a position to figure out the implications and then be ready to make the tough decision and not have staff make the tough decision.
Right.
So I'm going to let that lie, but I will say that we are asking, we want to address that. I want to be clear. As a board, we definitely want to address this waiting list issue.
Say that again,
One
Doc.
bite at a time.
I'm sorry?
Say that again now.
As a board, we are going to address the waiting list, the inquiry list issue, excuse me, not the
Thank you.
waiting list, the inquiry list, excuse me. So, yep, exactly. Well, let's figure out what the approach is, because you're exactly right, George. Yes, ma'am.
I did get information on the wards, if you're interested in having it, the cost for the wards.
Okay,
$3,600 per year per ward.
thank you.
$3,600 per year per ward is what we allocate for the care.
All right, we are at lunchtime, everybody. We've got a heavy agenda for this afternoon, and so we're going to make it 1:15. We will reconvene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
know, you could have
Ready?
broken lunch.
Where's eating?
We could, but
We have a community where if you work in this community, you can live in this community. The middle class is so important for a healthy community. If the middle class is healthy, our schools are healthy. If the middle class is healthy, our crime goes down, the quality of life goes up. I'm really passionate about working as hard as I can to make that a reality. One of the canaries in the mine is clearly we are forecasting some 439,000 people on Medicaid by the end of this fiscal year. That's a canary in the mine for me, and it's an indicator that we have to do more in terms of upward mobility, economic development programs to make sure more and more citizens can benefit and really enjoy the wonderful conditions in Mecklenburg County.
I am most passionate about environmental stewardship. It is the thing that they say lights my fire, sparks my soul. That's where I just came from, the meeting for environmental stewardship. It encompasses many areas that the county is responsible for, and stormwater management, air quality, water quality, solid waste management, park and recreation, all the things that the county is responsible for.
protecting our natural resources now is important for the future. It's an important part of smart growth. It's something that is quite often ignored by elected leaders. But this board, it is one of our top priorities. The reason I'm so focused on environmental stewardship is because it's an important part of public health. Not just health for humans, but health for all living creatures.
Well, one of the things that I'm most excited about is the ability to do even more affordable housing in our community. It's something that we've been working on now for about 8 years. It's growing. We understand a lot of things that we didn't know then. So affordable housing is certainly one of those things on my list. In addition to that, homelessness has always been a concern of mine. We have developed a strategy now where we can address homelessness, cost burden, housing, things that are going to really make it easier for those people who are TANF families to have safe, clean, affordable housing. And then lastly, I will tell you, coming from my district, what I hear more than anything else is the taxes that are being raised on those persons who are retired or have been retired for 20 and 30 years. So their income is not keeping up with those taxes. And so now they're asking for special taxation, and they're working with legislators to help reduce the taxation of those seniors who have been retired for some period of time now.
I ran for office because I love what the county does, and so really everything the county does is my passion. If I had to narrow it to 3, it would be education, park and green space, and mental health. And I think that the county, since I've been on the board, we have really moved forward. There's so much progress. I mean, I know there's a lot to be done, but I am very proud of what we have done in those 3 areas.
What I am most excited about is bringing opportunity to all of our residents. And for me, right now in this moment, that means making a giant leap forward in our transportation system. We have an opportunity in 2025 to potentially bring in $25 billion to hugely improve our bus and our rail and our microtransit. And I'm just really excited because not only does this help people reach jobs and healthcare and grocery stores, it also helps us with quality of life issues so we're not all sitting in traffic, and helps us to keep our air clean.
There's so much that I'm really passionate about, and I think that's why we all wanted to serve as commissioners, because everything that's within our wheelhouse is something that is really important to all of us. When I think about myself personally, I think it's the opportunity, and particularly the opportunity to provide the systems that will allow for economic mobility. So making sure that we move people from where they are to where they want to be. And I think there's no greater opportunity for us to serve and to really, really make our community much better.
As a commissioner who serves on a number of committees, a lot of committees, kind of each one feels like your kids. You know how you can't choose between your kids because you love each and every one in a different way. I have things about each of the committees I serve on that I'm really passionate about each and every one. So if it's economic development, that's one I'm very passionate about, but I'm also really passionate about environmental stewardship and intergovernmental and child fatality. All of those things I really care deeply about. And showing my constituents how government really does work and really is working to promote their values, our shared values, is really exciting to me. And I really want people to see that connection.
Education is always my jam. Education, whether it be educating our students, educating the community, educating the public. So being able to educate the community on all of the services that Mecklenburg County has, because I'm still learning, like every day. I learn of a new service that we have, and it's amazing. I really, really love it, but I want to get that information out to people.
1:15, everyone, so we're going to go ahead and get started with the next part of our agenda. And for this, I am going to turn the gavel over to the vice chair because we are talking about the equitable transit TOD. And she has been the champion as it relates to this space. And I want to leverage her expertise to navigate the conversation. And Madam Manager, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else?
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit about transit-oriented development, and this is really part of the larger conversation that we'll have after that around land acquisition and the county strategy around that. I do want to take a moment to thank our colleagues from the city for being here. We have Allison Craig, who's just recently promoted to Assistant City Manager. Congratulations to her. And we have Monica Holmes, who is now the Acting Planning Director, I believe, so thank you, and she'll be doing the presentation. We have Warren Wooten, who's our incredible partner on affordable housing. He works with LaShonda probably daily on a lot of the projects that we do together, so we're happy he's here. And I'm sorry, young lady, I do not know your name, so could you introduce yourself, please?
Laura Bendara, I'm the TOD Project Manager for FACT.
Fantastic.
Perfect. Thank you again for being here. And with that, I'll turn the podium over to Ms. Holmes.
And while she's walking up, I just also want to give a little more context. There's a lot of interest on the Board of County Commissioners about lessons learned for the Blue Line, how to ensure that in a going forward basis that our most vulnerable residents are protected as more transit-oriented development could be coming our way, how to ensure that there's equitable benefiting and profiting from the tremendous impacts of any possible new transit, and and how to preserve affordable housing, so for us to hear a little bit from our colleagues over at the city, because this will deeply affect the work we do and our residents, and that's sort of one of the reasons why you're here. So thank you for bringing your expertise and sharing it with us.
Sure, and I really appreciate the dialogue that we're going to have today, and the ability for us to just kind of take a look back, see where we've been a little bit, where we're going, what lessons we've learned, and level set, kind of own our successes, talk about how we're applying things to the future, and just take that look forward. So again, we're going to really start with where we've been, where we're going. I want to make sure everybody understands what transit-oriented development is and that we can have a foundation around that and an understanding. I want to talk a little bit about early transit-oriented development in Charlotte. And I know I'm a native Charlottean. I know a lot of people in this room were probably here kind of in the 90s when we started that conversation. And I think it's really important for us to see where we've been and where we're going. So we'll then shift to those lessons learned. We'll talk about what's changing. How are the things we're doing today different than the things we might have done in the past? And then what's in progress right now? And our next steps, which I'm excited likely involve you all as well. So transit-oriented development is a conversation that's been happening in Charlotte for, at this point, 30-plus years. So the image you see on the left were the early days of transit-oriented development planning, and it was all about kind of the physical form and density. So that's a cover of the South End Vision Plan, which was one of our first adopted transit station area plans, and some of the development that you saw from that. And I think that, we've learned a lot since then. And so the image you see on the right is really where we are now and where we're going. And I'm going to describe those two pictures pretty in detail today. But I want to start with that right side of a conversation framed on equity at all levels. So equity in our development, a people-centered approach, and the policies that we have in place today that really get us there. And so the image you see there on the right is the Charlotte Future 2040 plan, which was adopted in 2021 and lays that foundation and that pivot to a people-centered, equitable approach in all planning and development. So the success of transit-oriented development is really more than it's more than just the transit. So you'll see here today we're talking a lot about land use policy and how we're utilizing our land use to achieve larger goals and to achieve a complete community. So those visions really have to go hand in hand. So when we're talking from the planning department, we have to work very closely with our transit agency, with other elected officials to really make a reality from the actual land use policy and the rules and regulations that we set in place, because the majority of things that happen around our transit station areas is private investment. So we really have to work hard to put that vision and make that connection so we're getting and realizing the things that we want to see. So I want to talk a little bit about what that transition over time has meant. So if you talk to someone in 1995, really we were talking about the development that was adjacent to transit. So the things we had in place that just happened to be next to where we were putting our transit line, right? So it was really a view of, we have a transit line here, we have stops here, there's development adjacent to it. And you can see here kind of an image of what that looks like. You know, no matter where we put a transit line, there's already development that exists on the ground that is adjacent to that transit line. We then transitioned into this vision of transit-oriented development, and I'm going to define some of those principles and talk through those. But that was really focused on walkability, density, infrastructure, and really kind of the physical place and space. And where we're going is really taking that physical place and space and centering it around people and the people that use it every day. So that's that final vision of what is a complete transit-oriented development community and an equitable TOD development look like. So this is kind of the transition over time. Now, you cannot maybe read all of these bullets, but I just wanted to use this to show that we have been talking about how transit-oriented development planning has worked, and we've been implementing for 25 plus years. Now, we might not have done everything 25 years ago that we now know we should be doing, but we've been doing this for a very long time. So just to go back in history a little bit, we started with an integrated transit and land use plan in 1998. At that time, CATS was a part of the city and the transportation department. It didn't even exist as an entity on its own. And that plan was really created to link land use and transit together and marry those two, knowing at that point in time that that was a way to organize the growth and the exponential growth we knew we were going to see as a city. So that was adopted in 1998. We had in 2001 our transit station principles. And 3 of those principles, which were adopted in 2001, we're still considering our principles today. You'll see the major shift is that we've added that equity focus. So continue on. We've been doing station area planning. We've been evolving all the way through those 25 years plus. And I'll talk through some of the more recent things that we've done in the past 5 to 7 years that really represent that pivot and focus. But we've learned a lot along the way. We've had 2 separate TOD ordinances in place that I'll talk a little bit about what the one today looks like versus the one we originally adopted in the mid-2000s. And I'll talk a little bit about those successes. But you can see there kind of as lines have opened and as we've been doing planning and moving forward, we've been evolving that approach. So let's talk a little bit about what transit-oriented development is and what those core principles are. So when I say we've been doing TOD planning for 25 years, developers and planners have actually been doing it in Charlotte for much longer than that. So I think this is just a good reminder that walkable, some of the principles you're getting ready to see are foundational to even the growth of our city. So starting in the streetcar suburbs from the 1890s and Dilworth and other, Plaza Midwood, other of those inner ring suburbs that had a streetcar, we've been building in relation to that transit for a long time, and we're still continuing to evolve that. So I mentioned earlier that the transit station principles adopted in 2001, 3 of those are still in place today, and these were the first 3 adopted, and they still are valid. So I think the first 3 we got right, and I'm going to talk about that one that we've added. So the first one It's mixture of uses, engaging community spaces, accessible to all users, and then the last one, development centered on equity. So you can see the box here. That represents, 25 years ago, how our thinking was and what were those originally adopted principles. And the last one is the most recent that we've added and what we really see everything as a lens through today. So that lens through today, again, is that development centered on equity. So in the South End Vision Plan that was in it was about 2017, 2018 when it was adopted, was really in our policy the first time we started seriously incorporating affordability, displacement, small business displacement into our policies and language that were then council adopted and council pushed forward. So then you take into account the 2040 plan, which I'll talk about in a minute. And so we really see this as the core principle today. And it's really all about how do we ensure that our transit contributes to entrepreneurship and jobs, services, housing, and how do we use transit as a way to connect people to where they need to be, both through housing, jobs, healthcare, all the things that they need on a daily basis. So that's really been in effect from about 2018, 2019 to today in both our regulations and in our adopted policy. And we're still obviously learning as we continue to integrate that. So I want to go back to those first core three and just make sure that we really understand what those mean. So a mixture of uses means that our development is really a mixture of uses. So it includes residential, retail, services, office, small business, all in a short proximity to our transit station areas with convenient access. So that really helps us improve our vitality and creates exciting places for both the people who live there, the people who have jobs there, and our visitors. So this image here you can see is from the NODA community, and is actually development that's several years old. And you have small businesses on the ground floor, residential above. In the distance, you can see one of our affordable housing projects at the mill, and some of our development that, again, has that mixture of uses. The next principle is engaging community spaces. So it's really how do we provide a walkable environment that adds that vitality to the community. So there's both environmental benefits to that and there's economic benefits to that. So that includes things like wide sidewalks, street trees for shade, which has a lot of health benefits to it, making sure that our cars have a home, but that they are not the focal point of the development. And I think this is really in particular special for you all, is that the spaces for play and community gathering are close to transit so that we have public spaces, parks, accessible recreational amenities and services all proximate to transit. So it's about how that exterior is designed. The third one is accessible to all users. And so this is really about our investments in infrastructure and how we are creating connectivity to get more people access to transit. So that is all about the street network, getting more sidewalks built. The typical transit-oriented development, you would consider it about a half-mile away from the transit station area. A half mile is about a 10-minute walk. Well, if you think the more streets that are connected within that half mile, the shorter that walk becomes. So it's very important that we have that connectivity, sidewalk, street network, micromobility. We have those investments proximate to transit so that our resources are accessible to our transit users. So now let's talk about how has that materialized over the past 25 plus years. So we have to own this number. We have had positive and negative, how you want to look at it. We've had $12 billion of private investment in our transit lines, cumulative. So that's Blue Line Extension, Gold Line, all of our open transit lines. We've had approximately $12 billion of private investment. That represents about 50,000 housing units. So in simple math, that's over 100,000 people that live within a half mile of our existing transit lines. That's a lot of access to jobs, resources, housing. Of those, there's about 2,500 affordable housing units. So I think we can all say that that number, we would love to see it be higher. But this is the reality of on the ground today. We also have about 12 million square feet of non-residential development. So whether that's office, retail, services, all within that half mile. So a lot of great amenities, new amenities that have come after transit. This is not what's on the ground before transit. This is all after the transit has been announced and built. So that is, over the history of 25 plus years, $12 billion in private investment. I will say it was interesting looking back. In the 1998 integrated plan, our population was a little over 600,000. They estimated it to be in 2030 close to a little bit over 950,000. We're actually scheduled to go ahead of that and be there before we get to 2030. But if you think that, we have 900,000 people and about 100,000 are within a half mile of a transit line today, that's over 10% of people that have access to transit. So that's a pretty good number, and a number we would like to see continue to get higher. Now, how we do that is really important. So just a couple of views. I know most of you all know the city of Charlotte. You kind of know what it looks like, but let's just go back to 2007 and look a little bit about this is, from Camden Road in 2007. This is what it looks like in 2023. This is some of that 12 million square feet and 50,000 units. That's what you're seeing here. This includes a mixture of both of those. I'm going to just quickly show you, there's some views of each of our transit lines. So this is North Brevard around the 25th Street station in 2008. This is it in 2022. I will tell you there's more units under development today here. So really incredible transformation. It obviously looks very different, and I think we can talk through what that means. This is West Trade Street in the Beatties Ford corridor as you start getting that direction. This is it today with Mosaic Village and some of the work happening in the Beatties Ford corridor, as you can see it. This is on the other side of the Gold Line, so in the Hawthorne side, 2009, and what it looks like today in 2022. This is right at the end of the existing Gold Line today. So again, major transformations have occurred. And I just want to own the fact that we understand and know that we've learned a lot from these transformations and what we've seen happen both in the private market and how our policies have been realized over time. So some of our early lessons learned are really that you have to start talking about affordability. The second you say the word transit in an area, that conversation has to go hand in hand. So build in affordability from the very beginning. You have to be very intentional about anti-displacement policies in that same conversation, so both for residents and for business owners. And then you really have to use an all of the above approach so that you can talk about all of those opportunities not in silos, but in a comprehensive approach to what people need in their neighborhoods and in their communities and what is most applicable to them. So we are applying these lessons today on our rapid transit lines, and I appreciate my other friends from the city coming to kind of talk through those, because a lot of this is the work that they're doing. And so I'm just going to talk through a little bit of how we're already applying these and how that's hitting the ground. So number one is we're being strategic. So we're utilizing what you're seeing right here is all of the darker shade of blue are areas in our community where our residents are vulnerable to displacement. So this work came from the 2040 plan. And as you'll see here, a large portion of our city residents are vulnerable to displacement. So the lines you see are our transit lines existing and our rapid bus lines that have a higher frequency. And if you take those off, it's still most of our city is vulnerable to displacement. So we have to be really strategic holistically across the city about how we're applying tools and how we are working to use this data to inform our decisions and make sure that we're really addressing those vulnerabilities on a very granular level. So we started big with the policy. So goal 4 in our comprehensive plan was really all about prioritizing transit and trail-oriented development. So prioritizing that equitable development and knowing that while we want to still use it as an organizational tool for growth, and we want to see growth where we have access to trails and transit, we have to own and really put that lens on, again, like I said, from those lessons learned very early in the project. We have to define what equitable TOD means. So it really means that there's an amazing opportunity to be near transit and to have all the benefits of being near transit and the access of transit. But we have to say people number one, and regardless of socioeconomics, they're the priority. Now, what tools do we need to be in place? And how do we include and bring people with us along the way so that we're really doing it together? And you're going to hear that as a common theme as we talk about kind of the work moving forward. So you'll see on the right here some of the broader goals, really around housing, capacity building, how it can be a community resource access, how we can really measure that success along the way so we really are grounded in data and where we're going. And then we have to take a toolbox approach. So I'm going to talk through some of the tools that we're currently implementing, and Warren's team is really doing a great job with some of those tools. And this list is not comprehensive, I'll just caveat that, but I just wanted to give you all a sampling of how we're putting some of these things into action on the blue line and the gold line today. So we'll talk through these and know that the toolbox is continually growing and how we apply that toolbox is growing too. So in 2019, we adopted a new transit-oriented development ordinance. That ordinance included a bonus, per se, for affordable housing for height. So people were able to basically put units in their building or pay an in lieu that went to the Housing Trust Fund for more density in transit-oriented development areas. That has yielded approximately $19 to $20 million of commitments for affordable housing. So it's very exciting that in that 5 years, we've really, even in a kind of slower market time, we've seen that start to be realized. And so with Warren's team, they actually released the very first RFP around that transit-oriented development bonus structure to acquire land and preserve it in our transit station areas. So the very first property with that actually just closed. It's in the Sugar Creek Transit Station area. I just did a little walk mapping, and it's about a 20-minute walk to the Ella Scarborough Center from the site. It's about a 30-minute walk to Eastway Rec Center. So it's getting close within that walk shed. And so that site will be approximately 200 to 225 affordable housing units that will be guaranteed for the future. And so we're really excited to use this as a model of how we can continue to get ahead of the curve. Many people said that this was impossible to find property on the existing transit line that we could afford. And I think this goes to show that there are sites that exist, and we can continue to work on future lines and existing lines in parallel. Just to show you a little bit of other Blue Line extension investments we have ongoing, you can see here kind of the transit line. This is from the Old Concord going back towards the city, and you can see here that 140 Dalton is shown here. That's the pending, the one that's under construction. You'll see a lot of completes on these. These are units that are done, that are affordable housing, that are within that half-mile walk of transit. So we're making a lot of good progress applying the lessons that we learned in those early days today. We're also using other tools. Again, I mentioned it's a toolbox approach. So we have projects like the Pepper Tree Apartments project, which you guys are partners in, that is really all about preserving our existing affordable housing proximate to future transit stations and preserving those developments for the future so that we will have affordable housing in place once our transit lines are built. So I think that's a very successful program. And I also just want to mention that while when we talk about transit-oriented development, we're really focused on that half-mile radius, and you tend to see higher density development, taller buildings, more mixture of units. We have to recognize that a lot of our transit lines are very close to existing strong single-family neighborhoods. And so again, in that toolbox approach, we're utilizing tools to also support people who live in those neighborhoods, that they can stay in their houses, and we can keep an affordable housing stock in those neighborhoods as well. So this is an example of something we've put forward in Hidden Valley that really allows people to kind of keep those housing units back into the system. That comes with services as well. So we have in 3 neighborhoods proximate to transit. So we have in Washington Heights, we have in the Winterfield neighborhood, and we have in Hidden Valley. We have community health workers that are on the ground that are, again, connecting residents to resources so that they can stay in their homes. So how are we looking forward? We have lots of plans in progress today on our future transit lines that are taking this new equitable approach. And it really started, again, we had the comprehensive plan adopted in 2021. Right after that, we followed it with a transit-oriented development plan that started to outline more specifically what equitable transit-oriented development would look like. That came out of a 2022 document. So you see here those 3 major principles, which were really focused on building capacity, embedding the principles in from the beginning, and making it required, easier, and more predictable. So how do we get the outcomes we want and make it the baseline standard? So that further grew into something that we're actually currently working on, and Laura is the project manager along with a planning project manager on this effort, and that is a complete study all focused around equitable transit-oriented development and taking a deep dive into what further policies and tools do we need to put in place while we're working on this transformative body of work. So a lot of that focuses on the community and the stakeholders at the table. So you'll see on the right there the list of people who are already engaged in this effort and the groups that are already at the table early. We have to work with them early, often, frequently, and throughout the whole process to really address what are their needs and how do we embed that into our regulations and into our investments. So I showed this list earlier, and I'm going to show it again. All of those tools add up to where are we going forward. So we're really focused on the capacity building aspects. How are we getting our ground game together? How are we working with community partners? We're focused around both the housing and the small business side of it. So a small business that's there today, we want it to be there 10 years from now. So how do we make that small business resilient so that they can withstand both the construction of transit and the opening of transit? We want to make sure that we have community resources on the ground and proximate to transit as well, which I think is an important part of the conversation here. And we want to have that community-driven policy. So we're already doing the pilot projects. We're looking forward. You saw some of them today. And we want to be able to influence both the investments we make and the investments our private developers make. So I wanted to kind of wrap up and end with a view of all of the exciting things that are happening in our current station areas and all of the things that we're looking forward to in the future. So that top right view is very close to that 140 Dorton site, so that I mentioned earlier, that's in the Sugar Creek station area. That's going to be a very marquee, important project. You know, we have everything from townhouses for sale up on the left here. The bottom one is in the Gold Line area. The top is in the Scaly Bark area. And we have things that have office retail under construction as well. So we are doing the groundwork on the policy side and also recognizing that development is not slowing down or stopping, and we have to continue to work with it as it's occurring on the implementation side. So what are our next steps? And I want this to be the kind of key takeaway, is that this is how we're thinking about transit-oriented communities and transit-oriented development as we move forward. So I've said it several times, but I cannot reiterate enough that you have to start early in the process and be embedded with the transit project team at the onset. So we are embedding housing. We have your parks team embedded in the project early on. We are thinking about it holistically from the get-go, and that has to happen for us to be lockstep through the project. You have to set a very large table with room for the community and partners, again, at the very beginning. So the work we're doing with ETOD and having those coalition groups there from the beginning is laying that foundation, education, what to expect, and how they can be involved in the process and have their voice heard. We have to learn from what other communities have done. Obviously, we have lessons to learn from our own work, but we are leaning in and participating at a national level. We actually work on the National Steering Committee with the largest organization that looks at transit-oriented development across the country. We sit with peer cities of Seattle, Portland, Denver, Austin, Philadelphia, Minneapolis. We have to learn from the good, the bad, the ugly, the things that other cities have done as they've built transit and how we can apply it locally here. We have to continue to assess the plan and check the facts of our data and what's actually happening on the ground and continue to look at that with equity as the cornerstone of it. And then finally, we have to deploy the tools that we already have to achieve our common goals. So that's the heavy lifting and the work that all of our implementation teams are doing, is how do we stay coordinated, connected, and deploy those tools strategically to meet the community's needs. So with that, I am done. I'm happy to take questions. I hope you kind of got some information about transit-oriented development and where we're going, and I hope we can be partners on that in the future.
Thank you so much, Monica. Let's see if there are questions for my colleagues. Start with Commissioner Meyer down at the end.
I actually have no questions, but thank you for the presentation.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you for the presentation on all the information. It kind of falls on me like a bit of a tease, actually, right now, because this is what will not be happening without the Silver Line on the east side and going down to Matthews. So this is great, like, yeah. But unfortunately, a whole bunch of the community is going to be left out of all of this, equity at all levels and all this stuff it's just not going to happen with the current plans. So that's how it falls on me. I don't really have a question. It's kind of sad to me. So, thank you.
Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. You indicated about 2,500 units out of 50,000. That's about 5% are somewhere on the affordable spectrum. 30%, 60%, 80%, I would imagine. Does the city own any property or buying property along that line so that you can influence even more in terms of not only the housing, but the amenities that goes along with the 2040 plan? Because if you don't have all of those amenities, it's not going to meet what you are talking about regarding equity. TOD. And I've talked to you before. I remember now, though. My biggest question to Brent, to you, the whole team, was MWSBE. And to have transit is an economic opportunity. And I wanted to know how much of that economic opportunity is going to make itself available for folk who on the low end, a lot of African Americans, Hispanics, and others into the business. And one of the comments was that some of the work is specialized. How do you telegraph the specialized skill set so that workforce development can prepare for this specialized skill set 10 years down the road, et cetera, so we won't be 10 years from now saying, I wish we should have thought about those things earlier. But the amenities in terms of an equitable community is great. The Vice Chair spoke earlier. We make a lot of trips, 391,000 trips for our seniors. So if there are a number of senior affordable housing along that track, are there commensurate grocery stores and things that seniors can get on at one station, get off at another station, can shop and get back on that train to either groceries or to the doctor's office, et cetera? So how are you influencing the amenities to make this a transit-oriented development? For example, is Atrium already being plugged in, or Novant being plugged in, or other medical facility providers being plugged in, so that you can easily use that mode of transportation for all those wonderful amenities? Sorry about the...
Yeah, I'll address your first question first.
And Ms. Craig, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, Monica. I'm sorry. Multitasking. I forgot to ask the clerk to set a clock, and we are a bit on a schedule, so 3 minutes. And if you can, keep a somewhat brief reply. I apologize for not being on that.
No, that's perfect.
I did set the clock, so it's 3 minutes is up. But I just wanted to say, could you please speak up a little bit, because we are taking minutes, and so we have to.
So,
Thank you
Mr.
so
Griffin,
much.
a little more into the microphone.
Oh,
But you're
do I get
talking-
another 3 minutes?
Next time, next time. Next time. Sorry, all right, we're good.
Milken, come on.
Go ahead, Monica.
I was just going to say with the acquisition piece and the land is that we are thinking a little bit more creatively as we look forward to future transit lines about how there's multi-uses for sites so that we can have some acquisition properties kind of at the end of construction. Also, we have taken the properties that we have had along lines and are actively working to get affordable housing on those sites, if that makes sense. And there are some that include amenities like police station, fire station, et cetera, things of that nature. And it's a conversation we have very frequently about how do we get more. I think the Dorton site is a great example of that. Although we don't own it, we are very strongly influencing it and paying for it, so there's that. The MWBSE, I'm not going to answer that today just because it's a little out of my purview. But then the last question is, I think that's an important reason why we have to have the community at the table to understand what all the amenities are that are not there and where all the places people want and need to go to make sure that we have those seamless connections in place between grocery stores, healthcare, et cetera. Because even on our existing lines, we have those amenities within proximity, but it's especially as a senior, how do you make that seamless and accessible and something that is easy to use. So I think that's the important conversation to have that we're continually doing and need to continue having forward is where do people want to go? How are they going to get there? And how do we encourage that 10-minute neighborhood and that 10-minute walk so that everything you need is within proximity?
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. If you could just speak some more in detail, if possible, about the land that the city owns along what is being planned. You know, like he said, how much does the city own? What priority is that to the city?
So on future lines?
Yeah, like how much do you own? Because if you don't own it, you can't really control it.
Well, I might not have been clear enough in my last, so with a transit project, you have to acquire and purchase land for the station areas, land for construction laydown, et cetera. So as a project, even if we don't own it today, as a project moves through the process, we will own more property looking forward on a project. So I don't have the exact numbers of how many acres do we have on current projects, but my reference was that, like, if you take a Scaly Bark Station, for example, like we would have to own.
Let me ask my question before the beeper
Yeah.
goes off. So what I'm really asking is, you want us to be partners, and I need to understand what kind of partnership you're talking about. You know, you said that Parks is already embedded. And I was writing here, like, quite often there are stormwater requirements. And then it's called a parklet, but it's not a parklet. It's just really a place where people walk their dogs and it ends up being a mess. And so is that kind of the guidance you want on how to do parks the right way? Or like what, I'm just trying to understand what is a partnership?
Well, I think us understanding just where our amenities and resources are and how they work together for access is what I'm really talking about, which I feel like we do and we can continue to do as we look forward, is how do all those seamlessly work together? And, how are, we all have resources. How are we working together to make sure that is seamless for people accessing it?
And Commissioner Powell, I think I understand your question, having served with you. Not that you're not being clear, but, this board allocates money to affordable housing. We take our precious county dollars and purchase land to create affordable housing. So I think the thought is we know that our vulnerable residents are going to need access to transit. And so as we think about our affordable housing dollars, that we might benefit from their ETOD learning curve as we go forward in our work. That's, I think, a piece of this, and just so that we all are collaborative. I'm sorry, I'll give you back 30 seconds since I took it.
And I have concerns about that. Like, I have concerns on somebody thinking, oh, well, the county's going to chip into that. As we move forward in this very, very uncertain times, I'm concerned about people relying on us for things that we don't have. And that's why I asked. Thank you.
Yes, of course, yeah. They're not here to make an ask. It's just when we think about what we want to do with our dollars, if at all. So, Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you. Well, I don't really have questions, but I'm going to make myself ask a question. You presented what you plan to do futuristically. What do you see yourselves doing that you didn't do before? And what difference will it make? Who was not at the table that you see being at the table as you move forward? Because I think when you think about this, now I'm real happy with the Blue Line. I love riding the Blue Line. Everybody doesn't have that opportunity, and everybody won't. But for those who will, I see things along the Blue Line that, well, I'd like to see things along the Blue Line because there's still more land that aren't there. And so I'm just trying to see things should get better. They should improve. There should be more MWBE participation. So talk to us about your vision of how things are going to be different.
Well, 3 key points. One is that, if you go back 25, 30 years, there was, before we built our first transit line, there was an impression that we would have too much affordable housing at our transit station areas. If you go back and read news articles, there was this fear that there would be too much. And I think we can all sit here today and say that was very mistaken. That is not the case. And so I think we know very loud and clear now that the reverse is true. And so we have to appropriately deal with that and work with policies that recognize that we're going to see a lot of private investment, and we need to understand how to integrate housing, small business, affordability very early. So that's definitely, we would do it differently. The second part is, I think, is the small business piece too, is how do we shore up that resiliency aspect? And that is work that is really led from our small business team, economic development. How do we really get businesses in a place where they can be successful today and they can be successful when you have a major investment next to you and at your doorstep. And so I think that's another thing we know now, that we don't want a community to look completely different tomorrow as it does today. And then the third piece is who needs to be at the table. that's a lot of the work that the ETOD team is doing right now, which is what coalitions need to be there, neighborhood leaders, business leaders, the community that lives in a place today, that we're having a lot of education and conversation around what it means and what the need is.
Thank you. Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. I think Commissioner Dunlap was looking off my paper because that was exactly the question that I had. Like, you know, you gave the tools in the toolbox, the affordable housing. You know, it's for our folks, it's more than just something that's aesthetically pleasing, something that's a want. It is essential to the upward mobility that we're trying to move forward. So what tools in the toolbox are working? What aren't? I need something quantifiable to say, okay, this is what we're going to do differently. Because when someone says that we thought there were going to be too many, that to me just sounds like a manipulative catchphrase to say, no, we're going to put it where we want and we're going to leave these folks out, and it was intentional. That's what I heard. Anyway, so needing to understand what tools work, how are you being intentional? Like, yeah, I see that you have these tools in the toolbox, but are they working? Show us that they're working. They're working because, what, we did this before, but these are the lessons learned, you know, from this community or that community, or even from 10 years ago, we did it this way. Now we've pivoted and we've done it that way with equity in mind for our folks in the Crescent, for instance.
We can get more information on the data around what's working and what's not working. I will say that Warren's team, especially around the housing aspect, has a scorecard and how they weight projects and investments. And so we have taken a data-driven approach at really being strategic about where the city's housing investments go and how we are focusing those where amenities, services, other needs are, including transit. So that is a very demonstrative, different approach than we were taking 15, 20 years ago. And so the units that you're seeing now, that 2,500 units, I mean, a lot of those are happening in the past 5 to 10 years versus the 10 years before that. So that number is, we wish it was much higher, and we're working to get it much higher, but it has grown substantially from the original Blue Line to the Blue Line extension. So we can provide more data around like per unit cost and what's the most effective, and Warren's team can kind of
Just
do that
benchmarks.
work. Yeah.
Wanting to get it much higher, I keep saying hoping and wanting is not a strategy.
Right, no.
We've got to be intentional. So I would love to see, we would love to have, our goal is to have this many by this date, seeing as how we did this in the past and it didn't work. This is what we're going for.
Yeah, and the work that's happening with the ETOD team right now, one of the outcomes is to set those benchmarks and to really put a number and time as to where we want to be around the next transit line and how we get there. The tools I showed today are the ones we're kind of putting in place. Well, they're the ones we're putting in place right now on the ground, and those can be deployed in other transit corridors earlier, more frequently. So things like the land acquisition and making sure that we're ahead of the curve and preserving that land early. Things like getting senior housing, using the Housing Trust Fund dollars, the small business resiliency planning work. So we can work to get you some data on, what those numbers look like over time and how they've evolved to kind of show you what is working best.
Thank you. Commissioner Leek.
Let me say thank you. Eastland Mall, 14 years, that community suffered. We suffered because of the lack of taxes that did not come to us. So what do we plan to do with that? I know we have some things out there, but put that on your radar. Number 2, infrastructure. We are not equipped to handle the growth that's taking place in the city of Charlotte today. All you do is drive down some streets and the pipes are bursting already, have been over the years. So that's a major issue. The third is the west side of town, where the city omits to come through and do the work they need to do I've called every weekend for the last 4 months to send somebody for Lincoln Heights entrance, and nobody has come through to cut it. But I don't think that would happen in Ballantyne or any place else. So we want a clean neighborhood. We want to make sure that our neighborhoods are kept. Sidewalks we talk about for seniors, walking, other areas of the community that has not grown. If you drive down 16, you see all of this writing and drawing on the board, and you see paper every weekend. Nobody's going to come to that community to spend any money. So that worries me as we, as a city, neglect those communities that have poor people in them.
Yeah, I'd love to schedule a follow-up to dive a little deeper into that so we can figure out, anyways.
It doesn't take long to figure it out, clean it
specifics.
up. And I'm not trying to be funny.
No.
I'm saying what is. And when I say these things, people get upset with me. But I live and I talk to the people who live in those neighborhoods. And they're tired of it. So I'm bringing it to you as the representative of District 2, most powerful district in the county. So I'm begging you to, the blue line is fine if I don't have a car and have a good job and a good education. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Leek, and thank you, Monica. That's a very generous offer to my colleague. Chairman Jarrell.
Thank you. Monica, thank you for being here. I want to thank our city colleagues for being here. I think these conversations are really, really important. And so you know, Commissioner Meyer is the chair of our Intergovernmental Relations Committee. And she's somebody who's really committed to these relationships. So I suspect you all will be hearing from her and staff. This is just a really important conversation. It leads into the next conversation that we're going to have to a degree around land acquisition. As Commissioner Powell always says, all these issues that we discuss are just interconnected one way or another. They're complex issues. And one of the things I can tell you, a lot of electeds, one, I'm encouraged to hear that there are conversations with Park and Rec and county staff. I think that's critically important. When you think about the knowledge base of staff, whether you're talking about county staff and city staff, the knowledge base is really unmatched. We can't go at these issues alone. We can't go at it alone. The issues that we're tackling are community problems. We might have different ends of the spectrum which we're trying to go about it. But I am encouraged by the conversations. I personally would like to see our relationships in tackling these big rocks deepened and strengthened. I would like to see it connected in a way where we are looking at comprehensive strategy, understanding the resources that the county has, or the interests, and not necessarily resources, but the county interests in transit, economic development, mobility, how it impacts our seniors, our most vulnerable, equity, and MWSBE. All of those things are correlated. I know on the city side, you all are looking at many of those same aspects. But I do feel candidly a frustration among electeds that not sure if the deep roots are there. I get the sense that people are parachuting in and out, and feedback is being received for sure. But is there any room for a level of strategy? And this is just open question to everyone in the room. Is there room for an open strategy where we're going at it in a meaningful way? We're going to make some real, we're going to have a substantive discussion around land acquisition and the resources that we've been leveraging for years. We're going to come with some decisions, but you know, I tend to think that while we talk about city assets along any particular corridor, what does it look like with county investments if there are interests there for the county? And not to be on the back end, but to remain on the front end and side by side in the car. But, so those are just like general discussions or questions that I just want to lift up, Madam Vice Chair, because I think I got to just get a better understanding of what that collaborative effort looks like. And the final point that I would make, I know we all care. Our colleagues, council members really care about these issues as well. So I do want to shout them out because I know we do have champions of equity there, and you guys are looking at that, and that's really important to this board. So to the extent that we can be helpful on the front end of things, we want to be there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just round out by saying I would have expected nothing less, yet it's good to hear that you are participating at the national level with peer cities so that we can benefit from best practices, because, we have sat and tried to brainstorm and wonder what else is out there. So it gives me some comfort to know that you are literally knee-deep in those conversations, and you can bring back to Charlotte Mecklenburg what may be innovated elsewhere while we yet may innovate here. That's number one. Number two, I would like to say that, the Silver Line is we're going to have transportation all the way through the Silver Line. The question has been, do we have enough money to fund it as rail or as bus rapid transit or better bus or some other modality? Because I do believe we all recognize our number one obligation is to move people. Now, we want to be sure that we do right by our community in terms of equitable development, preserving affordable housing along the way. Our first obligation must be to move people. And so, that's kind of what we're working on with that. But even with bus rapid transit, although it is less of a dollar figure in terms of the transit-oriented development, it's still a very, very, very significant number. And so we'll see that. I am confident, regardless of the modality that ends up being implemented, if we get there after the voters and everyone has had a chance to weigh in. So, and then the final thing I would like to say is every time we go before the voters, they say to each and every one of us, work together and solve problems. They don't want us in silos. And so I think the chairman and I think the city and the leadership over at the city that today helped us to do just that, because this is a community problem that we must solve together. So thank you again for making the trip.
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Who invited them?
Thank you again for being here. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you again. Great discussion. Next on our agenda, before we get into this is going to be a really in-depth discussion on this land acquisition strategy. The thing that I want everybody to think about as we are listening to the presentation and then as we are formulating our sharing thoughts for staff to capture our feedback. The one thing that I really want us to lift up, and this was really sparked by a question that Commissioner Dunlap posed around the land acquisition strategy. And one of the items that was lifted up, should land be acquired for a variety of uses beyond parks and open space, such as economic development or affordable housing? And also, are we at an appropriate amount with respect to land acquisition? And so those are some heavy items that we'd like to tackle and make sure that we're getting feedback on this. And anytime we talk about this issue of land acquisition, I always like to lift up, because I remember when the 2018 board came on, land acquisition dollars were right around $6 million. And there were 2 motions made 2 different years by Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell. And she jumped neck deep in the pool one year and pushed us to $20 million, and then turned around and did it again, but moved us to $50 million, where there was a little bit of skepticism, if I remember, if we were able to do it. And we've certainly been able to leverage those dollars. But I do want the public to know that, and I do want to acknowledge her courage for being able to do that not once but twice. So, Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell, I always think about you when we have this discussion every year. And with that being said, I will allow the manager to tee this up, whoever's going to present.
Thank you, Chairman Jarrell. I think you teed it up pretty well. We've got two presentations. First, we're going to have Dr. Leslie Johnson come and talk about land acquisition strategy, historically what we've done, where we're sort of headed in that direction, and then we're going to have a very brief presentation. Oh, David's going first, so I got that backwards. In my binder, they were switched. David Boyd, our CFO, is just going to talk a little bit about some of the funding implications and some of the funding questions that may be asked around land acquisition. So with that, I will turn it over to David.
Thank you. And Dave, excuse me one second. And colleagues, just take breaks as needed, please, so we can continue to get through this agenda. Thank you, David.
Sure. So Leslie and I are going to kind of tag team this back and forth a bit. So jumping right in from a historical perspective, I think as the chairman said, much of our land acquisition strategy historically has been in the park and recreation space, but we obviously have other needs too for general government needs, for things like solid waste sites, places to build county facilities, libraries, et cetera. We're also do acquire land for flood mitigation purposes out of our stormwater fund, and over the past decade, we've acquired about 4,100 acres at a cost of about $267 million. And that 4,100 acres is about 1.22% of the total area in the county. The county does own about just over 37 square miles of the landmass in the county. The county owns the county, I guess. That's what I'm saying, or that's about 7% of the land area in the county. There's a couple maps in your materials as hard copies, because these obviously aren't large enough for you to be able to see. But one is, what are the land acquisitions that we've made over the past decade for park, greenway, library purposes? And then the other one that we've included for your reference is just, where is all the land that the county owns? Where is that 7% of the county that we own? And you can look more closely at those, and if you have any questions, we can talk to them. So what's some more details on the land we've acquired for each of these purposes? So if you look at park and recreation, and Leslie will take a deep dive into this, we've spent over $184 million on park and recreation. And you can see there we've got this broken down by parks, regional recreation centers or aquatics, nature preserves, and greenways. And you can see how that has, to the chairman's point, grown over the past recent years in particular. For the general government, not as much, because we were buying stuff that we needed at the time. So on the solid waste side, spent just under $10 million for 66 acres for these 4 acquisitions. And then some other community facilities, and for the library, we've got land for the community resource centers. We've got the North Graham Street site that we bought last year for affordable housing. We've got the hotel that was going to be used for senior supportive housing. We've got the Umbrella Center property, and then a site specifically for a library. I will point out that oftentimes library siting is with other land acquisitions, as we've planned for some of the community center sites. They're also going to have library facilities there. And then on flood mitigation, stormwater buyouts, these are a large number of very small property acquisitions. This does not include any of the most recent stuff related to Hurricane Helene, but that's more than $36 million for this particular purpose, and just over 78 acres. So I'm going to turn this over to Leslie, and she's going to give you some more detail on Park and Rec.
Thank you, David. As David noted, I'm going to do my best to give a little mini dive, not a true deep dive, but try to have you have some awareness at the macro level of Park and Recreation's land acquisition framework. And this framework that I'm sharing with you aligns to their MEC playbook that was adopted by you or endorsed by you in 2020 for the 2020. Before you is a highlight of their land acquisition strategy. It is a multi-pronged strategy. They are focused on filling gaps, and what that means is being intentional about closing gaps that are identified where there are no assets or amenities. They also are focused on priority communities. They also are focused on bridging gaps as it relates to making greenway and trail connections. Additionally, they look at accounting for growth, and what they mean by that is they try to anticipate, because of the growing population and demands that we have, what are the type of amenities our community, our residents are looking for, i.e. like recreation centers, pools, splash pads, whatever those things, amenities are, and do we have land to accommodate those? The last one, it's all equally important, is around restoring and protecting our critical habitats, our endangered species, and the like. Now, to the right, you'll see a map. Let me help you understand what's in this map. What's in this map is, of course, the geographic boundaries of Mecklenburg County, but then you see amoeba-like spaces or shapes that have numbers in them. Those are identified in MEC Playbook are gap areas. Those are areas that have clearly, we have limitations or no park amenities in those bubbles or shapes. If you see under, like if you see numbers 5, 6, 7, 4, you'll see another layer that is a golden kind of a yellow. If you really look at it in detail, it's a cross-hatching. Those are kind of comparable to the crescent, and those are identified as priority communities, but it goes beyond the crescent area. The other thing that you'll see is that in some places there are parkland preserves that are noted, where we have to be intentional about things that have been identified in those geographic boundaries that may need for critical protection. And then the last thing, that there's some denotations, if you were to zoom in, about where are the master layering plans for the greenway, and how do we need to be intentional about acquiring land to ensure that we can proceed forth with those. So once they use those as their overarching strategic goals, they then start figuring out, as they have opportunities in partnership with asset facility management, how do they go about evaluating what should be considered to be advanced forward for acquisition. Again, the first thing they start looking at are gap areas and priority communities. They then try to understand that priority use. How could we use the land if it was acquired for that purpose? And then they do a deep dive with regards to assessing the sites to determine the feasibility of moving forward. The deep dive includes various components. As you can see, there's 12 things that they take in consideration. They look at topography, connectivity, tree canopy, waterways, transit, past land use, adjacent land uses, proximity to parks, developability, partnerships, natural resources, and try to have an understanding of where things fall relative to capital planning. What you see before you in this slide is, after the master plan was adopted in FY21, they recalibrated their methodologies with regards to how they would go about assessing properties to have an alignment for the MEC Playbook, as I've already outlined. Then at FY22, you can see that they assessed 925 properties, accounting for 9,000 acres. In FY23, 249 properties, approximately 1,400 acres, and then 241 in FY24 for approximately 1,200 acres. What did that yield for us? As Commissioner Jarrell, or Chair Jarrell, just noted, we've You have had a huge investment since FY21. In FY21, there was $6 million that was allocated. Then in FY22, there was $20 million. And then the subsequent fiscal years, there were $50 million allocated, both for 23 and 24. As a result of that, you can see the acres that was acquired, 308 approximately in FY21, approximately 296 for FY22. For FY23, approximately 500, even though that's not a really approximate rounding, it's 499. And then in FY24, you see there was over 551 acres. What you could see on the previous slide, let me go back just to show you something there. You'll see all these little purple splashes all over the place. And those purple splashes, there's two prongs. I'm going to go in and zoom in for you right there, okay? On those purple slashes, there's two. There's a lighter color purple and then a deep purple. That deep purple that you can see, so if you look in the number 7, you can see there's some deep purple shapes in there. Those are the actual land pieces that were acquired. The lighter purple that's going around it is the sphere of influence, because we're trying to make sure that we have acreage that have a half-mile accessibility, and so that's what you're seeing, the concentric area that goes around that area, that specific acquisition, to see how that goes. And again, in this particular instance, we have some successes, because these are acquisitions that have happened since the adoption of the MEC playbook, where we have landed acquisitions in goal 5, 6, and 7. And some of the parks that are accounted for that, IBM Drive Park, Two Springs Park, Buckthorn Park, Mallard Creek Greenway Trailhead, Graham Street Park, Old Potters Road Park, and Mallard Creek Greenway Local Park. While we've had some successes, there are challenges. Some challenges are, though, as much as we are asking owners if they have an interest to sell versus it already being open on the market. But you can see in Gap Area 4, we didn't get anything over these 3 or 4 years that we've been trying. Yet we looked at 18 properties that accounted for over 88 acres. In some instances, the geographic areas did not, or the parcel themselves did not meet the criteria. It could have been challenges for topo, it could have been challenges for what was the previous land use and things that we had to be taken in consideration and like. It could have been that we were competing with the private sector, and so we got outbidded on a piece of property. And also, we, as I mentioned, find out for these gap areas, it may not be the traditional land masses. We may have to get a shopping center or a strip mall or something that may be concrete, and we have to eventually convert it over to the use that we need in order to fill the gaps. And then we have to continue to explore partnerships, because there may be instances where we have a partner like the Providence Square, where there may be an interest. We hadn't planned on buying land there, but in the collaboration, we can try to identify to get a win-win and bridge those gaps. And then that one got printed twice. This slide, what I want to share with you is greenway acquisitions take time. It's really simple. You can see for this particular greenway, and this is the Long Creek Greenway, that we started our work as early as, and I should have had this, I think it's 1988? Yes, 1988. And we've carried that work all the way through to 2021. So that's because in many instances, you're doing miles of, it's not like buying one independent parcel. You're having conversations with multiple landowners, trying to negotiate their interests of what they want. In many instances, it may not be full acquisition, it may be easements, and then trying to make accommodations in order to do that. So when people are asking us to accelerate and move quickly on greenways, sometimes we face those challenges, because you have to be able to work with all of the landowners on the pathway that you're trying to achieve to make that happen. With that, I will highlight a couple more things before I give it to back to David. So what's our future direction? Again, we'll celebrate those successes in the gap areas where we have already made some success. Then we will also start contemplating how do we best achieve bridging those gaps in those other areas where we have not made any future direction. And then lastly, we need to contemplate how do we track success. What we've really been doing and focusing on up to this point is we have said, okay, you've got 20 million, you need to spend all the 20 million. And we do it, and we do it well. And we do it well with 50 million as well. We have not let you down. The thing that I would say, though, is that what gets measured gets done, and that's what we're doing. We're fulfilling and making sure that that gets done. There are some instances, though, that in my independent opinion or my professional opinion, we probably should have hold on that money a little bit and carry it over to the next year, because in some areas, it's going to cost us so much to acquire that land that we may need money from the current year. And so there are some instances, which is good, we may have gotten some land that are nice to haves, which will always be beneficial, but they may not have been the highest priority at the time. Now, sometimes it is because the land is on the market, it's unavailable, and we need to seize that moment at that time. But there are some other instances, sometimes, not all, but there are some instances where we acquire because we know we have to achieve the goal that you've set. But that doesn't mean that we aren't going to still push forward and move hard, but there are some things that we need to figure out and better contemplate how we achieve success to ensure that we're creating the best opportunities for all. I will now turn it back over to David.
All right, so what are some other reasons why we might want or need to acquire property? And two of the ones that come to the top of the list are economic development and affordable housing. So let's look at those a little more closely. So I've taken the economic development and put it into three buckets. And I think the speakers yesterday talked about these as well. So the first one being placemaking. You know, do we acquire and transform specific places into a destination or a area of common character? So if you think about South End or NODA, except on a smaller scale. The other one is revitalization. Do we acquire some underperforming commercial property or area to boost its attractiveness or economic status? I think a great example of that is where VCW is. You know, the county specifically acquired that property, which was clearly underperforming, in an effort not only to get some space for the county, but also to drive activity in that part of town. And then I think the other thing that was highlighted yesterday is business attraction. Do we need to have an inventory of property that we can market to businesses that might want to come here? If we become aware of some large industrial company that wants to come to Mecklenburg County, do we have an industrial park that has land in it that we can market for that particular purpose? The big poster child for this is like Research Triangle Park in the Raleigh-Durham area. Huge amount of land for that particular purpose to attract those tech companies. There were a lot more that went along with it, but that land was set aside for that particular purpose. All right, so then let's shift over to the affordable housing side of things. And there's kind of two buckets there, maybe 2.5 buckets, I guess. The first one is we might want to acquire some land to preserve it as affordable housing. So do we buy some existing affordable rental properties to prevent their sale and or redevelopment? Oftentimes, you know, we need to spend some more money to upfit the property so it is habitable. Another kind of, I guess, subset of that would be, you know, maybe to mitigate displacement of the people that live there now. Reduce the negative effects and ensure residents don't get priced out or displaced because of some other type of development that is coming. The other side of affordable housing is just new development. Getting some land for the express purpose of putting affordable housing there, kind of like the conversation we just had, to make sure we have control and then can create new affordable units as opposed to just preserving ones that exist. So what are some things you need to consider with these? I would say generally, not in all cases, but generally, we need somebody else to work with us to make this, to get the outcome we want. That we might have the land, but we need a developer to come along with us to help build and operate the affordable housing. Or we're especially on the economic development side. We're not economically developing ourselves. We need a third-party company to come here to drive the economic activity we want. The other thing is the law. There are oftentimes some legal constraints that would prevent us from doing exactly what it is that we want to do. I would say North Carolina isn't the friendliest place in the world for creativity in this space. Our esteemed attorney over here can attest to that. So we might have some really good ideas, and at the end of the day, we find out, you know what, we really can't do that, or we can't do it that way. And so what is the creative way we can work within the constraints of the laws to get the outcome that we want? Oftentimes, the land is not enough. So with economic development, perhaps it is providing the land at some reduced cost, or providing the land at market value and an ongoing incentive. It's not just providing the property to the affordable housing developer, but it's also an ongoing subsidy to maintain affordability. So it's not always just the land or just the property that will get us across the finish line. There might be additional resources that are needed. One thing I failed to put on the list is, what are the land use plans in the communities where we're doing this? So if we're in the city of Charlotte or the town of Huntersville, and we say we want affordable housing there, or we want industrial there, they might not line up with what those land use plans are for those communities. All right, so how do we pay for this? Well, the first thing is that the costs vary widely depending on what kind of land is it and where is it, and it's not getting cheaper. If you look back at that 4,100 acres that we bought, the average price of that was $65,000 an acre. But according to the assessor's office, looked at some recent data and said if we want some residential land, and if we look at the median, kind of what as the low number, what's the median price, that's $475,000 an acre, whereas like the top 10%, the highest priced residential land, as much as $2.15 million an acre, just for land. Commercial property, $575,000 to $5.2 million an acre. And then undevelopable property that we might use for open space preservation or other reasons, based on some of our recent purchases, that's about $236,000 an acre. So all of those are vastly higher than the average over the last decade. So here are some considerations around how we pay for this. So I guess, cleanest, most vanilla way to pay for stuff would just be pay for it out of your annual revenues. What are we bringing in? Carve off a piece of that and use that to buy whatever it is that we think we need. No additional tax would be needed. We don't have to worry about fund balance, any of that. Just take it out of our annual revenue and pay for it. I mean, I think all of you would recognize pretty quickly that's going to be a pretty small amount for us to be able to carve out, and would really limit how much we would have to spend. Another approach, and one that we've definitely used recently, is to use fund balance. Doesn't take any revenue away from ongoing operations, doesn't take away from current revenues. It can be a significant amount, and it is a good source for a one-time unique acquisition. If something comes up, hey, there's a property, we really wanted this, it's on the market, do we have fund balance? Yes, let's use it and let's go buy that. The problem is we may not always have fund balance to spend. We don't have complete control of how much fund balance we will have on an ongoing basis. It's kind of a result of how did things happen each budget year, and did we generate or did we use fund balance? And then, like everything else, land isn't the only, land and property acquisition aren't the only reasons that we've used fund balance. You remember for the current year, we've allocated $143 million of fund balance. 50 of that is land, so lots of other one-time needs that the county has been using fund balance to pay for. We could have a dedicated property tax. We could say we're going to raise taxes 1 cent, and we're going to use that 1 cent for future land acquisition. We set that money aside for that particular purpose, which would provide us an ongoing, dedicated, predictable revenue stream that we would know is for that particular purpose. That requires a tax increase. I mean, that's, I guess, the first limitation, which could kind of compete with your ability to raise taxes for other needs and consume some of your future tax increase capacity. And then it would limit flexibility if priorities changed in the future and it wasn't really land acquisition that we needed to take care of. We needed to do it for something else. Then what do? Do you go back and say, well, we're going to use that revenue for something else, and how does that all work? We could borrow money for land acquisition. This would provide potentially a large amount of money at one time. We would know how much it is, and for that particular purpose, and we would use it until it was gone. I would say that getting the treasurer's office to approve financing that was solely for land acquisition would be a little bit of a challenge. They generally would want to know what specifically are you going to spend your bond proceeds on, and if we said, hey, we want $100 million to go buy land, they would say, well, that's great. What land do you want to buy? And we would say, well, we're not sure yet. We just want to have the money, and then we'll go find what land we want. That's generally not how they like to see financings come forward, and I think that would probably result in some pushback from the treasurer's office. And then obviously we would need some way to pay that back. Borrowing money, as you all know, isn't in and of itself a source of new revenue. It's just a way to get it now and pay for it later. So depending on how much was borrowed, you have to figure out a way to pay that back. And usually that gets back to your ongoing annual revenue is going to have to take care of that, or you're going to need a tax increase to pay that back. So, and then kind of, I guess, putting it in the CIP isn't necessarily a funding source in and of itself, but what I think it shows us is maybe there's a best of all of these in terms of how do we contemplate paying for land and property acquisitions as we go forward. So if we put our wants and needs in terms of how much money we want to have available for land acquisition, and we put it in the CIP, we have some certainty about how much is it and when's it going to be available. It does also allow us to use kind of all of these above sources to pay for that going forward. So we could, our CIP right now is paid for with a combination of ongoing annual revenues, some dedicated property taxes that are going to pay for capital and debt service, as well as bond financing and, borrowed money. And so the other thing that it does is it allows us to consider that large dollar acquisition. Generally, land is not cheap, as we just talked about, but it allows us to look at that in the broader context of what are all of the other large capital needs that we have and be able to prioritize it within those other competing needs, which then is also a limitation of that approach in that it's competing against all of our other capital needs. Now, I will say anything that we spend competes with something else that we might want to spend, but in that broader CIP, that's one more input that then we have to figure out a way to pay for. So back to kind of the real world and some of my news from yesterday. What are the realities of our ability to buy land going forward? So we do have, like we just talked about, we do have some land acquisition money reserved in the CIP right now. When we first started with the 5-year rolling CIP, we knew that some of the capital projects, specifically Park and Rec related, that we're going to do, we're going to require land to go along with them, and we haven't to date really included the land cost with the specific project. We've just allocated money for land separately, and we put $10 million every year into the plan, and then we just escalated that to make sure that we had a nominal $10 million available going forward. So 11.8 is what's allocated in 2026, and it grows to 13.4 million by the time we get to 2030. Fund balance, we talked about that yesterday. We've got 98.3 million projected for next year. And then the other thing to consider is when we buy land from the private sector, we're no longer getting property tax from the property owner of that land. So if you just look at what we spent here recently, when we've kind of ramped up spending, between 2022 and 2025, we've spent $133.4 million. Based on that price, that's $732,000 worth of property tax each year that we're not going to get. By the time we spend the money that's allocated for 2025, that number will be pretty close to $1 million. And that's just the stuff from 22 to 25. It doesn't include that whole 4,100 acres going back to 2020 or 2013. So that is also a reality of taking some of that stuff off of the tax rolls. So I think bringing this back around to where the chair started, what we really have for you is questions for you to help us and to talk amongst yourselves about, are there other reasons the county should be looking at acquiring property other than what we've talked about today and the things that we've done historically? We've got the Park and Rec environmental side of the world, economic development, affordable housing, and the flood mitigation, and then just the land we need to build facilities. And then, maybe the harder question is, how do we prioritize that amongst those uses or any new uses that you have, and between Park and Rec, economic development, affordable housing, and other capital needs that the county has going forward? How should we think about that? Because I think the last several years at least, it's just been $50 million for land. And there wasn't a lot of discussion about land for what. It was just kind of assumed that we're going to use that for Park and Rec environmental purposes. That's all we've got. It's really going to turn it back to you, Chairman.
All right. I hope everybody's buckled up for this discussion. It's going to be a great one. This is a great presentation. Here's how we're going to do this. I'm definitely going to start with Commissioner Powell. You are going to get 5 minutes, madam, on this, and then everybody else is going to be relegated to the regular time. But it'll go Commissioner Powell, Commissioner Dunlap, Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell, then I'm going to come to the Vice Chair.
I asked for 5 hours.
That was a compromise.
So the first thing is, when we did make the motion and approve it, it was $50 million for land acquisition and environmental leadership action plan.
Sure. I just meant that we weren't considering it for other purposes.
Correct. Because when you said that, I thought, oh, it's definitely for parkland. Just a couple things. When somebody mentioned it, when we were sworn in 2018, the county was spending $6 million on land acquisition, all land. And so if Park and Rec was lucky enough to get a tidbit of that, it was under $6 million. The needs are over $1 billion when when I was sworn in 2018 for Parkland to meet the needs of the current population back then. We are still behind for the population that we serve in Parkland. So it is a sacrifice, like, you know, you have to have balanced government. You can't spend $1 billion on, all of a sudden, on something because you're behind in it. You have to be balanced in the approach. And so even though it seems big, it's little. It's, you know, we're just chipping away at what we need for the population that we serve for parks. And so as you were, and we do have a responsibility to buy land for things that we need. So when you were talking about solid waste and other facilities that are like the libraries, different things that are coming up, the schools, we have a responsibility to buy land. But this new responsibility keeps, and it's not a responsibility that I can find anywhere. I can't find that it's our responsibility, county responsibility, to fund affordable housing. And as Commissioner Griffin and I were talking one day at a meeting, if we spent the entire budget, every dollar in this budget on affordable housing, it still wouldn't solve the problem. But, you know, like, that's my first question. Who said it is our responsibility to do this? It's jumping in and it's affecting the responsibilities that we do have. And so we have all these responsibilities that we have to do. And now this is jumping in and taking away from the other things. So how did that become our responsibility? Because when we were running for office and we were at a candidate forum and Commissioner Fuller was there and Commissioner Leek and all the commissioners that were serving were saying, oh, you know, you guys, because everybody was saying this is such a need, and you hear it throughout the nation. They're like, well, that's not the county responsibility. And so we come in and we're trying to respond to what the needs are, and we're doing rental subsidies and rapid rehousing for domestic violence and critical home repair, and we start doing these investments. And it reminds me of that presentation yesterday where they were like, it's a slippery slope when you start funding what you're not responsible for, and all of a sudden the demands escalate. And I feel like that's what's happening, while we need to focus on what we are responsible for, because we cannot solve this affordable housing. We can't solve it, but is it our responsibility? And we're trying to do things that keep people in place and keep them from losing their homes, like the critical home repair. Like, we're doing things, but I'm scared that we're really going out of what we're responsible for. And I might have to come back. I mean, I just feel like if we're not really intentional, like Commissioner Townsend Ingram's talking about, really being intentional about what we are responsible for, we're going to end up like Detroit, Los Angeles, Baltimore, and I feel like it's unnerving to think about a tax increase and not being focused on what we are responsible for. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me just respond, Dave, because you're not able to respond to that.
That's right.
In that sense, this is before you. But just to be clear, what we're doing is based on direction of the board from, you know, jumping into the space. It was a direction of the board. It was where we steered staff to go. And so, you know, so I just wanted to be transparent and clear. I'll certainly raise my hand as someone that I'm just not a person. I'm a person that believes that we have a community issue. And I felt like then, and I feel like today, that we have a responsibility to look at a major problem in the community from a comprehensive perspective and try to throw as any resources available to it, as long as we're being responsible. And I think what you raised, Commissioner Powell, are certainly fair questions and fair considerations that should be discussed. And I think everyone can chime in today and figure out exactly, you know, the board can make a decision at any moment. People can make a motion to say, get out of the housing game. And if we get 5 votes, we'll be out of the housing unit game and can direct that money wherever the board wants. So I would, that's the reality of the situation. I, for one, couldn't support that, but if there are 5 others, then that's just where we would land, understanding that there can be differences on the board and differences in perspective, and that's not an issue. So thank you for that, but I did want to make sure that the public was clear that that wasn't just staff jumping in on their own. That was certainly where we landed. Let me go to Commissioner Dunlap, please.
Well, that was interesting comments. Affordable housing is taking the place of parks. I let that sink in for a minute.
I didn't say that.
Well, you say we're jumping into an area that is not our responsibility. You did say that.
Funding.
So the bottom line is, what the commissioners decide is the priority for this community is what we should fund. But I'm not even going to go there. I'm going to look at it from a realistic standpoint. We've been told that we have $98 million in fund balance. So if we look at how our fund balance has been depleted over the last couple of years, as I said yesterday, it's happening quite quickly. $143 million spent in fund balance over the last couple of years, now to the point that we have only $98 million. The possibility that $50 million out of the $98 million would be used for park and recreation purposes only, to me, is atrocious. Those are my thoughts. When, in fact, there are other purposes of land. And I think when you think about the number of acres, 3,872.3 acres in park and recreation land, and 4.2 acres for affordable housing. And we say that affordable housing is a priority. You can't build affordable housing if you don't have land. So I just ask that we think about it from that perspective. People will tell you, if you want to know what's important, look at what's being funded. It's just that simple. So when you look at the fact that we've been spending this tremendous amount of money out of fund balance, I'm just telling you, you can't sustain that. It's real simple. It ought to be clear by now. But again, yeah, it takes 5 votes. And so we'll see where the 5 votes come from.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is tough because I really believe in, so far, all of my colleagues have said, I can totally see how we got to where we are. I remember very clearly, the idea that, the best way to improve all of the things that the most vulnerable are struggling with that the county is a part of is to have a home, right? Like if you have a home, then you can be educated better. If you don't have a home, it's really hard. You can be healthier. All of those things are really important. But I also agree with Commissioner Powell that, the way government is set up, there's different parts of government that are supposed to take care of different needs. So I think, that is an important consideration for us to have. For me, it doesn't bother me that we have, like slide 441, where, I know that this is a big deal for Commissioner Dunlap, that, there's property tax revenue that is no longer coming in because now the county owns the land. Because I just look at it as, that would be spent even in, more would be spent if we waited to buy the land when it was more expensive. So like trying to buy land before it gets even more expensive probably saves us money in the long run. So, I really support what we've done around affordable housing in that I think using the tools, I think the first year it was like $12 million, and it came from a specific source, and it was going to subsidies. It was going to like certain things, and I think that was really creative and a great use of our resources. And I think we have to make sure that, we can't solve the affordable housing problem on our own. We can't. It is a national problem. And, there's so many factors that go into it, and it really could suck up everything that we have. And so I don't see that as an option of that being a goal, but trying to service the most vulnerable folks that, the 30%, focusing on the, the domestic violence, having places for people, like those certain programs that we've been doing, I think have been great. But I don't think we should switch our focus to buying land specifically for affordable housing.
Thank you. Commissioner Altman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have voted to allocate $50 million for land acquisition 3 cycles running. And I am very proud to have raised my hand for that each and every time. Extremely proud. One of our wise colleagues talks about balance. And we all sort of arrive at what balance looks like. And let's just be very clear that, we cannot have it all. We have so many truly, deeply, life-threatening obligations that we're trying to, problems that we're trying to, stop the hemorrhaging, that I can't fund anything in the amount I think it ought to be funded, from education to, stormwater mitigation, all right? And so I think if you're looking for direction from the board, and, and that's what this conversation is, I guess my rendition would be, I'm very proud of the investments we've made. I also hear Dr. Johnson say that maybe sometimes we'd made purchases that were not the highest and best use of the money, but you had a mandate to purchase, and so you did. And I would probably rather have a slightly more flexible policy that would enable the county manager's office, which I do believe understands what we want and faithfully executes, to have a little more flexibility in identifying excellent opportunities for all of our life-threatening, all of our obligations, which have, life and death consequences. And so if there's an opportunity to acquire, we look to be nimble in the market for affordable housing. We don't have the trust fund that the city has. We've used our smaller dollars to try to jump in where we can make the difference in something fantastic. But you don't have a lot of resources for that. And so I think if I were to look at our policy in the year coming ahead, noting that we're having a slowdown, noting that we have a deficit, noting that we're all very focused on funding, adult daycare and CMS and all of this, that are so important. I probably want to, my input is to pivot to a slightly more flexible recommendation to give us the highest and best use, knowing that environmental acquisition for land for parks still remains extremely important, but also giving a little more bandwidth for other great opportunities that will serve the essential needs of our residents.
Thank you.
I didn't get anything out of that.
Really?
No.
Well, we're going to get around 2 in, so we'll go back. We'll come back to it. I got it, Lee. I got it. Commissioner Meyer.
Did
Thank you. Well, gosh, that makes me a little nervous. I do have a question to George Dunlap. So how much is fund balance really? Because he kept saying we only have 98 million, but that's 98 million over how much?
Over in our total fund balance?
Right. I can't remember. It's somewhere in this book.
I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Probably an
Okay.
additional 200 million, I think.
I just want to make it clear
Our
that
requirement is, our 28% number is like 450, 460 million.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's, 100 over that. So we have, $600 million.
Okay, he just, with all due respect, he just kept saying 98 million, that's all we have, but we have 400 and something.
That's how much there is to spend.
To spend, right, and I just want to make that clear. And I'm just curious, who says we are responsible for one thing or another? Is it just tradition? What we've always done, kind of?
Well, I think Tyrone can help here, too. I think the statute is clear in terms of what counties are responsible for doing, but you've set your priorities, right? And a lot of the priorities that you have are not required by statute. So when you tell us what your priorities are, that's what we go after. So affordable housing continues to be a priority, and that's why we're having this discussion around that.
Okay, all right.
And the statutes tell us some things that we can't do.
Like what? What
Like
can't we not do?
Build roads.
Okay, okay.
Stuff like that,
Okay. And you answered my question in the, how much money we're missing from land, from the land purchases, but what is that, 441? What, is it 441?
Yeah.
What are the dates there?
Those are the fiscal years that money will be available. That amount of money will be appropriated in those years. So when we get to 2026, if you adopt the new 5-year plan, that will include that $11.8 million for land purchases as part of the CIP. It won't come from fund balance. It's currently baked into the plan.
Okay, but the 732,000 property tax revenue exempted.
That's $732,000 worth of revenue that we will not get
We do not get
every year going forward.
because of what, because of the 98.3.
Because of what we've purchased.
Okay, all right, thank you. And you were talking about the funding sources. If we added our money to the CIP that we want if we want to purchase, to have it there, that provides no flexibility, correct? If something comes up, like Dr. Johnson said, well, something came up, we wanted it then, or something didn't come up, but we took it anyway, or whatever. We couldn't do that with CIP.
Well, you can change the CIP whenever you want. I mean, there's nothing that says you can only adopt the CIP once a year, right? So we bring you from time to time changes to CIP projects. If we had a project that was appropriated for, $1 million, and there was some change in the cost of the project, and now it was $1.2 million, we would bring you potentially a change in the CIP ordinance to be able to accommodate that additional appropriation for a project. So every once in a while on your agenda, you will see capital project ordinance amendments. That's what's happening. So just because at one point in time it's in the CIP, it can be changed. But I guess if you're just taking another funding, like ongoing revenue or fund balance and dumping it into the CIP, that's just saying, here's the revenue, I've already determined how I'm going to pay for it, I'm just going to stick it over here to execute it. So I'm not sure that it really helps anything, but it doesn't necessarily tie your hands forever.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Leek?
My concern is we will never build enough housing to eradicate the housing problem we have. I don't see the county doing that. We can help, but we can't bail them out, because the same people will be costing us money that's there now. and that problem will continue to exist. My concern is, what does the law say that we have to pay for and we have to fund, must fund out of our budget? Are we meeting those goals as it relates to making sure that we meeting the obligation that the state of North Carolina and the federal government say we must do as an elected body?
Well, I would tell you, Commissioner Leak, that the law requires you to fund Health and Human Services, DSS, Health Department, for the community. That's statutorily required.
Right.
How the board decides how much is one question, but what you must fund is defined by statute. That is.
Well, when you say fund, does that mean get them out of debt or support them to a point?
Well, that depends upon the board's priorities and how much you want to allocate. I don't think anyone could decide when you get one person out of a particular need.
I'm asking for information.
I don't know that there's a specific defined amount, but you must fund and allocate dollars for that purpose.
For that purpose, even if it's $1. Yes, sir.
If you're talking about affordable housing and parks and recreation, neither of those are required functions
Of the county.
That's right.
I've heard that repeatedly. And since the new board members.
Neither one?
Neither one is.
Excuse me.
Maybe some cases that affordable housing is not, park and rec is not. Neither one are required by the state.
Thank you. Then my question comes back to us. How then do we impact the lives of this community with what we must pay? What does the government say to us about financing education? What does it say, my dear?
Well, it says a lot of different things about financial education. I know the one thing that it's typically state responsibility is funding the capital for education. And the state is typically has the responsibility for funding the operations for education, but it's not as clear cut as that. And so there's a lot of different.
It's not as clear cut as the other two.
That's right.
Thank you. So that's left up to the manager and the board when it comes to the education. So we do have a choice in which to make, to not be draining the budget to the point that we cannot continue to take care of my senior citizens. That's what I was going to say. I'll be back.
You will be back.
I will be back.
You will be back, Commissioner, that's for sure. Commissioner Griffin.
Let's speak quickly here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't on the board in 2018.
Right on, brother.
I showed up in December of 22, and our first meeting was in January of 23. So I'm not privy to all of the debate and discussion about park money. As I said to you earlier, and maybe it went over everybody's head, I said in order to get rid of the inquiry list, it's like King Solomon in terms of splitting the baby. Do what we need to do to be able to support those seniors in terms of adult daycare. So I looked over to county manager and said, if we have to reduce funds from some other pocket, then I'm all for that. So there's no sacrosanct specifically other than what the statute requires us to do. Beyond that, these are priorities that 9 people have to make. And there may be tough decisions you have to make if you have to cut something or reduce funding in a particular area. But we are the Board of Social Services. And from that perspective, there is a priority in terms of health for seniors and anybody else. So for me, it's not it's a difficult thing to do to have to prioritize where you spend your money, but it's something I'm familiar with as being chair of the Board of Education. We couldn't give a carte blanche to every child and teacher, so you make tough choices. I was thinking you'd do the same thing as a county commissioner. So I'm not sure where the manager is going to make recommendations, but in terms of priorities, you can't fund everything at 100%. And we have to give the manager clear direction in terms of what a priority. So if adult daycare is not a priority, then some of y'all need to share that, because for me, it is a priority. And I think that is something that we ought to be supportive of. And if we have to reduce funding in the arts, as I gave originally, to do that, then maybe we have to do that, and we'll see what the recommendations are. If the recommendation is support by not funding parks at that level, then I'm okay. But just, we have to make tough choices sometimes, and that King Solomon piece of splitting the baby comes up as policymakers. But we sit as the Board of Social Services. We sit as the Health Commission. Now, if you want to help poor people, figure out how to educate them so that they can make enough money to afford a decent apartment or buy a home or do other things. But, we're not quite there in terms of workforce development. But I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if I'm answering the question for the topic that's on the table. But my point is, if we need to make hard choices, then I'm all for making those tough choices, okay?
Yep, well, that's why we're having a discussion. I mean, they teed up the policy question for us to address. And so, I'm not sure if they've got it just yet, but we'll keep going. We'll keep at it. Commissioner Townsend Ingram, and then we're gonna do a round two.
I have an opinion, but just enough to be dangerous, so I'm going to gift my 3 minutes to somebody else.
To me?
One of my colleagues.
No, you're not gonna gift it now. I appreciate the generosity. We're gonna divvy it up. Let's do this. Let's go back to the top, because I know everybody wants a second round. So Commissioner Powell, and you can do three. You can do three. And no more than three.
Not 3.5.
Commissioner Powell?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
So I find it stunning, all of a sudden, like every pamphlet ever passed out, every conversation, I think maybe Park and Rec staff finds it stunning that now today we're not responsible for Park and Rec. It's my understanding that we are responsible.
It's not mandated. So we have our choice matrix, and Park and Recreation is 100% discretionary, which is why in 2008 and 2009, when we had to cut, we cut that. Libraries are discretionary. So it is a county responsibility, but it is certainly not a mandated responsibility.
Okay, but public health and wellness are mandated.
Public health is definitely
And water
mandated.
quality and air quality
Right.
and biodiversity protection. So these are all fall into the umbrella of Parks and Rec. And I respect every person's life experience and perspective, and I understand why it's a priority. But there are very few elected leaders that understand the gravity of the environmental future that we face if we're not intentional now. This will not be a place that anyone wants to live in 20 and 30 years. We have to be very smart, and which is, why I'm so passionate about it, because we can't just, it can't be an afterthought. We have to be forward thinking about it. And so my question to you is, what is your recommendation for funding options for land acquisitions? Because we had an analysis for a potential bond for land acquisition in 2019 where they did not recommend it. So what is your recommendation?
I recommend we decide how much we can fit in our capital improvement plan and fund it like we do the rest of capital, which is a combination of revenue streams. It may result in us borrowing some money, but it would be part of a larger capital plan and other projects. It wouldn't be any type of standalone borrowing for land purposes.
So, and if I can just add on to that, I agree with David 100%, and I would also consider you recalibrating the CIP so that you incorporate additional dollars for land acquisition, but that means potentially that you have to push some other projects out, because you can't do it all. So if you want to bake it in the CIP, you've got to recalibrate it and move projects out so that you can incorporate it.
Yeah, so if we want more than what's on the screen here, then we'd have to know what that more is and evaluate the balance of the CIP along with that additional funding if it came here. And again, the CIP in and of itself isn't a funding source, it's just a way to incorporate all of our funding sources in a more comprehensive manner to consider it along with all our other needs.
Thank you, because in this grim financial, projection of yesterday, I think that we need guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunlap?
Okay, first of all, I would support a independent recommendation coming from the manager and from David in terms of how we should fund that. Of course, we're going to make our own decision, but I would support that. The other thing I would say is that it's important that we keep that $98 million in front of us, because while we might have $500 million, we know that we're not going to touch the other. And so any allocation that we make will come from the $98 million. I want that to be clear. If you decide to spend $50 million, it's coming from the $98 million, not the $400 million. Because there's not a person in here who would vote to spend that other money. And if you don't believe that's an issue, go back to 2008 when we had the recession and look at what happened when we had COVID a few years ago. The money that we had to spend has been reduced drastically. I'm done.
All right. Mic drop, I guess. Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But that other money is our reserves. And so if there was some catastrophic reason why we needed to tap into that, we could. So that, just saying. But the distinction that I want to make is that, the land acquisitions that we have been doing are from fund balance, right? And fund balance can only have so many purposes that are not ongoing. So when people are comparing these purchases, these land purchases that we've been making, you can't compare it to adult daycare. You can't compare it to education. You can't compare it to all of our other priorities, because those priorities are not coming out of fund balance. They're coming in, those are general fund. And so even the CIP, my understanding that's general fund, right? Like that's where that money comes from. It's not coming from fund balance. Fund balance can only be used for one-time purposes. And so that's why it's the ideal place for making these land acquisitions. And so, I think we have to make sure that we're not conflating these different funding streams. We have to look at them in the way that we can utilize them. We have restrictions, and so land acquisition is just the perfect place for, fund balance is the perfect place for land acquisition. So, that's my main thing is let's not muddy the waters, because we can't fund those other things out of fund balance, right? Because they're ongoing. If we want them to be ongoing, if we want those adult daycare dollars to keep on going every year, they can't come out of fund balance, but land acquisition can. So that's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Altman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That point is very well taken and absolutely true. I think Commissioner Dunlap has also correctly pointed out that we have drawn down very substantially, and, another $50 million drawdown this year would bring us to half the total amount over our minimum. So, there's that. But what I would like to do, actually, Mr. Chairman, again, understanding these are different kinds of streams of money, nonetheless, we're coping with the fact that we have a $14 million deficit. We have slowed growth. We have $61 million that we need just to keep steady state for Mecklenburg County government, not even starting off with what we need to fund to CMS and to CPCC. And so what I would like is to see if my colleagues would be comfortable in asking the manager to look at everything in the budget, to see what she can identify as low-performing programs and come forward with a recommendation for where we might recoup cost savings. And I know you do that every year, but because this is such slow growth, I would like to see if my colleagues would join me in asking you to do a closer look, a harder look, especially as we might be confronted with the opportunity for a once-in-a-generational sales tax. I know all of us want to do absolutely everything in our power to minimize tax implications from property tax, while we may also have to might be contemplating a sales tax. So I'd like to open that up to my colleagues with permission of the chair to see if you would join me in asking the manager again to look very closely at her budget to see where she might be able to double down on removing low-performing programs.
I second that motion. No, it wasn't a motion, but I'm just like.
Well, it wasn't a motion, but Dina, can you take can we do, Mr. Attorney, can we do sort of like just an informal straw vote on this thing, just so we can see that, make sure that there's 5 commissioners in agreement with what Commissioner Altman is asking, or do we need to take a formal vote on this?
Straw vote will work.
So just a normal straw vote, raise a hand. Would you guys be in favor of? Okay, tee that up again, because we're just trying to, a few commissioners would like to find savings, essentially.
I understand, but can I ask a question about that
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
now? Well,
Yeah.
isn't that what,
Wait a minute, have we?
isn't that what the?
Hold on, Commissioner Leek, 1 second. I'm going to come to you in 2 seconds. Let her ask her question,
Isn't
and then
that
I'll
what the
come
budget
to you.
office does, is try to find savings? I mean,
Right, we do redirections every year as part of our budget, and we always present our redirections. But I think what Commissioner Altman is asking is that we go a little deeper than we have before, and look at everything that we fund. That would be including a lot of the nonprofits that we fund in our budget, which there are many, 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 many nonprofits that we fund. And is this the time when we should be taking a look at whether we should continue that funding or we should stop doing that based on some of the financial issues that we're trying to work through here?
Okay. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Meyer? Commissioner Leek, what was your question? And then Commissioner Griffin, Commissioner Dunlap.
I don't have a question other than to ask the manager, will she hold tight to what she's saying to us here and later that it changes?
No,
Can
I
we
think
depend upon you
certainly
to do
can,
the right
sure.
thing for the right people at the right time? I feel like I'm talking to my husband, my mother, and we got $98.3 million. Vilma, what can we do with it? So help me, honey.
Yeah, so I think, again, to Commissioner Rodriguez's point earlier, what we're trying to do is figure out a way to reduce the operating budget, which has nothing to do with this 98.3 million, to try to close the gap that we have, the 14 million, plus the other needs that we have to
What
fund.
includes the operating budget?
I'm sorry?
What includes the operating budget?
Everything that we pay for on a regular basis, not a one-time expense like land acquisition.
All right, okay.
So this would be looking at the operating budget and finding those things that we have to decide if we want to continue to fund, or do we want to continue to increase taxes for the residents? And I think that's the question that Commissioner Altman is asking. Whether or not you all agree that that's something that you want me to really do.
I think I can agree with Sister Allman.
Thank you for that. Let me go to Commissioner Griffin, Commissioner Dunlap, and then we're going to get back to the policy question that needs to be answered, and we'll get back to the order. Can you guys make it quick, please, because we're running out of time?
So move.
Yeah, we're not going to take that motion right now. We're not taking a motion. Can you go ahead, Commissioner Griffin?
Yeah, I mean, this is just joy to my ears. I love accountability. And if we're not impactful in the results that we need to have to move our citizens forward, you could have done this when I first joined back in 23 with the 23 budget. So you absolutely have my support to look at all areas for efficiencies and effectiveness.
So that's fine. Commissioner Dunlap?
Yeah, and the reason I support this, we had this conversation, a few of us had this conversation earlier, is, as I recall, years when board members would make recommendations to add millions of dollars to the budget that wasn't requested. And so if you look at what has been said relative to this year's budget, there was an additional 50-something million left after things had been paid for. And so if there's an additional $50 million left, then we're allocating resources to things that aren't necessarily needed. And so what we're asking the manager to do is to dig deeper so that maybe that $50 million won't be left and what we allocate will actually be used. And in doing so, the hope is that there will be additional resources to find the things that we're discussing in the current budget so that we don't have to raise taxes.
Right. So I know it looks like there's consensus here, but to be fair, I want to make sure Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell has the clarification she needs.
Yeah, the thing that I'm trying to understand is, in my view, that whatever cuts, whatever, going back and looking at you can do should go to the 14.7 that we're in the deficit for, so that it's no longer a deficit in the general fund, right? So does that?
Yeah, I mean, the goal would be to close that $14.7 million gap first.
That comes first? Okay, then I'm in agreement with, I don't even understand what she's talking about then. What other thing is there?
Well, I think if you go back and look at the forecast that David did earlier yesterday, with the growth revenue that we have and the needs that we already know exist, we don't have enough money to even fund that, and we haven't seen anything from CMS or CPCC, so we do need.
So you're just talking about cutting deeper?
I'm sorry?
Just cutting deeper then is all you're saying, like to
try to cut as deep as we can before we have to actually impose a tax increase.
Okay.
Well, can I?
But I think, again, I just want to be clear that there may be people who don't like the cuts that I propose, and they're going to go to you all to try to get that all restored. So you just have to be prepared for that.
So to that point, and I want to chime in here because, obviously we have consensus, Madam Manager. There's more than 5 that are okay to proceed with.
There's no motion.
I'm sorry?
There's no motion that's been made and seconded. So you've discussed it, but there's not been a vote taken.
Okay. Well, Commissioner Leek moved.
So move.
Second.
I thought we weren't making motions.
So
Can
move.
we direct based on the conversation?
I think so.
I hear you, Commissioner Leek. Give me 1 second so I can get some clarification.
You don't trust me?
We trust you implicitly.
Well, to the manager's point, you want the record to reflect that the board has given her this directive, because as she said, there may be certain individuals will come back to the board and ask you to restore, but she's followed your mandate.
It's been moved. Can I get a second on this motion, please? Second.
I got an unreadiness.
It's been moved and seconded. There's unreadiness. Commissioner Dunlap.
I want to make it clear, I support what the manager's doing, but the board still makes the final decision.
Of course.
All right, I don't want to make sure I don't give that right away.
We're there. We're there.
Can I
And
get
so,
Yeah.
go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Can we get a clarification on the motion, please?
Commissioner Leek, do you want me to do it, or would you like
Yes,
to do it?
you go right
Okay.
ahead.
So the motion is to direct the county manager to evaluate the budget for low-performing programs to recommend for reduction or elimination for the board's consideration.
It's been moved and seconded.
That's it.
You moved it, Commissioner. It's been seconded. We're okay. We had an unreadiness, and I have an unreadiness. Now, a couple things. The manager teed it up perfectly. And so this board, I want everybody here so that we're not backtracking when the tough decision comes. Because we're talking about looking at programs, and Madam Manager, I heard you say the nonprofits, correct? And
Yes.
exactly. So what's going to happen is this. Give me 1 second, Commissioner. I got you. What's going to happen is this. We're going to have the budget hearing. It's going to be packed with people that are saying, how dare you cut me because so-and-so is going to die, or whatever the case may be. They're having a tremendous impact in the community, and then we're going to go scrambling. So let's not do an exercise of futile. I support the motion, but I'm just saying now, we're going to be called to make a tough decision. The media is going to catch this, It's going to catch fire, and you're going to have to be, and we're all going to have to be ready to respond appropriately. One of the things that I would like for us to understand, right here, give me 1 second, Commissioner, there are hands. I'm going to come to you. Commissioner Griffin was first. Now, let's make sure we have our language right. We're not saying anybody's going to get cut. The manager will evaluate where we are for potential savings, and to Commissioner Dunlap's point, we will have to make decisions. We may or may not. But I think we should all be on the same page with the language we're using, not only be on the same page with the language we're using, but the why. And the why is, as Commissioner Altman pointed out yesterday, and what we heard yesterday, was we need to tighten our belts.
That's right.
We cannot be all things to all people. We're in a different time right now, and this time is going to take courage if we're going to go down this road.
That's right.
And so I just want everybody to be clear about what we're asking, what we're directing, and when it comes back, not to be pointing the fingers, but to step up and say, yes, I wanted this to happen. I really, really want to make sure that we are abundantly clear on where we're going down this road, what we're opening up. The second thing that I would like to address is with respect to ARPA, Madam Manager. I know we did clawbacks, we put those back out. At one point, I suggested just in comments, not a motion or anything, that any remaining clawbacks we put toward the 14.7 million. Do we anticipate any clawbacks from that? I know it's totally separate from the conversation, but
Well, I'm going to let Mike talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just unready, so I'm going to carry the motion.
Any clawbacks at this time? All the funding has been allocated.
Okay.
We did have a clawback that I brought forward
That's right.
to the board a couple of months ago. The manager recommended how to spend that. We did enter into contract agreements with those providers.
Yeah.
But at this point, all the funding is available, and we don't expect any clawbacks.
Okay, understood. Thank you. There was a couple more unreadiness before we carry the motion. It was Commissioner Griffin, Commissioner Leek, then Commissioner Powell. Everybody's going to get 1 minute.
Yeah, I just wanted,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah, I just wanted to say, Laura Clark, who's down, I think, at the Foundation for the Carolinas now, but I knew her when she was creating the Renaissance West. And she moved up to United Way, and now she's the Foundation for the Carolinas. She was a speaker at the Shule Forums at UNC Charlotte. And when the Chetty study came around, she said that's nothing that we locals didn't already know. And she further talked about programs, and said one of the problems is legacy programs. Programs that have political support but are not effective in having outcomes. And I'm calling a name out, so if she sees this, she can challenge me on that, because I got it on tape. One other piece is sacred cows. You know, our budget is blooming. And we got to figure out what works, because it helps in health. It helps in everything that we're engaged in terms of the Board of Social Services, the Health Commission, and the general health and quality of our community. So you absolutely have my full-throated support, because we need to look at sacred cows and legacy programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Leek.
I'm about to say ditto to what Mr. Griffin has said. I trust and value the public. They have elected us to make decisions, and we said we would make decisions that would impact this community. So now is the time to do it, and to be seen by the public that you stand up for them, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. So move the motion.
Well, it's already been moved. It's already been seconded. We're in discussion right now, so thank you, Commissioner Leek.
Call for the question then.
All right, the question's been called.
What about the clerk?
You called me.
Hold on, okay.
We've been hearing from them all day.
Commissioner Powell, excuse me.
So in less than 60 seconds, Dina said that we haven't heard from CMS, we haven't heard from CPCC. Yesterday, we heard that we haven't heard from Medic. We need the resources in Medic to serve the growing population, and it is a sacred cow. Like, That's one of the sacred cows. So I'm ready for the tough decisions, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
We're ready for tough decisions, but I'm hoping that we're not just looking outside at nonprofits, but we're looking inside too. Like it's-
Absolutely, we always look inside. I just
Okay.
wanted it to be clear that we're going to look at everything, and that does include nonprofits.
Okay, as long as we're looking inside too.
Yep,
That's-
absolutely.
I'm cool with it then.
That's fine.
All right. All those in favor, let's see by show of hands. Okay, none opposed. Motion carries unanimously. All right, now, let's get back to the policy question because there were a couple of people that did not get a chance to speak. I think Commissioner Townsend Ingram, if we get back to David's presentation, you passed the first go-round. Did you have anything to add?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. All right. I didn't get a chance to address David, so I want to be able to do that. One, thank you for your presentation. Dr. Johnson, thank you for this. I'm a little perplexed on a couple of things. One, the confusion, because I felt like you laid out multiple options. I don't know the number of the slide, but you talked about fund balance, you talked about a dedicated property tax, bond financing, CIP. I mean, you gave us options for consideration, and I think they were viable options, and then we heard the manager give us, her general recommendation with looking at the CIP, which that, for me, to be very clear, is something that I certainly can support. The thing that I think is also something, this board certainly has made tough decisions in the past, and I know no one is going to run from the tough decision. I don't think we have to look at every equation as a win or a loss. It could be a both and to balance the equation.
That's right.
It's okay to be a both and. We see what is discretionary. I mean, I learned something new today. I did not realize that Park and Rec was discretionary. That doesn't mean it's not needed. Doesn't mean it's not needed. Doesn't mean that it's not a community priority. It is. But I would argue that housing is of paramount concern to the community. Paramount.
We've already voted now.
We didn't vote on that, Commissioner League, and I want to be able, I was respectful of everyone speaking, and I would like the opportunity to share my thoughts. It's no problem. It's no problem at all.
Please forgive me.
No problem. But I would argue, because I was one of the people that advocated in 2018 that we should go into the unit business of housing. The units, leveraging our land to be able to provide units to our most vulnerable, because I just do not believe under any circumstance that one entity alone can do it. Now, I'm not saying, and to your point, Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell, I want to be really clear. I'm not saying that we can do everything or that we should do everything, but I do believe that we can do something. And we have been doing that, and the units that we've contributed over the last particularly 6 years since 2018 have been impactful to this community, and I would just respectfully disagree with anyone who says differently. And so I want to stay in the space, but I also want to fund Park and Rec like we have, and I appreciate the options. I think I would certainly support, based on what the manager said, David, and based on what you said, Dina, and based on what David has said, I would certainly support exploring that because it allows me to get to balancing the equation and making it a both and. Because I don't think that precludes us from using fund balance if needed, but it is a responsible way for us to move forward, at least to consider. So for staff, I hope where I stand is clear. I hope you got what that, and again, we need to, get others involved in this, but I just wanted to be clear on where I stand. I do want to say thank you to my colleagues for having this robust conversation and the passion, and we know what this means to the community, so thank you, and thank you for the presentation. And that's right at 3:45, it's break time. All right, 4 o'clock, we're back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you for a great discussion on our last segment. I think this is our last segment of the day, right?
That's great.
All right. And this will be a lot of fun as well. So I'm going to turn it back over to the manager, and she can kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the rest of today and really for all of tomorrow, this is really going to focus on identifying what your priorities are, what you think the strengths, opportunities, and challenges are for the county, and trying to do some aspirational goal setting. So this is the first part of a three-part process to get this started. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael Griswold from our Office of Strategy and Innovation.
Vote took care of all of this.
What?
I said the last vote took care of all of this. I don't need to do this now.
All right, well, we'll just wrap it up.
All right, we can go home.
All right, well, thank you, Dina. And thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon. So before we begin, I just want to take a few moments to introduce myself and Julia from my team. My name is Michael Griswold. I'm the Deputy Director of the Office of Strategy and Innovation. Been with Mecklenburg County for over 10 years and have specialized in local government strategy, performance, evaluation, and business operations. Julia Baker-Jones joined my team in the Office of Strategy and Innovation in November and is our strategic planning staff lead. Julia came to us from CMS, where she most recently served as the Director of District Strategy. At CMS, Julia worked to create a culture of organizational excellence by building the capacity of department leads to develop strategic plans, monitor performance, and engage in continuous improvement. Overall, our Office of Strategy and Innovation is focused on helping the county to develop and execute sound strategy. So I wanted to give a brief overview of the activities that we're going to complete today and tomorrow. So when developing strategic initiatives and plans, it's always important to begin with the end in mind, right? Understand what are we actually trying to accomplish. So with that in mind, the example page on the right of the screen is our end goal. That board priority one-pager, if you will be the end product of our priority refinement session tomorrow afternoon, and will also be OSI's final deliverable to the board in February. Our goal is to create a one-pager for each board priority so that the board and staff will have a clear understanding of the board's identified priorities, what you want to accomplish, and how you would define success. And I think after the conversation that we just had, I think that focus areas, how you want to, what you want to accomplish, and how you would define success, I think are really important, right? So just by way of example, an illustrative example, we had a lot of conversation about affordable housing and housing insecurity, and I think we would all agree that it's not necessarily possible for us to do everything to solve the issue, to boil that ocean, but there are things that we can accomplish if we're targeted and specific, and that being targeted and specific will also allow us to be measurable. So that's our end goal, is really to take us from that 50,000-foot view of priorities, understand what that means to you, what you would like to focus on, and how you as a board would measure that success. And then staff, along with the manager and others, can go back and figure out how that aligns with county priorities, county strategic plans, and county data so that we can report that back to you. So to achieve that end, we'll begin today with a strengths, opportunities, and challenges activity, which will help the board to identify things that we do well, challenges that we face, and opportunities for the county to leverage these strengths and to address the challenges. Julie is going to share more about those specific activities here in a few moments. But tomorrow afternoon, the board will engage in a priority identification and selection activity. During this exercise, the board members will identify potential issues or priorities that you would like the county to focus on. After each member has identified your important issues, we will tape these to the back wall here and then collaboratively group the issues into priority areas. We'll have opportunity for discussion, opportunity to advocate for your particular areas, and then ultimately we'll take a vote or a poll to identify the board's 26 through 27 priorities. After this activity, we'll have an opportunity to have small and large group discussions to provide recommendations for priority descriptions, focus areas, and definitions of success. The discussions of the board's focus areas and success indicators will again provide me and my team with additional guidance that we can use to engage the county's executive team, department directors, and other county subject matter experts to identify alignment with the county's strategic business plans and existing or new key performance indicators as may be necessary. I will then come back to the board at a February public policy meeting to share the board's final slate of priorities, descriptions, focus areas, and key performance indicators. As we work through the strategy and priority setting sessions over the next few days, I'd just like to suggest some ground rules to help keep us on track. So first, explore interests and not positions. It can be sometimes difficult to reach an agreement because we're all very passionate about our positions. But I think if we explore the interests behind those positions, it can become easier to find that common ground. Share the air. This ground rule helps us to ensure that we're being inclusive and making space for everyone to put their voice into the room. It can sometimes be necessary to agree to disagree. So we may find ourselves in a situation where we've reached an impasse. If that's the case, agreeing to disagree can help us to move forward. Leveraging the parking lot as a place where we can put and park off-topic ideas, questions, or comments for a later time can be especially helpful in our smaller groups that we'll talk about here in a bit, when we're sharing and discussing ideas but have a limited amount of time. Finally, tackle problems, not people. By focusing on specific problems or issues, rather than the individuals advocating for those issues, we can stay focused on the objective problems at hand. We're also going to leverage a thumb poll over the next few days. So this can help us to quickly gauge where the board is on a question and help us to move the conversation forward. In a thumb poll, a thumbs up would indicate that you agree. A sideways thumb would indicate that you're okay with something or you can live with it. And a thumbs down would indicate that you disagree and would like to have an opportunity to further discuss. So to practice this, we're just going to take a quick thumb poll on the following question. Is there consensus to use these ground rules for our sessions? See, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Mr. Dunlop, I can see that it's something that you can live with, so that's great. All right. All right, everybody. So I appreciate that. So we're going to move into our small groupings here in a moment. So as you can see here, we've grouped the board into 3 groups. You'll each have, at each group, you'll gather at one of these round tables to my left. So we'll have group 1 at this far table, group 2 in the middle table, and group 3 in the table closest to me. And we've placed placards on those tables to assist you with finding your group. At each table, a member of my OSI team and our friends from OMB will be present to assist with conversation, note-taking, and also transcribing the conversation into the final strengths, opportunities, and challenges document that will be projected onto the screen during our final group discussion. I'll briefly pause real quick in case there are any comments that the chair or vice chair would like to add before we break into our groups.
I do want to comment before we break into groups. This is something that we have not done previously, obviously. Should be very productive. I think we're going to have I think it should be fun. And again, I like when you said tackle problems, not people. We'll keep that in the back of our minds. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You good?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank
Any
you.
questions from board members?
Do we take our notebooks over there with us?
So you're welcome to take your notebooks with you. We do have copies of the thought catcher that we distributed yesterday, as well as the strengths, opportunities, and challenges worksheet at the tables.
Oh.
We take the worksheet, though.
So you can take those as well. We're going to work on those once we bring everybody
When we
back.
come back.
But if you'd like to keep them there, that's fine, too. So before we transition, so I am going to ask that the board members take 2 minutes to transition to your appropriate tables. Once everybody is situated, I'll transition to Julia and we'll share specific instructions for this activity. So you can see the groups here. Again, group 1 at the far table, group 2 in the middle, group 3 here at the table closest to me.
Finding and
Oh, and this guy right here.
Okay. Are folks ready to get started? Yep. Everybody settled? Great. Well, we're excited to do this work with you, and right now we are kind of flipping where we've been at this retreat. You all have been listening and listening and listening, and you've been asking questions, definitely talking, but your role is switched. You all are now kind of leading the discussion that you're having about what's important. The place that we start with that is strengths, challenges, and opportunities. And the reason we do that is because we want to be grounded in the current state. So when we figure out how we want to go forward, we want to start with where we are right now. And then we'll move into what are our opportunities for impact, and then what does that mean we want to do long term. So with that, we have a very, very, very tight schedule, okay? Some people take hours to do what we're about to do. We're doing an abbreviated version. So what we're going to do is take 5 minutes just to kind of gather your thoughts. You've heard a lot. What are the strengths and challenges that you think are most critical? Then at your table, you all will share with each other what was on your list. And then you have to move into saying, what are 3 to 5 of these challenges or these strengths that we want to build on in order to move the county forward? And you'll define what that opportunity is. So that part, that small group work, you have about 20 minutes to share out and have that discussion. The last 5 minutes there will be going over your groups each have a scribe who is putting together a sheet that you'll be able to see on here in a big group discussion. So to be looking to make sure you agree with what's written there. And then we'll move into full group work. And I'll explain more when we get to the end. But this is kind of the plan for today, for your time together. And I'm not going to waste another minute, but send you into your first activity, which again is the 5 minutes of individual reflection and the 10 minutes of individual sharing. Feel free, if your individual sharing gets done in 5 minutes, go ahead and start talking about opportunities. If your individual sharing isn't done, I will encourage you to move forward at that point in time. Okay? Any questions about what we're doing right now? Okay, so there are prompts up here to remind you what are the strengths, which is what do we do well that we might want to build on? Our challenges, what do we most need to improve to meet resident needs? So those are things to think about, and your 5 minutes of individual reflection starts now. conversation. So the next part of this is taking no more than 3 minutes per person, although you can certainly take less, to kind of share the strengths that you wrote down and the challenges that you wrote down. One way to save a little time is if you agreed with a challenge, you can say, ditto to that one, here are the other ones I had. And then you're going to start talking about which of them do you want to focus on for your opportunities, okay? So, go. into the defining opportunities for impact mode. And there are always more good ideas than there are time to execute them. And so we're going to limit you in this discussion to 3 to 5 ideas that you all would like to build on. So think about the strengths and challenges you all talked about, and maybe some where there was a lot of, maybe some consensus at the table, and define kind of what is that opportunity for impact, what strength or challenge or both that you're addressing, and then what you think the impact could be. That makes sense? No?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on our strengths and weaknesses that we've identified, pick some
Yeah.
areas where.
It's kind of like, what can you do more of that would really be of great benefit to the residents of Mecklenburg County? Or what challenges are most critical to address if we're to meet the needs of the county? Think of those areas and try and say, what would the impact be? Yes.
And they're looking at basically what they just talked about, and they're seeing if there's commonality, and then they're talking about opportunities from like the topics we just talked about, right?
Right, so pick 3 to 5 of the ideas you just talked about, or if when you were talking it kind of sprouted something a little bit different, you could add something. But you're really trying to look for opportunities for impact.
So what I understood you to say was, what more can you do?
Well, one way to think about it, and we'll think about it more this way when we get into defining the priorities, is if everything else stayed the same, what would you do to move the county forward? But right now, all we're doing is kind of defining some opportunities and to get you all thinking about more opportunities. So the idea is that you're just going to keep building and building on what you hear until we get to the priority setting time. So it can be what more can we do, but it also might be what could we do instead of something else, like you all were just talking about before. Okay? This is the point that you should switch to the other sheet. what you wanted to say. So Sydney, Eris, and Gage have been kind of typing those things up. No? You haven't been typing them up. You need more time? That's kind of what it looks like. Let me confer with my colleague.
All right, so now, as a group, the three of you.
So I believe they need more time because almost nobody has something in the second column yet. So we could give them 10 more minutes and take off the thing at the end. We could check where we are in 5 minutes.
And then you'll just come up with an opportunity related.
Original seats. Well, you guys can stay where you were, but it's time for the board to come back to the board seats.
What happened?
Board needs to come back to your seats.
So we'll tee it up with this, and then Mike's going to switch us to the other one.
Okay.
It'll be up on
So I was here in the economic development.
Make sure that we get them. How'd it go?
Hey, as you guys get up,
Yeah.
somebody needs to be the spokesperson for your group. I should have said that earlier.
Yeah, who's the one that we didn't finish? Which one of you two want to do it?
So, there, it'll be projected up there, so don't worry.
Yep. So as the staff are writing it down, we're going to switch computers, and we'll get, as each group goes, we'll put it up there.
Would you like to do it, Lee? Oh, you do it. You don't want to do it? You do it.
Hey. How are you feeling? I'm good.
All right, let's think right by you here.
Could you hear me like I'm live?
Lud.
He said.
Hey, Lud.
He said he was turning
Seemed
me
like
off
they'll
and
have
on,
some discussion.
and he'd know when to do it.
It's good.
So I don't know.
That's back 19 and.
Exactly.
Go around like this.
Hey, Lee was right here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just going to take a quick walk, make sure they also have their gold sheets.
Neighborhood contact.
I think I see it, somebody, or that they all have one of them, but when you get to that slide, you just want to ask them, just make sure they didn't lose it or they didn't walk away, because we have tons of extras.
Yes.
Oh, stop.
Michael,
ELT
did you check that? Oh, he's going to switch it, so we don't need to test it or anything.
No. So he had it up on the other computer. We were watching it as they were typing it in.
Okay, I just meant that it shows up here.
Oh, yeah. We tested a little bit earlier.
Okay. So the longer we wait to start, the later that we'll be here.
She wants you to throw the gavel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so the next thing is sharing out with everybody. So what we're going to do is first give each small group a chance to present kind of what they came up with in terms of the 3 to 5 opportunities for impact. Then we are going to switch modes, and basically it'll be an opportunity to comment on what you've heard. Could you go back to the other presentation for a minute? Okay, so as you're listening to your colleagues, you want to think about a couple things. One is, are there themes that you hear? And you may want to comment on that. You might want to build on an idea that started someplace. You might want to share a concern you have about an idea. And you might want to add something that you thought of as you heard what other people said. So listen closely to what your peers say, and then you'll get a chance to share. And I think that the chair is going to do your usual way of sharing comments. Okay, but first let's start. We can go back to the other one now. So we'll start with group 1. And I think
Commissioner Powell is going to be the spokesperson for Group 1. And how much time do we allot for each group?
3 minutes max per
3
group.
minutes, okay. Same time. Oops.
Go to the next.
Yes, sir. You could be our spokesperson. We
Hang on one
voted over
second.
here.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What?
Hey, mine isn't updated. It's not quite updated.
Okay.
I think you can be our spokesperson.
Okay.
Okay.
Laura, you can do it if you want. Not at all. You're good.
I might have to walk up to the screen. I don't have my binoculars.
Yeah, really.
All right.
Oh.
My,
Oh, that's better.
Yay.
All right, Commissioner Powell is up. Tell us who was in the group and then go through it.
In our group, we had Chairman Jarrell, Commissioner Leek, and myself. And in our last exercise, we went over the things that we had consensus on, the challenges, and then the opportunities. So the challenge is health equity and wellness. It's supposed to say wellness. Opportunity is to develop a strategy to help manage the health and wellness of county residents, to understand areas of need and disparities in health equity. Another opportunity is town halls for fact-finding, feedback, educational opportunities, and programming in county facilities, like, places where we are responsible for programming. The second is a challenge for managing the explosive growth that we're experiencing. Opportunity is to have an intergovernmental strategic approach through policy advocacy at the state and federal level, and collaborative advocacy at the local and town level. Our third challenge is economic mobility. Opportunities are economic development with a lens on access to opportunities through equitable levels of business. And we can add some clarity to that one. And support and resources for small and micro businesses. We think there's a real need there. So if Commissioner Leek or Commissioner Jarrell wants to speak to the first one and give it better wording.
Commissioner Leek, do you want to speak to that?
Well, I think it's self-explanatory, and we all agreed on it. And it gave us an opportunity to dialogue among ourselves, as we hope that our constituents will do, to come up with some answers for us.
Do you have any wordsmith you want to add to that?
No, I think you cleaned it up.
Okay.
To where we were.
Okay.
Talking about the county-wide, not county-side, but county-wide programming.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, countywide. Okay, and so these are the things we had consensus on that we wanted to put in our challenges and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Group 2, tell us who was in the group and then tee them up.
I think we were group 2, Commissioner Meyer and Griffin. Okay. So, 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you. Okay, not more than. Okay, so upward economic mobility, with the opportunity being for more strategic leadership throughout the community for our talent pipeline and workforce development, not and, but and. Number 2, mental health, the way to actualize that is, of course, more funding. Affordable housing, again, upward economic mobility, I see a theme here. Commissioner Griffin had a really interesting idea around a residential upward mobility academy, sort of like the Innovation Barn, where creatives come together to lift each other up and jumpstart each other and support each other. He could talk about that more. I thought it was really interesting. The environment, it's a strength, but also always a challenge. How do we go about but it helps us to achieve more health and wellness and reduce racial disparities. And MWSBE, which is so critical to closing racial disparities around economic outcomes that we see consistently. Thank you. Do my members have anything more to say?
excellent from my perspective.
Good job.
Excellent.
All right. Group 3, who's the designee?
I think I got voluntold.
All right. Mr. Rodriguez McDowell, who was in the group?
All right, so we were Dunlap and Townsend Ingram and myself, and I think what we really looked at it more as, I think we approached it from a county government perspective as opposed to the community perspective. So we had a challenge was getting information out to the public in an efficient manner. The opportunity there says more targeted outreach to share with residents about what county offers to them can lead to better resident engagement with the county and better alignment of those accessing services based on their needs and desires. And we also pointed out that it would provide more buy-in for people as far as with taxes and, you know, them understanding what their tax money's going to. The other challenge we have down is inadequate and inefficient staffing. We actually talked about how talented our staff is and how we get great feedback about our staff, but just that we don't have enough. So internal assessment of current organizational efficiency and increased quality control initiatives, identify areas in the budget that could be reallocated. And the last one is a lack of funds from sources outside of the county. We're looking at you, State General Assembly. And educating the public about this issue to increase their understanding, look deeper at the budget for existing areas to spend funds more efficiently. One of our things that we just started talking about at the end was how great our tax collection rate is and how tight and close our budget is, and getting that messaging out there too would also be really important for folks to understand, to grasp, you know, when we're looking at taxes.
Fantastic. Did somebody else want?
Anybody want to add anything there?
I think you covered it well.
Whatever you get.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. We'll go back to you guys.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back to you in a second. So now we're going to you get an opportunity to react to what you've heard, share new ideas, share concerns, and so forth. So we'll take about, what is it, 15 minutes on that, and then we want you to take time to think about opportunities, and that'll be more of an individual activity.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if you'd like to do 2 to 3 minutes per commissioner.
Yeah, it can't be 3, but it'll be 2 minutes. 2 minutes per commissioner, Madam Clerk. And Commissioner Townsend Ingram, why don't we start with you?
I'm sorry, I totally missed that. I was.
All right, that's okay. We're just giving reactions to what we heard. I could always come back to you, or how do you want to do it?
No, I think this was a great exercise. Again, my perspective right now is on the other side. So now me having to convey and put into context what I'm hearing from the community to say, oh, this is why we can't, and this is, you know, these are the barriers that we face. So this was a great introduction as to, okay, this is what I need to be focusing on as I learn this steep curve. So no, it's been a really great exercise. I appreciate it.
Great. Commissioner Leek, you want to give reactions to the different slides you've seen?
When I looked at the third one, it says challenge lack of funds from sources outside of the county. Where are you talking about looking for it?
The state not funding.
I'm sorry.
I think they're referring to the state not funding.
And what about the federal government and nonprofit? Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer, you want to add any comments?
Sure. I think what all this showed is that we're all kind of aligned, and I think we all agree with each other. Really, I don't think there's anything I disagree with, because we kind of talked about lack of funds, particularly education, staffing, social services. Like we talked about all that too. So, and I think we all kind of went about it a different way, but it's still all kind of aligns.
Yep.
So I appreciate it.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
I mean, I don't have anything else to add.
Okay.
I think this is interesting.
All right. Commissioner Griffin?
Now, I agree with Commissioner Meyer, just looking at the third one where they said current organizational efficiency
I mean, it's just going to have to.
and quality control of initiatives, so it comes back to outcomes-focused government. So I think there's enough to kind of coalesce around several themes from the 3 different presentations. I'm not the best wordsmith, but I think you can get a lot out of those 3 presentations.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunlap?
Oh, I agree with Commissioner Meyer.
What she said? No, I'm just kidding.
That's a good one. What did I say? Summarize me, George.
Commissioner Powell.
Popular over there.
Well, I agree, like, there's nothing in here, nothing that was presented that I don't agree with. And so I think it's a nice moment of unity. And, yeah. And there are needs that aren't on here because we didn't have enough time.
We didn't even talk
For
about it.
sure, yeah, there are priorities that aren't on here, but they're coming. So, thank you.
That's right. Mr. Altman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything to add.
So a couple of things. One, this was just a primer to get the juices flowing, right? We've got multiple steps. This has really, these are not the priorities or anything like that, right? It's just a primer to spark discussions and just have us thinking. And I appreciate the start to this exercise. I appreciate what everybody has brought to the table. I know on our individual sheets, we have, a lot more things that were listed as far as strengths and challenges and opportunities. And typically in different types of environments, you always want to evaluate strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so while this is a SOC, as Dr. Johnson would say, SOC, SWOT, it still provides it allows you to look at things in a different way, and I really appreciate us being stretched to look at things in a different way beyond our own vertical, our own funnel. So I appreciate and agree with what everyone has put up there with the realization that there's more.
Stretch us some more.
We will.
Well,
Exactly.
with that idea of more, and there were lots of things that didn't show up, we have these gold sheets. And these you can start on today. We put aside 10 minutes for it today, but we'll also have more time tomorrow. What these are intended to do is, we're calling them the potential priority sheets. So given what you've heard, are there things that you think should be board priorities? And so you would just say, what's the issue or what's the priority? You want to say why. What's the rationale for having that priority? And then we want you to think about how Mecklenburg County interfaces with that priority. So are we the primary group in charge of that? Or do we partner with people for that? Do we fund it? So we can begin to think about how we could actually act on those things. What's going to eventually happen with these is you can have as many ideas as you want. We've got a lot of these little sheets. We will tape them up on the walls, we'll theme them, and it'll be the beginning of our conversation about priorities. So jot down what you're aware of now. You'll have time tomorrow to come back to it. And then this will be the basis of priorities.
So I want to make sure we're doing this right now. We're going to be discussing priorities, but you basically want people to put forth their individual priorities.
Yep. So I think as part of this exercise, this is kind of how we're going to round out today. Based on the conversation that you've heard from yourself, from your colleagues, what are some of the things that jump out at you initially, right? And then to start off our session tomorrow afternoon, we'll revisit this because Adrian and I are going to give a presentation tomorrow morning about investments and performance results, which might kind of jog some initial or some additional potential priorities. That will, again, be the start of our session 2. Like Julia mentioned, these sheets will tape them on the wall as part of session 2. We'll have a collaborative discussion about how we should or should not group them. That will then become the priorities that the board will adopt. So this is really just a kind of an individual brainstorming session to begin moving us towards that direction.
So in short, what do we think the priority should be?
That's correct.
There we go.
And you'll have opportunities to add.
And so we'll take 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll have some brief comments to close this out, and then we'll turn the time back to the chair.
You're using these sheets here and just putting down what you think
If you
is
can't
important.
find yours, we have lots of them.
I don't know about this.
so far.
Yeah, I was about to add housing too, but I ran out of.
So I just get one from him. I didn't add a whole bunch of context. We'll talk through the context. Everybody knows what this means.
Because, Dina, because remember I asked her, like, do we need to put Mech Pre-K? If that's going to definitely be funded, it's already vague. Like, do we have to
Yeah,
put our
like,
chits
you
for
know,
that?
but
She
we
said
don't
no.
have to because it's already, yeah.
Vague, and we don't have to push for something to happen. I don't
It's
think
like,
it needs
what
to
do
be.
we want to focus
And
on
we don't need to
outside
be-
of what's baked?
Right, because workforce development is baked. No, it's not baked. It's not baked. No.
See, that's why we gotta have the discussion,
It
because
most- it is-
because people.
It
yeah.
is. Most assuredly not. I'm happy to sit for 5 minutes if you have bandwidth. Well, I hope it's public. Of course. Yeah. Of course. If the chairman will give me the time. You just have to write the note. You just have to say.
We can do it.
Not one.
Yeah.
Not one. It's not our job. But that's what we partner.
I mean, I can tell you now, or I can tell you later.
She was counted like, and I don't think that's our role either. I think our role is to partner and invest and fund. I'm not putting it on you.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Really.
Yeah, I know, Darren.
Oh my God, I thought George was playing. What does it say? Oh, no, he's not playing. I know, there's no level of grotesquerie.
I don't think I will either.
Don't look at it.
You know, I put I did
that way,
but I hadn't looked at it all day.
I know.
I hadn't looked at it.
How did we do it last time? We all did it. We vote. We do vote.
Woo, boy. You can't do that and stay sane. So, Commissioner Powell, I will make my case in public, but is it possible for me to get just even 5 minutes?
Yeah, I need a break,
Right.
so not right now, but I definitely.
Let me know.
I definitely would love that.
Thank you. Thank you. I serve at your pleasure.
Okay. I gotta like really fight for.
Yeah. Not one time.
I'm telling you, I gotta fight.
Your comment right here.
Not with me.
Thank you. I mean, nobody will want to live here. It'll be worse than Pittsburgh. It used to be. I can't wait to see yours. I heard we don't even have to advocate for that because it's already done.
Okay.
This,
All right.
yes, this,
Yeah, no Mech Pre-K.
that might be baked too. Might be already
Yeah,
part of it.
that might be already worked on too, but.
I love this. I love this.
It just, oh, this is the academy. Yeah, what Anthony's telling me that a lot of these folk in these affordable housing communities, once you move in, it's kind of hard to get into the.
I should have. All right, I didn't put any too much context in these. I
Everybody
should.
around you is striving for mobility.
May I have one more, please?
You're in an ecosystem.
Yes, I agree.
Okay?
with you.
It's
I
like,
agree.
You know, everybody's.
Incubator.
Right.
Michael, these aren't on. Could I have one more, please, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kids, you know.
I love it.
Yeah, so.
There you go. You're welcome. All right, we're going to give everybody just one more minute, and then we will come back and reconvene.
I'm a little unclear on these.
Unclear?
Yeah, like this part.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and wrap up today. So as Julia mentioned, and as I mentioned before, this was kind of the landing point for today, but we will pick up with the first session tomorrow afternoon by revisiting these gold sheets. If there's anything additional that tomorrow morning's presentation might jog loose for you, or if as you're thinking about it this evening or over dinner or anything like that, if there's anything that you would like to add to a gold sheet, we'll have plenty of these for you tomorrow, and we'll also Happy to share some more with you if you'd like to take some with you after today's session. But thank you all for your participation and engagement in this afternoon's Strengths, Opportunities, and Challenges activity. The conversation and discussions that the board had today will be helpful tomorrow as we continue to build upon today's work and identify your 26 through 27 board priorities. As I mentioned, we close today with individual time for you to think about what priorities and issues are most important to you. That's these gold sheets. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll give you some additional time to revisit those items before we transition into our priority identification activity. My team and I are excited to continue these priority discussions with you tomorrow. We thank you for your time. Chair Jarrell, that concludes today's environmental scanning session.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. So that wraps up. That's the last presentation of the day, everybody. Scheduled to end at 5:30, and we actually wrapped up early today. So we will, well, let County Manager give any final thoughts, please.
Well, just I was going to tell you that the dinner is on the 20th floor. So you have to figure out, I don't know which elevator takes you up there. They don't all go to the 20th floor. So that's at 6:30.
Okay.
And there's 40 of us that will be joining us for dinner tonight.
Okay, fantastic. Adrian, any final thoughts?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You're good, okay.
That's all I want to add.
Colleagues, anybody have anything burning before we wrap?
We take these with us.
You can leave them here.
We leave them here,
You
I
can
didn't
leave
know
them.
if y'all were collecting them. Okay. Gotcha, okay.
Or you can leave them.
Leave
right?
them, but you're not picking them up, is my point. Right now. Got it, okay.
All right, well, we'll stand in recess until tomorrow morning. Thanks for a great day, everybody.
Don't forget to, you got to